Xianxia's heart was a little heavy. With his 7th level divine martial realm, he could kill 8th level divine martial beasts. The key was that he couldn't move now, and he couldn't even escape. Under the premise that lightning power could not operate, flying was impossible. He could only walk forward, and this escape method was obviously fragile in front of fierce beasts. At this moment, the goatee looked at Xianxia with a complicated expression. On the one hand, he hoped that Xianxia could save their lives. On the other hand, he was probably worried that Xianxia would take advantage of this opportunity to kill them instead of helping them. However, he was overthinking it. Xianxia had no intention of making a move at all. He just sat there and drank a mouthful of strong liquor. There's still an hour and a half left. The big snake reminded Xianxia in his heart. After an hour and a half, he would be able to completely absorb this beetle. At that time, his strength would be fully restored. The 30-odd people formed 2 circles, their faces facing outwards, tightly grabbing onto the shining weapons in their hands and constantly looking around. Xianxia's eyes slightly moved as he said, "It's back." Before he could finish his sentence, a black shadow suddenly flashed towards the crowd. The goatee jumped up and slashed with a sword. A soaring sword light shot out from the ground. Compared to ordinary people, the strength of its aura was quite outstanding. But in the eyes of a person like Xianxia, it was really not worth mentioning. Xianxia knew that the sword light that he didn't even like was definitely not afraid of that ferocious beast. As expected, the black shadow didn't even dodge and directly collided with the sword light. The explosive fire wolf had just rolled and expanded, and the ferocious beast had already charged over with a flame mark. In the blink of an eye, 2 more people disappeared from the crowd. Everyone's faces were pale as they trembled in fear. "Ah, I can't stand it anymore. This damn thing has been chasing us for 3 days and 3 nights. One of the people in the crowd had a mental breakdown. He shouted and transformed into a beam of bright light that shot into the sky and flew into the distance. The goatee said anxiously, "Little chestnut, come back." Whoosh! A black shadow flashed in the sky, and the fleeing little chestnut inexplicably disappeared. Xianxia gulped down a mouthful of strong liquor and said, "Here we go again, Dong Fong." Goatee and the others were stunned. As expected, the black figure from the east suddenly flashed over. 1 second ago, it was still intercepting little chestnut in the distant sky, but the next second, it shot from another direction. The goatee roared, "Azure Dipper Formation!" 30 people shouted in unison, and 30 strands of astral chi flew in an arc, interweaving into a green astral chi shield. Xianxia frowned. This kind of defensive shield should only be at the middle stage of the profound stage, right? It's not enough to look at. The shadow of the ferocious beast flickered as Peng's voice smashed into the Dipper Chi shield. This time, the entire Dipper Chi shield was smashed flat, and the ferocious beast was bounced back. Hurry up and repair the shield," Goatee cried out in alarm. 30 people hurriedly continued to release their Dipper Chi, and the shield that had already been crushed began to slowly rebound, attempting to repair it. At this moment, the ferocious beast came again, smashing into the shield once again. This time, the Dipper Chi shield was even more flattened, and the ferocious beast was bounced back again. Then came the third collision. Pong! The astral chi shield that had been consumed twice was finally crushed, and the ferocious beast was sent flying for the 3rd time. Again! The goatee shouted loudly. Everyone hurriedly released their Dipper Chi and prepared to condense a second Azure Dipper shield. However, it was too late. The shadow of the ferocious beast flashed and disappeared in a flash. 30 people, turning into 28 people, and 2 more Martial Saint 3rd layer martial artists were snatched away. But this time, the ferocious beast didn't walk far, because in a very close bush, everyone could hear sharp teeth, chewing on human bones. Kacha! 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 Kacha the goatee anxiously looked at Xianxia again. This young man could even kill a martial saint vicious beast, so he would definitely be able to deal with that divine martial 8th stage vicious beast. However, in the Saint realm, if strangers didn't secretly harm them when they met, it would already be considered righteous. Goatee didn't know what reason to use to ask Xianxia for help. Xianxia did have the intention to help them. He said, "Oral is too slow. Look at my instructions." He twisted a stone with both hands and shot towards the south. The little pebble pierced through the sky with a whoosh, piercing through layers of leaves. Although the lightning power and cultivation were no longer usable, Xianxia's physical fitness and physical strength were still there. The goatee was stunned and immediately understood Xianxia's intentions. He pointed in the direction where the stone flew and shouted, "Attack!" 28 people chopped out their sword beams towards that place. 28 sword lights formed a huge, super sword light. Almost at the same time that the sword light was successfully combined, a shadow flashed over and collided with the sword light. The sword light exploded, and the ferocious beast was sent flying. At almost the same time, Xianxia twisted a stone between his fingers and shot it in a completely different direction. The first stone was shot to the north by the east, while this stone was shot to the west by the south. Goatee and the others couldn't believe that the ferocious beast could change its position so shockingly, but they had no other choice but to believe it. "Attack!" Following Goatee's loud roar, the 28 people's sword lights slashed towards the south and west. Coincidentally, the shadow of the ferocious beast really flashed over from that side, and was struck by the sword light and sent flying. Everyone was overjoyed. The goatee cupped his fists at Xianxia and said, "Thank you, young senior, for your righteous help." Xianxia drank a mouthful of strong liquor and said, "Your realm is not bad. You are for small realms higher than that ferocious beast. If you can accurately hit it, it won't be able to consume you." It was not easy for a martial artist to defeat a ferocious beast. On the one hand, it was because the ferocious beast was too powerful and could crush a human martial artist. The second reason was that it was very difficult for martial artists to hit fierce beasts, because fierce beasts possessed an incomparably powerful battle consciousness, far surpassing that of ordinary martial artists. These people had the advantage in numbers and realms. Although they could not kill the beasts, they could at least drive away the beasts at the 8th level of the divine realm. Xianxia twisted another stone and shot towards the west of the north. "I want its life this time. Red Jade Sword Chi!" The goatee shouted loudly. He raised his sword high up, and 16 sharp sword lights surged out from the sword. "Don't!" Xianxia's heart sank. However, the other 27 people were also using this kind of martial skill. The shadow of the ferocious beast had already flashed over before their martial skill sword light could hack out. Another 2 people were taken away, disappeared on the spot. Xianxia frowned and said, "Are you crazy? Wise beasts are faster than you. Yet you still have the mood to use martial skills. If all of you are so greedy, why should I help you? You can do it yourself." Xianxia was truly annoyed. How could he not know the intentions of those people? The group of people no longer simply chopped out their sword radiance, but wanted to release their martial skill sword radiance. This clearly meant that they had just escaped from danger, and greed had arisen again, attempting to use their martial skill sword radiance to chop the ferocious beast to death. However, they ignored the fact that releasing a martial skill was much slower than directly hacking out a sword light. The sound of chewing human bones floated over again. "Bastard! Why don't you kill us all at once?" The goatee shouted angrily at the forest in the distance. Xianxia took a sip of wine and said, "Because it likes fresh food." The goatee cupped his fists at Xianxia and pleaded, "Senior, I know my mistake. I don't dare to be greedy anymore. Please help us." Xianxia sighed and said, "I often help others, but I don't end up doing well a few times. However, forget it, we met by chance. But I can't bear to see you all being slaughtered." As he spoke, Xianxia picked up a small stone and held it in his hand, but he did not immediately make a move. After a few seconds, he suddenly shot the little stone towards the south by the east, 6 meters away from the ground. The goatee and the others hurriedly chopped out their sword lights, but their numbers had already declined to 26, and the power of the combined sword lights had decreased somewhat. The ferocious beast accurately collided with the sword light, but this time, It wasn't bounced away, but was pushed away. The goatee was both shocked and angry. He was angry and shouted at Xianxia, "Since you want to help, why don't you help us kill this ferocious beast?" Xianxia laughed self-deprecatingly as he held the wine jar and drank, ignoring them. The goatee said angrily, "You are clearly intentionally waiting for us to die, so that we can search and see if there are any Holy Spirit stones in our storage rings." At this time, in the distant sky, a faint male voice came from a bent treetop. "Little brother, I think you've really helped the wrong person. These people are not worth saving. Not only are they not grateful to you, they are actually slandering you." As they spoke, a group of women dressed in long red skirts flew over from the top of the bending bushes. Their hands were swinging a long, pink and thick, and the silk paved a path in the air. Behind this group of women, a handsome and elegant man with a folding fan stepped forward. He lightly landed on the ground and opened the folding fan. He smiled at Xianxia and said, "If I were you, I would not be able to hold back my anger and would personally kill this pack of white-eyed wolves." This man's realm wasn't very high. He was only at the first level of the martial sage stage, but his strength was very strong. He was far from being comparable to the group of martial artists with the goatee stage. Xianxia only nodded at the beautiful man before continuing to drink. "What are you talking about?" The goatee glared at the beautiful man angrily. Applause! The handsome man swung his hand and slapped the goatee 30 meters away. When the goatee got up, his face was so shocked that he didn't dare to say a word. The handsome man smiled at Xianxia and said, "Do you see? These people are so virtuous. You are kind enough to help them, but they are even more dissatisfied. They got a bowl of rice and want a pot of soup. If you give them a pot of soup and they want a table of dishes, you give them a table of dishes, and he may want your heart. If you hit such a person directly, they will treat you respectfully. They wish they could kneel down and lick the dirt on your shoes." At this moment, the ferocious beast attacked again. The beautiful man smiled and suddenly raised his right hand. Then he slapped down abruptly. Buzz! A hemispherical light shield suddenly covered the ferocious beast inside. The ferocious beast rushed left and right, causing the light barrier to buzz, but it was unable to get out alive. At this moment, everyone could clearly see that the ferocious beast was like a grasshopper. Its figure was extremely handsome, and there were 2 pairs of transparent wings growing on its back. Goatee and the others were so frightened that their faces turned pale. They were all at the 3rd level of the martial saint stage, but they had nothing to do with that ferocious beast. As for this martial sage level 1 man, he actually managed to subdue a divine martial level 8 beast with every move he made. "I admire you. I admire you." Xianxia nodded to the beautiful man. The handsome man covered his mouth and smiled. "How can I admire you? The martial saint beetles in your arms are even more formidable, let alone the 14 such beetles in your back pocket." 14. A total of 15 martial saint beetles? The goatee was so frightened that he directly sat down on the ground, his entire body trembling. The beautiful man said to the goatee, "Did you see that? If this little brother really wants to kill you, why would he use his turn as a ferocious beast to make a move?" Xianxia smiled, still drinking. The beautiful man said to Xianxia, "Among the ancient humans, chivalry prevailed. However, it only existed in beautiful legends. Few people were truly fortunate to see it. My Dark North monstrous clan admires that chivalrous wind very much. They have boundless longings to try to come into contact with humans, but in return, they are repeatedly disappointed. Our feelings for humanity have changed from longing, yearning, seeing through, disappointment, to contempt and ridicule." Xianxia remained silent. The beautiful man pointed at Xianxia and said, "But I saw this kind of ancient wind on my little brother. What is that called?" A beautiful woman whispered in the man's ear, "Virtue." Right, virtue." The beautiful man patted the fan in his hand and said, "It's virtue. Little brother, I smell that wine of yours isn't very delicious. Can you excuse me and drink a jar of mine?" As he spoke, the beautiful man threw a wine jar at Xianxia. Xianxia caught it with one hand, raised his neck and took a big mouthful, praising, "Good wine! It's strong enough." The beautiful man's eyes lit up and he said happily, "Brother likes to drink. That's the best." He cupped his fists and bowed to Xianxia. "I love the character of brothers very much. I wonder if I'm willing to show my face and come to our city to gather." The relationship between the demon race and the human race had been entangled for many years, and their feelings towards each other were also very complicated. In the beginning, all the demons who had never seen humans had an understanding of the human race from ancient texts. They had a yearning for the chivalrous style of humans. They always fantasized about a group of martial artists dressed in white like snow and coming and going like the wind in the mortal world. These people treated each other with all their hearts, valuing morality more than life, valuing reputation more than freedom. However, only humans knew what kind of person they were. Those yearning demons were filled with a pilgrimage-like mood. They came into contact with humans, but they discovered all sorts of ugly expressions on humans' faces. After the initial dream was shattered, it was replaced by anger after being lost. Chun Hengjuan, whom Xianxia met in the western regions, was such a demon. However, he was slightly different. Although his yearning for humans had been completely shattered, he was willing to be such a person himself. He was the heroic man who carried the wine jar to Feiyun Temple with all his heart to die just for the sake of an appointment. Xianxia did not expect to encounter a demon guild in such a place, but from the demon race's declaration, he knew that they did not come from the Six Emperors' world. The Dark North Monstrous Clan was a relatively unfamiliar branch of the Monstrous Clan. It was unknown which plane it came from. At this moment, Xianxia only had one final hour left to absorb the beetles. Before Xianxia could reply, a faint flute sound came from the distant jungle. The sound of the flute was suddenly high and sharp, and suddenly low and tactful. In the high pitch, it was like an arrow in the buzzing of a bee soaring into the clouds, and in the low pitch, it was like a small fish diving into a mire. But most of the time, the sound of the flute was as gentle as a moon, like 100 spirits jumping around. The person who blew the flute did not have a very eye-catching way of appearing on the stage. He walked over. Among the fallen leaves in the dense forest, only the rustling of his footsteps could be heard. The beautiful man and the group of demonic women immediately immersed themselves in the beautiful sound of the flute. The beautiful man could not help but slap his palm and beat the beat subconsciously. However, when the sound of footsteps approached, the sound of the flute suddenly changed. The bright sound of the flute suddenly became sharp and urgent, giving people a strong sense of unease. The tune was aggressive, like a sharp sword chasing after someone, like a shadow following behind. Upon hearing this change in tone, the faces of the beautiful man and the others changed slightly. He hurriedly crossed his hands and circulated his cultivation technique to protect his demon core. However, the weaker witches' faces were pale as they sat cross-legged and focused on their cultivation to block the sound of the flute. However, their eyes were still bleeding, and their faces became paler and paler. Goatee and the others were even more miserable. These people lay on the ground and screamed miserably. They rolled back and forth, scratching and scratching on their chests like crazy, leaving behind traces of blood. However, Xianxia's expression remained the same. He only felt that the sound of the flute sounded very uneasy and unclear, but there was no other unnecessary feeling. The big snake said in Xianxia's heart. He thought that this laughter should be directed at the martial artist's spiritual sea and the demon race's demon core. At this moment, Xianxia's cultivation was closed, so he would not be affected. Xianxia nodded slightly, deeply convinced. The footsteps came closer, and the sound of the flute stopped abruptly. A jade shadow stretched out and pushed Mao Yi away, and a person in white walked step by step into the open space. Xianxia saw that his xiao should be an elementary Dao weapon. This white-clothed man was in his early 30s, and his cultivation was only at martial sage level 1. His originally calm and conceited expression changed slightly. He looked at Xianxia in surprise and said, "My friend is so calm that he was not injured in the slightest by my blue moon gale." When he saw the martial saint beetle in Xianxia's arms and glanced at Xianxia's back pocket, His expression became even more solemn. This person cupped his fists at Xianxia and said, "I'm from the Bai clan's heavenly clan? Bai Wu. I wonder where my friend came from." Xianxia narrowed his eyes. When the Bai clan declared themselves, they didn't need to bring along the Six Emperors' world. Everyone in the sacred domain knew about the Beihuang Bai clan. Heavenly word generation. Xianxia muttered to himself. This person should be a true expert of the heavenly character generation. He is different from Bai Wudao and should be one of the experts of the heavenly character generation. Bai Wudao had officially become a heavenly word clansman from the ancestral sacrifice ceremony. Above him, there were still batches of heavenly word experts. Those people had already become heavenly word clansmen for many years. This Bai Wu did not recognize Xianxia's face, nor did she recognize Xianxia's aura fluctuations. This meant that he had already arrived at the sacred domain long before Xianxia entered the Six Emperors' world. Seeing that Xianxia was expressionless and did not reply, Bai Wu only frowned and ignored Xianxia. The handsome man smiled and said, "So it's the famous expert of the Bai clan's heavenly character generation. I've heard so much about him." Bai Wu sneered. "Little demon race, you dare to say something to my Bai clan? Are you worthy?" The beautiful man was still smiling, but his smile was filled with killing intent. Bai Wu glanced at the crowd and looked at the goatee. "Our Northern Emperor Guild has already taken care of this area. You should know, but you dared to barge in. Today I can't spare you," the goatee said anxiously. "Young Master Bai, we are not here to barge in, but were chased in by a ferocious beast. Please." Bai Wu didn't wait for him to finish speaking before she flashed forward. This person's figure was like the wind, and there was a string of 12 afterimages behind him. It looked like 13 people were moving in the same way. "Boding song," Bai Wu shouted. One of the 12 phantom shadows behind him suddenly stood out. The phantom shadow held the shadow Jade Shadow and quickly played. It blew out a swaying and bumpy tune. At the same time, Bai Wu quickly tapped Yu Xiao on the goatee's head. The goatee subconsciously condensed his astral chi and raised his hands to pick up Yu Xiao. As a result, when Yu Xiao touched the dipper chi, it caused the dipper chi to suddenly ripple. It was like a rippling lake. Pong! Yu Xiao easily pierced through the dipper chi and knocked the goatee at the 3rd level of the martial saint realm to the point that its skull exploded, sending red and white blood spraying everywhere. Bai Wu killed with a single blow, twisted her waist, and swept Xiao Xiao. The aura emanating from the Jade Shadow immediately enveloped the other 3 people. The 3 of them also began to tremble along with the bumpy aura, followed by a bang-bang explosion. Buzz! Bai Wugong's aura changed. The silhouette behind him that blew away the canoe song immediately returned to the team, while another silhouette blew Xiao out. This piece of music was so sharp that it made one's eardrums hurt. It was like countless pieces of translucent glass. The sound of them shattering together made one scratch their ears and cheeks, unable to scratch their cheeks. As for Bai Wu, her aura attributes also changed. She no longer rippled like a jade ripple, becoming as sharp as a needle. 25 human martial artists had already scattered and fled in all directions. Bai Wu smiled and separated Yu Xiao. A martial artist was pointed at from afar, and his body actually let out a loud snort. His entire body was torn in half by an invisible force. Another martial artist was inexplicably torn in half by Bai Wu. He did it 7 times, and the 7 martial artists didn't even have a chance to resist. Each of them was torn apart. 18 people had already escaped. Bai Wu said, "Return to the nest." A silhouette behind him stood up and played a lonely and sad tune. He was like a hero who had left home for many years. After killing his enemies, he silently licked his wounds and missed his hometown in his heart. The white dance rotated Yu Xiao like flying in his hand. He suddenly bent down and slapped the spinning Yu Xiao to the ground. In an instant, along with the air and aura, they were attracted from all directions. It was as if a huge vortex had suddenly appeared on the surface of the sea, inhaling endless seawater. The 17 fleeing martial artists immediately fell into a divine aura mad stream. They desperately flew out, but their bodies were wrapped in divine aura and fell into the center of the vortex. No matter what, they would not be able to escape. In the blink of an eye, the 17 people had all been sucked back to their original places. This move was shocking to hear, but it was so brilliant that it made one's scalp go numb. Bai Wu's use of this beautiful martial skill was amazing. The beautiful man from the Dark North monstrous clan even stared blankly and said in shock, as expected of Bai Huang Baihe, he actually created such an exquisite martial skill. Xiang Nan's face was gloomy as he said, although the Bai clan's martial arts techniques are exquisite, they weren't created by he, but by their ancestor, Bai Wuya. However, the dignified Bai clan is indeed tyrannical. They actually killed without even asking why. At this point, Xiang Nan gritted his teeth. On the one hand, he was disdainful of the Bai clan, and on the other hand, he was resentful of himself coming from the Bai clan. Bai Wu looked at Xiang Nan and said, "You know something about our Bai clan?" Xiang Nan narrowed his eyes and said, "How did these people get in the way of your Bai clan? They can make you so cruel." Bai Wu chuckled and said, "As I said, our Northern Emperor Guild has already taken over this territory. What a big tone. Since when did the Eternal Secret Realm become the territory of your Northern Emperor Guild? Do you think you can take it if you want to?" The beautiful man opened his folding fan and said while fanning the wind, "Since when did the Eternal Secret Realm become the territory of your Northern Emperor Guild?" As he spoke, he drew a large circle around the fan and said, "All right, now my Dark North monstrous clan has enveloped the entire Eternal Secret Realm. No, the entire Saint Realm has been enveloped. Why don't you scram?" Bai Wu smiled and said, "Our Bai clan will unite the sacred domain, and we will definitely obtain it. Not only here, but in the future, the entire sacred domain will submit to our Bai clan." Xiang Nan frowned. He thought to himself that the Bai clan's movements were indeed very fast. They had first attacked the Six Emperors' world, but now they had already extended their hands to the Saint Realm. Not long after, the small human guilds in the sacred domain would be devoured by the Bai clan without a foothold. The handsome man laughed loudly. "Your tone is not small. I wonder how strong you are." "Don't worry," said Bai Wu. "After I deal with this group of minions, it will be your turn next." He said, "Soul-sacrificing song." An afterimage flashed out and began to play an ear-piercing and miserable tune. This time, Bai Wu did not attack directly. He also picked up Yuxiao and played with the afterimage. When the song appeared, Xiang Nan seemed to have an illusion in front of him. He saw a blazing, dry hell. Black smoke filled the sky. On the ground covered in ashes, there were broken limbs and broken arms of ghosts crawling on the ground. The 17 martial artists who had been captured were all stunned. They all sat on the ground with their eyes straight and their orifices bleeding. They died on the spot. Not good. Protect your mind. The handsome man was shocked and quickly folded his hands, placing them between his eyebrows. A ring of astral chi spread out from his hand, covering his entire head. The demonic women who had come with him were also the same, but their strength was too weak to withstand Bai Wu's attack. Their orifices were bleeding and were on the verge of collapse, but they still persisted in not dying. However, at this moment, Bai Wu saw Xiang Nan and her shocked expression wandered. Xiang Nan leaned against the tree and looked at Bai Wu indifferently. The wine jar in his hand was sent to his mouth and he was drinking wine mouthfuls by mouthfuls. Bai Wu was shocked and stopped playing the flute. He pointed at Xiang Nan and said, "What exactly is your background?" It wasn't that he couldn't see through Xiang Nan's realm, but he couldn't see at all. However, a person without a realm could enter such a deep secret realm? How could he kill so many martial saint beetles? Xiang Nan hadn't expected that the Nether Ghost stage would have such a function. Playing tricks. Bai Wu was furious and immediately changed Chufeng and flew towards Xiang Nan. Buzz! Bai Wu Gang's chi attributes greatly changed, and he pointed at Xiang Nan from the sky. Xiang Nan felt an invisible and colorless aura rushing towards him. The aura contained astonishing destructive power. His heart sank as he thought to himself that something was wrong. At this moment, the beautiful man suddenly agreed. He opened the folding fan and blocked the invisible aura in the air. Chi! The folding fan immediately split into two. The beautiful man was also shocked. His folding fan was a high-grade profound weapon, but it was actually so weak in Bai Wu's hands. "Friend, we met by chance. It's not worth it," Xianxia said. The beautiful man excitedly licked his lips and said, "How is it not worth it? I just feel that it is worth it." Bai Wu narrowed her eyes and sneered. "All right. When did humans fall into a nest with the demon serpent rats? That's good too. Today, I'll let the two of you accompany us on the Yellow Springs Road." Bai Wu turned around and pointed at the beautiful man with a wave of astral chi. The beautiful man threw down the folding fan and gathered his arms together, shouting, "Dark North Traveling Dragon." His demonic energy instantly turned black, turning into two tiny black dragons that circled around each other in front of his chest. The invisible aura struck the two wandering dragons, and they were immediately torn apart. Counterattack! The handsome man flipped his palm back, and the demonic energy condensed into a black dragon that shot towards Bai Wu. Bai Wu laughed loudly. "Your strength is not bad. Your martial skills are too bad. How dare you make a fool of yourself in front of my Bai clan?" Bai Wu stepped forward, her left hand resting on her waist, while her right hand held a small 8 gossip shape and pushed forward. "Yin and Yang are useless." An 8 trigrams diagram instantly appeared. At the same time that the black demonic dragon collided with the 8 trigrams diagram, it quickly bounced back at the same speed and attacked the beautiful man. Xianxia's pupils constricted. Not only did he recognize this move, he also knew it. However, because he had learned the yin-yang technique for a longer period of time, he no longer used it after his cultivation level had risen. At the very least, it would take him 2 to 3 seconds to release this technique. These 2 to 3 seconds were barely enough for Origin Realm and Heavenly Origin Realm martial artists. However, after reaching the Good Fortune Realm and above, 2 to 3 seconds would be too slow. Before the yin-yang technique could take shape, the enemy's Dipper Chi had already hit his vital point. However, Bai Wu's yin-yang technique was incredibly fast. Could be said to have taken shape in an instant, not even a third of a second. The beautiful man was shocked. He could only release another demonic aura and fly out, colliding with the returning demonic dragon. Pong! The two demonic dragons were destroyed together. However, it would take time for the handsome man to release the demonic dragon, and the effect would only be to cancel out the returning demonic dragon. During this period of time, Bai Wu had already begun to attack. Boding Song! The white dance flew over and smashed Yu Shao towards the beautiful man. The handsome man was caught off guard and hurriedly condensed demonic energy to resist. However, when Yu Shao landed on the demonic chi immediately fluctuated and became unstable. Unstable means unstable. That Yu Shao pierced through the demonic energy and smashed into the beautiful man's chest with a puff. The handsome man spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. 2 of his ribs were already broken. "Sure," Bai Wu sneered. "It's just the first level of the Martial Saint stage. He actually didn't die even after receiving a single blow from me." Xianxia said, "Friend of the demon race, you can leave. With your strength, you can't beat him, but you have a chance to escape from him." The beautiful man spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva and laughed. "Let's go? It's not that easy. I'll protect you today." Xianxia said, "Why? We don't have any friendship. So why would we rather return the favor with death?" The beautiful man said to Xianxia, "Although I am a demon, I admire heroes like you the most." "Hero me?" Xianxia shook his head and smiled bitterly. "You're mistaken. I'm not the kind of person you say I am. I'm actually very selfish. I know what I saw." The beautiful man's body trembled and his red robe split apart. As he flew into the air, his eyes suddenly turned completely black, and his elegant black hair turned completely white instead. His demonic aura soared and became even more fierce. Bai Wu smiled disdainfully and said, "Do you really think that you can defeat me just by increasing your strength? Why don't you think about it? In fact, I have saved at least 70% of my strength." "Pa!" Bai Wu snapped her fingers and said, "Supreme Overlord Body." Buzz. Bai Wu's body instantly became incomparably sturdy. It was as if an iron block had been compressed even more intensely, causing it to emit a metallic tremor. When Bai Wu had the phantom play the buzz song again, the tune had completely changed. The buzzing melody played by the supreme tyrant body directly increased by several levels, and the sharp sound even caused the skin of the beautiful man to crack open. Red flesh and blood spilled out of his mouth. The beep song was a kind of auxiliary composition that required physical attacks. Bai Wu needed to use invisible aura to hit the enemy before she could attach tearing power to the enemy. However, before Bai Wu could release her aura, the beautiful man could no longer withstand it with just her voice. At this moment, Xianxia's absorption had already reached the final stage, and there were only about 5 minutes left. However, he was worried that the beautiful man would not be able to last for even 5 seconds. At this moment, a burst of silver laughter sounded out. The moment Xianxian heard the laughter, he was stunned. Kiki! So powerful! A smart woman jumped out. She clapped her hands and smiled. What a goodbye family! The woman's facial features were as exquisite as a porcelain doll. Her long hair tied into a big bow behind her head. The woman slashed with one hand, and a violent black dragon instantly shattered the afterimage of Bai Wu playing the buzz song. The woman smiled and said, Master said that the Bai clan is unreliable, so she asked me to go to the demon race. It seems that she is right. Xianxian stared blankly at the woman, but his eyes were already red. The woman's eyes couldn't help but drift towards Xianxian. She was stunned for a moment and said, Eh? Your smell is so familiar. The serpent said, This little demonic woman is really strange. As a human, she cultivates demonic techniques. What? From your reaction, you seem to know her. Xianxian thought, Yes, I already knew her when I was in the origin realm. I didn't expect to meet her here. That's not right. Your origin realm should have happened a long time ago. At that time, your spiritual chi fluctuations should be different from what it is now. Moreover, you are wearing a human skin mask. Why does she seem to have some reaction to you? Xianxian did not answer. He thought to himself, I won't recognize her first. I'll find an opportunity to see how she's doing now. Xianxian had his own thoughts. The last time he met Dream Butterfly was a long time ago. He didn't know how she had been these past few years, whether she had a beloved man, or whether she had already established a family. Xianxian felt that he shouldn't be so selfish. Back then, he said that he would leave her, but now he rashly barged into her life. Doing so was really too bastard. If she already had a new life of her own, Xianxian would not mind silently coming and disappearing without disturbing her life. The dream butterfly stared at Xianxian for a while, but she really couldn't recognize him. Xianxian's changes over the past few years were too great. It wasn't an exaggeration to use it to turn the world upside down. Moreover, he no longer had any dipper chi left, only pure lightning energy left. However, now that he thought about it, some of the things that happened back then had also surfaced. No wonder when she first saw Dream Butterfly, she was almost killed by the cultivation method she cultivated, and she had to eat people to recover. Now that she saw it, the truth was clear. She was clearly cultivating a typical demon martial art. I know you. Bai Wu pointed at Meng Dai and said, When our Bai clan was operating in the 5 continents realm, there was the profound sky sect and the heavenly devil religion. Both of you have made great contributions to our Bai clan. Originally, our Bai clan wanted to nurture your master like Xian Qingzhu, but your master left this opportunity to you. As Bai Wu spoke, her expression became gloomy. She said, It was a waste of my Bai clan's good intentions to teach you so many powerful cultivation techniques and martial skills. I even gave you so many Saint Spirit Stones to upgrade you to Martial Saint Realm. Yet, you actually betrayed us and joined the demon race. If we hadn't met today, you would still be in the dark about our Bai clan. Meng Dai's gaze shifted away from Xianxian. She looked at Bai Wu playfully and said, Humph. My master has served your Bai clan for so many years. I've already seen through your faces. She knows that leaving me to the Bai clan will not end well. Xianxian nodded silently. It seemed that woman really treated Meng Dai like her biological daughter. She had even found a way out for her. And now, this dream butterfly's realm was actually about the same as Bai Wudao's. She was a martial saint level 1, only a level lower than Bai Wudao's realm. It seemed that the Bai clan had really given her a lot of benefits. Bai Wu said angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about? Did my Bai clan treat you unfairly?" Meng Dai said, "Qi, what did the heavenly profound sect master say? Back then, you held him like a treasure, but what happened afterwards? That day, the black sect master only failed once and was thrown into the cold palace by you. Haven't your Bai clan done enough to cross the river and tear down bridges? If I work in your Bai clan, who can guarantee that my mission will be completed satisfactorily? If I ever make you unsatisfied, I'm afraid that you will treat me like the sky profound sect's sect master." Bai Wu sneered, "What's the point of raising a dog that has lost its value? Not to mention that the profound sect master's biological daughter didn't say anything. What qualifications do you have to fight unfairly here?" Meng Dai curled her lips and said, "Don't compare me to a heartless woman like Xian Qingzhu." Bai Wu nodded and said, "Very good, but I have no intention of persuading you. Since you have already appeared, then die here." As Bai Wu circulated her martial skill, an afterimage immediately began to play the buzz song. This buzzing song that had been added to the supreme tyrant body caused a large number of cracks to appear on the surrounding trees and the earth. The beautiful man shouted, "Little sister Meng Dai, hurry up and leave. This person is strong. Don't take risks." Meng Dai's face was slightly pale, but she resisted. However, seeing her laugh, she said, "There are many experts from the Bai clan of the heavenly character generation that I cannot compare to, but you, Bai Wu, are not among them." The dream butterfly's body trembled as she scolded, "Evil dragon tyrant body." Pong! A wave of black gas suddenly spread out. Immediately after, dense black dragon marks suddenly appeared on Meng Dai's snow-white skin. Bai Wu was furious and pointed at Dream Butterfly. The Dream Butterfly actually didn't dodge or dodge. Instead, it took the initiative to take a step forward, raised its small chest, and forcefully ate a finger. After the invisible finger force hit the Dream Butterfly, it bounced back with a clang and reflected towards the sky. Bai Wu looked at Meng Dai in shock and said, "What is this?" Xiang Nan was also very shocked. He didn't expect Dream Butterfly to be so powerful now. Dream Butterfly said proudly, "I didn't expect that your ancestor, Bai He, had created this tyrannical body martial skill for me. It was specially tailored for me alone. Even the experts of your Bai clan's heavenly word generation cannot enjoy this privilege." "Bastard!" Bai Wu roared angrily. "Stop being so arrogant and domineering there. Didn't you borrow your master's credit? Otherwise, how could you be qualified to show off your might in front of me? Bai Wu, I'll kill you, traitor." Bai Wu's body flashed and instantly appeared in front of Meng Dai. His hand was like lightning as he slapped Meng Dai's shoulder. The supreme tyrant body confronted the evil dragon tyrant body of the Dream Butterfly. The Dream Butterfly's body tilted when she was smashed. She took a step forward and pushed her small and exquisite palm onto Bai Wu's stomach with a loud shout. In an instant, Bai Wu was actually bounced away, ejecting into an afterimage, blasting open a straight line of ruins in the dense forest, shooting far away. Meng Dai rubbed her shoulders with a slightly painful expression. The beautiful man happily clapped his hands and said, "Sister Meng Dai, you're so powerful." When he said this, there was an unconcealable admiration in the beautiful man's eyes. Meng Dai raised her chin proudly and said, "This is called lifting a rock and smashing herself in the foot. I used the Overlord Body Martial skill that Bai He used for me to attack the people of their Bai clan." As she spoke, Meng Dai pointed at Xiang Nan and said, "Is he also a member of the Bai clan? Wait for me to beat him to death." The beautiful man hurriedly waved his hand and said, No, this is a good friend I just met." Meng Dai tilted her head. She looked Xiang Nan up and down for a while and said, "Have we seen each other? Why does it always have a familiar but unrecognizable feeling?" Xiang Nan took a sip of wine and deliberately said in a hoarse voice, "I'm afraid you're mistaken. And it should be." Dream Butterfly thought so and said, "I have seen people once will never forget." The beautiful man praised, That's right, that's right. Sister Meng Dai is the smartest. Xianxia propped himself up and said, You should leave while there is still time. If you think that Bai Wu has lost, you are mistaken. The handsome man waved his hand and said, Little brother, your words are too unfounded. I'm afraid that little sister Meng Dai's palm just now shattered Bai Wu's internal organs into powder. How could there be any reason to survive? Meng Dai also said conceitedly, Hey, he won't be able to live. Xianxia shook his head helplessly. He thought to himself that this dream butterfly had not seen him for a few years, and still looked as if she had never experienced the world before. It seemed that she was quite happy under the protection of her master's wings. In this way, he would feel much more at ease. However, Xianxia had relied on his long battle experience and vaguely felt that things were definitely not that simple. That Bai Wu could not be killed in one palm strike. The beautiful man said excitedly, Little sister Meng Dai, this move of yours is so powerful. How about you teach it to me later? Meng Dai said proudly, No way. This is the exclusive hegemony created by White River for me. Not to mention you, even my master can't learn it. Seeing the two of them sing together, Xianxia couldn't help but touch a basin of ice water and said, Don't blame me for speaking unpleasantly. White River has created a unique hegemonic body for you. It sounds nice to say, but he doesn't have any good intentions. He was clearly afraid that the Bai clan's tyrannical body would be spread out, so he gave you such a martial skill. It sounded impressive, but if one thought carefully about its deeper meaning, one would know how deep Bai's heart was. Meng Dai was stunned for a moment, and only after following Xianxia's explanation did she suddenly understand. The handsome man shook his head and said, Your human thoughts are really complicated. I'd better live a good life in the demon race. Only in the demon race can I be at ease. I don't have so many ulterior motives. At this moment, a fierce and hurried flute sound suddenly sounded from afar. This tune was like a galloping horse, giving people the feeling of a volcano erupting. The two sensations were mixed together, as if thousands of soldiers and horses were suddenly galloping out from the erupting speech, their iron hooves passing by, leaving not a single blade of grass alive. Meng Dai and the handsome man's expressions changed. Immediately after the sound of the flute, an incomparably blazing aura soared into the sky. Two kinds of flute sounds. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and said, The situation is not good. A majestic aura approached from the direction where Bai Wu fell. Xianxia and the others looked over at the same time, only to see a person of flames walking over from the broken wood fragments of the jungle with a gloomy face. Behind him, there were two shadows playing Yuxiao at the same time. Wherever he passed, rocks and wood were burned. The most shocking thing was that his astral chi did not burn into astral chi flames. It was not fire at all, but the movement of the dipper chi was too intense, as ferocious as a flame. His aura is much stronger than before. The handsome man took a few steps back in horror and said in shock, I had long heard that heaven-ranked experts are extraordinary in strength, but I didn't expect that they have already reached such a powerful level. Meng Dai's expression was grave as she said, Rumble, quickly take that friend of yours away. I'll buy you time from behind. Hurry up and leave. The handsome man flew over and grabbed Xianxia's arm to fly away. Let's go? Can we leave? Bai Wu had already walked out with a gloomy face. There was still a trace of red blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that he had suffered internal injuries. The beautiful man brought Xianxia and flew away, increasing his speed to the limit. Bai Wu waved her right hand and said, Yan Homing. Behind him, a third phantom flashed and began to play a tragic song. The three phantoms played Yuxiao at the same time. The first two silhouettes played a tune from the Lava Iron Horse, while the third silhouette played a song from the Swallow Return Nest. With the sound of Swallow Return, a pitch-black hole suddenly appeared in the sky. The black hole was more than a foot wide, and countless black birds flew out of the hole. These black birds joined together and flew towards the beautiful man and Xianxia. Their speed was so fast that it was simply against common sense. The trajectory of the large black birds was extremely similar to shrinking to inches. They were flying in a breakpoint style, disappearing in a straight line and appearing in the distance. After a few flashes, they had already caught up to Xianxia. In the eternal secret realm, one could not use spatial movement techniques. This meant that the black birds had not shrunk to inches in flight. Shit! The handsome man waved his hands and released black dragons to attack the black birds. However, there were so many black birds that they were simply unable to defeat him. A large number of black birds wrapped around the beautiful man and Xianxia and pulled them towards the black hole in the sky. Dream Butterfly had already shot out and was fighting with Bai Wu. The evil dragon Qi that had been blessed by the evil dragon tyrant body was no longer in the form of gas, but more like black dragons forged from black steel. The 7 black dragons attacked Bai Wu, and the two sides clashed with each other, emitting a metallic clanging sound. Bai Wu's supreme body was not as hot as Bai Wudao's or Dream Butterfly's evil dragon body, but his aura was strong enough. The jade shadow in Bai Wu's hand moved like a dragon. Every time it landed on the evil dragon of the Dream Butterfly, it emitted a loud clanging sound, causing an evil dragon to bend down and fall to the ground. A person's Dipper Chi could actually be this powerful. What? I only learned tyrannical body, but I didn't learn the other martial skills of our Bai clan. Did I? Bai Wu smiled sinisterly and pointed her flute at Meng Dai's shoulder. Above the jade shadow, the aura boiled as if it was burning. The intense aura wrapped around Yu Xiao, as if an army was launching a desperate charge. The jade clang hit Meng Dai on the shoulder and knocked her flying backwards. Then she quickly turned around and drew a line in the air, grabbing the beautiful man's shoulder. The beautiful man and Xianxia were being pulled towards the black hole, and were now being grabbed by the Dream Butterfly. Dream Butterfly changed her stance. She bent her long legs and hooked the beautiful man and Xianxia. She released her left hand and clapped her left and right hands together. Ha! Boom! A small evil dragon swam between his palms. The small evil dragon was smashed into pieces and turned into a black mist that flew everywhere. The black mist was as sharp as blades, shattering all the black birds. However, there were still countless black birds flickering in the black hole, and they continued to wrap around Xianxia and the other two in a breakpoint manner. Looking at Bai Wu, a large amount of shadows had already appeared behind him. That scene made one's scalp go numb. Behind Bai Wu, there was a dazed army of flames, like 100,000 iron hooves. These Dipper Chi flame armies were all wearing heavy armor. They were riding batches of flame warhorses under their legs. Even the warhorses were covered with heavy armor, leaving only pairs of fire eyes. Not good, quickly dodge. Xianxia pushed Dream Butterfly. However, he didn't have the lightning power to push the Dream Butterfly, which was in the tyrannical body realm. Die! Bai Wu said indifferently and suddenly shouted, "Stomp down the mountains and rivers!" Boom! 100,000 iron hooves pulled open the sharp saber array, and a heaven-shaking explosion suddenly erupted from behind the army. The terrifying wave of Dipper Chi instantly pushed all of the 100,000 iron hooves over. That speed was so fast that, in a flash, he had completed the heaven and earth great charge. Within a radius of 100 kilometers, all the trees, mountains, and rocks were destroyed in one fell swoop. Whew! Too fast. The Dream Butterfly didn't even have time to react and was directly sent flying by the army without a trace. Xianxia and the beautiful man were so close to Dream Butterfly, but they were actually unable to be affected. Could be seen how astonishing and accurate this charge was. Dream Butterfly! Xianxia's eyes turned red as he roared out loud. Where is he? Where's Dream Butterfly? On the ground, the mountains and rivers that Bai Wu had flattened were truly flattened. On the vast ruins of the plains, there were still traces of flames left behind by the army charging forward. Bai Wu was panting heavily. She had used up a lot of her aura. She was currently bent over in the air, her hands leaning on her knees. The 100,000 iron hooves had also disappeared into the distance. At this moment, a gigantic black dragon soared into the sky. Still alive. Xianxia and the beautiful man cried out in surprise at the same time. The black evil dragon was exceptionally large, more than 10 times larger than the evil dragon Dream Butterfly normally released. Dream Butterfly stood on top of the evil dragon head and charged towards Bai Wu with a cold face. The collision just now had completely destroyed Dream Butterfly's defenses. At this moment, her clothes were in tatters. However, the vital parts of her body were still covered with rags. However, it could be seen that her entire body was covered in cracks and blood. "You're not dead." Bai Wu's eyes twitched as she roared. "Stomp down the mountains and rivers." Boom! Another 100,000 iron hooves appeared behind Bai Wu. This army burned in the flames and charged at the Dream Butterfly. "Evil dragon tyrant body," Meng Dijiao shouted. The gigantic black evil dragon clanged and straightened up. The black gas in his body instantly contracted, turning into a solid black steel. After stepping on the mountains and rivers, they finally collided with the enormous evil dragon. Before Xianxia could even hear the roar, he felt his body being sucked into a spiral wind. In just an instant, he lost consciousness. When he woke up again, he felt a terrible headache and his ears buzzed. Dream Butterfly. He hurriedly looked around, only to see himself floating in midair. Beside him was the still, unconscious beauty. In front of him, the Dream Butterfly was riding a small black dragon and flying in one direction. "You're awake." Meng Dai turned her head in surprise and looked at Xianxia. "You actually woke up before the rumble," she said. Dream Butterfly's condition was very bad. One of her arms had been broken and was hanging low. There was also a big tear on her face that spread from her left cheek to her lower jaw. Fortunately, these injuries weren't fatal. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He was sensing himself. He discovered that his absorption had been completed and his strength had returned to normal. He subconsciously touched his back. Meng Dai smiled and said, "Are you looking for this? I'll bring it for you." She waved her right hand, carrying a large bag filled with Martial Saint beetles. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Where's Bai Wu?" Meng Dai shook her head regretfully and said, "He escaped." After he released the second time to flatten the mountains and rivers, his aura was depleted. He didn't even dare to see the outcome of the battle, so he fled for his life. Xianxia was too familiar with the words astral chi deficit. He had faced this awkward situation more than once. It seemed that experts of every realm would encounter this big problem, not only for themselves but also for Bai Wu, who was at the Martial Saint first layer. Looking at the long-lost Dream Butterfly, Xianxia Meng returned to the western regions with the impulse to rush up and hug her. However, he endured it and quietly circulated the illusory concealment technique. He did not dare to let his spiritual energy become too fast so that Dream Butterfly would not detect it and could only change it bit by bit. Was the current Dream Butterfly still the same little girl that Big Brother Xianxia had called her back then? Xianxia stared blankly at Dream Butterfly's back and discovered that she was a little taller than a few years ago, about 1.9 meters taller. She was even more graceful than before. Her curvaceous figure retreated a little bit of her maiden aura and gave off a bit of a mature feminine aura. The gentle breeze brushed her face, and the mischievous breeze swept past her body, stealing her body fragrance and gently stroking Xianxia's face. Still the familiar smell. Xianxia's eyes were blank as he thought of the days and nights when he held her in his arms to renew her life day and night. The Dream Butterfly seemed to feel something and turned around to look at Xianxia. Xianxia naturally lowered his head and remained calm. Little Sparrow stood on Xianxia's stomach and pointed at Dream Butterfly with his finger, saying, "Butterfly." Xianxia covered the little bird's mouth and whispered, "Don't speak." When Meng Dai heard the voice, she turned around and smiled. "Is that your son? Why is he so petite?" "He is only slightly bigger than my palm." Xianxia smiled and shrugged. Dream Butterfly fixed her gaze and said, "Ah, so it's a little demon." The little bird kicked Xianxia's face, struggled free, and flew into Dream Butterfly's embrace. Meng Dai giggled and hugged the little bird happily. Xianxia coughed dryly and thought to himself, "It seems that the little bird's head is, well, a little plump again," as it rubbed against Dream Butterfly's embrace. "Right?" Meng Dai said, "You are a 7th-level divine martial artist. Why did you come to such a deep place?" "Oh, I saw some human corpses on the ground just now. Are those your teammates? Xianxia nodded and did not answer. At this time, the beautiful man finally woke up in a daze. He also hurriedly asked about the situation of the battle, and then said in a dispirited tone, "This time it's troublesome. I can't find the entrance to the small secret realm." Hearing this, Meng Dai sighed and said, "This is the will of the heavens. I can't force it." The beautiful man gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. "Sister Meng Dai, don't worry. I will definitely protect you." Dream Butterfly gave a soft hum, full of worries. Xianxia looked at the worried faces of the two of them and thought in his heart. It seemed like there was something going on here. "Where are we going?" After a while, Xianxia asked. Meng Dai pointed to the front and said, "We're almost there. See for yourself." The handsome man regained his spirits and pulled Xianxia's arm excitedly. "Little brother, let me introduce you. This is the headquarters of our demon race, Dragon Valley." Xianxia had already seen it. It was a grand canyon lying in the eternal secret realm. The canyon was so big that it seemed to have no boundaries. Actually, Xianxia and the others were still very far away from the canyon, but they could already see the outline of the canyon from such a distance. Furthermore, looking at the canyon from such a distance, they felt that it was boundless. It was indeed very spectacular. In particular, the canyon was a long banquet strip that looked like a crouching dragon at first glance. At this moment, Xianxia felt the dead sword in his storage ring tremble restlessly. "Ha!" Xianxia's heart skipped a beat as he thought, "Big snake, do you feel it?" The serpent said in a low voice, "I feel that there is an extremely powerful aura of death in the Dragon Valley." Xianxia pondered in his heart. The death sword rarely trembled unless it sensed an overly strong aura of death. Could it be that the Dragon Valley is... The beautiful man suddenly said, "Do you think that Dragon Valley looks like a dragon?" Xianxia nodded. The beautiful man said proudly, "Because that is a dragon. That is the remains of a mountain range dragon king." Dream Butterfly said, "This place is already close to the border of the eternal secret realm." Xianxia hurriedly said, "What? Isn't that close to the human world?" Dream Butterfly shook her head. "The eternal secret realm is very vast. The human world only occupies a portion of the border of the secret realm. Our demon race's Dragon Valley is also at the edge of the secret realm, but it does not border the human world. The human world is heading east outside the secret realm, while we are heading southeast outside the secret realm." The three of them flew into the Dragon Valley and looked around. There were countless black demons everywhere. When Xianxia entered the Dragon Valley, he could no longer see the entire Dragon Valley, or even a corner of it. If this was the remains of a dragon, how big would the dragon be? The dead sword in the storage ring was still shaking, but Xianxia did not dare to cause any complications in order to avoid provoking the demons. On the other hand, this Dragon Valley was too big. Even if he sacrificed all of his life force to the dead sword, it wouldn't be enough to revive one of the claws of the dragon's remains. Xianxia sized up his surroundings curiously. He was still advancing, but he discovered too many demon races of different races along the way. Some of the demons were incomparably large, their bodies slowly floating in the air. Some of the demons were directly insects, with black or yellow shells growing on their bodies. Xianxia was shocked when a few demons passed by. Those were actually dragons. What exactly is the origin of this place?" Xianxia asked carefully. That handsome man spoke a lot more than Meng Dai. He introduced Xianxia warmly. The sacred domain was very large. A large part of it was occupied by humans. It was the so-called Moon City. Actually, the entire human world in the sacred domain was not only a city of 1 month. At the same time, it also had the famous city of Light, Gale Fortress, Gale Heavenly Palace, and so on. Moon City was only the most elementary city in the human world. Because Xianxia's level was not enough, he had never come into contact with other human cities. Dragon Valley, on the other hand, was different. This place gathered all the demon races that were active in the entire sacred domain. It could be said that Dragon Valley was the demon race world in the Saint Realm, but its enveloping range was different from that of the human world. The human world was outside the Eternal Mystery Realm, but Dragon Valley was located in the Eternal Mystery Realm, a corner of the edge of the Mystery Realm. In other words, the demons were all living in the Eternal Secret Realm, and the Dragon Valley was somewhat like a gigantic safe city. There was a moon spring inside, and at the same time, the inner parts of the Dragon Valley could recover from injuries. Moreover, there were too many races of the sacred demon race that came from different planes. Their leader was naturally the demon emperor of the Six Emperors world. However, the demon emperor would not come to the sacred domain often. He would only come here once in a while to help the Dragon Valley repair the barrier. The demon emperor's real area of activity was still in the Six Emperors world. The few Grand Venerables under the demon emperor rarely moved in the sacred domain, so the majority of the demons in Dragon Valley were foreign demons. In the Dragon Valley, the demon race was divided into several large branches and several different classes. The first echelon consisted of the 4 strongest demon races, namely the Mountain Range Yalong race, the Volcano Yalong race, the Iron Blood Insect race, and the Universal Sea Demon race. These 4 races dominated the Dragon Valley, and they were the 4 overlords of the demon race of the Saint Realm. The second echelon was the Dark North Monster race, the Hot Sand Snake race, the Steel Bear race, the Berserk-Eyed Wolf race, and the Hurricane Wolf race. These 5 races were also very powerful, but compared to the overlord demon race of the first echelon, they were still slightly weaker. But even so, these demon races had all given birth to demon emperors, and many of them possessed imperial bloodlines. For example, the Hot Sand Snake race was actually the same race as the Desert Queen that Xianxia knew. They only lived in different planes. The demons below the second echelon were even more chaotic. Xianxia and Dream Butterfly weren't the only humans to arrive at Dragon Valley. In fact, apart from the 2 of them, there were also a small number of humans. However, those humans were all brought in by other demon races. Most of the worlds that Xianxia had visited were dominated by humans, but there were also some worlds where the demons were the dominant race, and humans were the minority race. A small number of humans in the Dragon Valley came from such a plane. They coexisted peacefully with the demons, and even had close dealings with each other. But in general, the demons were still hostile to humans. At this time, Xianxia and the others had already flown past 7 or 8 large cities of the demon race from the sky, but they were still flying. Could be seen how enormous this place was. According to the beautiful man's introduction, this Dragon Valley was a mountain range dragon king, and was also one of the ancestors of the mountain range dragon race. The so-called mountain dragons and volcanic dragons were not purebred dragons. They were all hybrid dragons, but that was enough to make them proud. Currently, out of all the planes, the only true dragon race that was still alive was the demon emperor of the Six Emperors world. He is indeed a black dragon. I have a small friendship with him, and I have been in close contact with him before, Xianxia said thoughtfully. He suddenly noticed that the speed of the flight had slowed down and even stopped. Xianxia raised his head curiously. He thought that he had reached his destination, but he discovered that Meng Dai and the beautiful man were looking at him in shock. What? Xianxia rubbed his nose and said, "Did I say something wrong? Did I violate the taboo of the demon race?" No, no, no. The beautiful man swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He excitedly grabbed Xianxia's arms and said, "Have you really seen the Dragon Emperor?" Xianxia was stunned for a moment and said, "Dragon Emperor? Oh, you mean Demon Emperor? I've seen him once. I've seen him in the Black Sharp Demon Cave of the Six Emperors world." The beautiful man was so excited that tears began to flow out of his eyes. His eyes were red and he choked. Is he okay?" Xianxia said, "Very good. What's wrong?" The handsome man wiped away his tears and said, "Good, good, that's good. He is the spiritual leader of all of our demons, and he is also our spiritual pillar. For the sake of the demons, he gave up the heavenly tribulation and chose." The beautiful man carefully and generously introduced the greatness of the demon emperor to Xianxia. However, Xianxia already knew about this. Meng Dai also sighed with emotion. "Although I am not a demon, what the Dragon Emperor has done for the demon race is still very admirable. He is a great person. Without the Dragon Emperor, there would be no Dragon Valley, No place for us demons in the sacred domain. But he loves the demon race too much. He never asks the demon race of the saint realm for anything in return. He just silently pays for the demon race. The beautiful man said, "Every year, we forcibly give the dragon emperor some sacred spirit stones. He barely managed to follow us. If I were lucky enough to see him once in my lifetime, I wouldn't have any regrets even if I were to be shattered." "How did you get to the demon territory of the Six Emperors' world?" Meng Dai suddenly asked Xiang Nan was stunned for a moment and said, It was a coincidence. I accidentally saved the life of the Black Snake Queen. She took me there." Dream Butterfly didn't ask any further. Xiang Nan also knew that Dream Butterfly had probably gone to the Six Emperors' world earlier than him. Furthermore, she had already arrived at the sacred domain before she left for the Six Emperors' world. Otherwise, everyone in the Six Emperors' world would know that Xiang Nan had gone to the Black Sharp Demon Cave. So Dream Butterfly had no reason not to know. Fortunately, Master Dream Butterfly had placed her in the sacred demon race. In the future, the hatred between him and the Bai clan would not involve Dream Butterfly. Shuren. Fortunately, Master Dream Butterfly was not present when he destroyed the Relief Sect. Master Dream Butterfly used some personal connections to deliver the Dream Butterfly to the Dark North Monstrous clan. On the other hand, the Dark North Monster race, a large clan that belonged to the second echelon of the Dragon Valley, was located at the core of the Dragon Valley. The three of them flew for half a day before arriving at the territory of the Dark North Monster race. As soon as they landed on the ground, a large number of Dark North youths and elders surrounded them. An elder with a handsome beard couldn't wait to ask the Dream Butterfly and the beautiful man, "Did you find it?" Dream Butterfly and the beautiful man both had dim expressions. Dream Butterfly sighed and said, "Dream Butterfly failed the Dark North Demon Clan. This time, she still got nothing." The elder sighed. He was filled with tragedy and said, "Could it be that the heavens are going to kill me, Dark North?" Xiang Nan was very curious about what had happened to the Dark North monster race and what Meng Dai and the others were searching for in the secret realm. However, at this critical juncture, it was not the time to ask for information. The elder sighed and pointed at a huge basin behind him with his cane. "The prince of the volcanic Azure Dragon clan came again yesterday and is waiting in the Azure Dipper forest. But Miss Meng Dai, don't worry. You've already done a lot for our Dark North monster race. We won't betray you even if we fight to exterminate our race." Meng Dai's expression darkened. She only bowed slightly and said, "I will naturally see him. Let him wait another day." Xiang Nan was puzzled. Looking at the other young monster men, they all had mixed expressions of grief and indignation. "Rumble, you two come with me." Meng Dai took Xiang Nan and the beautiful man away from the landing point and went to the big basin. This basin was very deep. The deepest part of it was a bottomless abyss. The abyss was surrounded by numerous caves that stretched out in all directions. It was very wide. It could be seen that the more noble a person was in the Dark North Demon Clan, the closer they could live to the abyss. Xiang Nan and the others went to the basin, which was closer to the abyss. When they were closer, Xiang Nan looked down and felt that the abyss was truly bottomless. It was like an endless black hole, giving people tremendous visual shock. If this fell, wouldn't it be endless? Xiang Nan asked curiously. The serpent said, "Let's not talk about that first. Little brat Xiang Nan, in this Dragon Valley, there are world-devastating divine lightning." "Really?" Xiang Nan thought. The serpent said, "Nonsense? Can I lie to you? Before I came in, I couldn't feel it. It was always blocked by the Demon Emperor's barrier. But the moment I came in, I could feel that the world-exterminating divine lightning wasn't low. I'm afraid that you'll have to be ranked 7th or 8th on the divine lightning rankings. If you can get hold of this item, then you'll be promoted to Martial Saint in the near future." Xiang Nan thought to himself, "We need to think of a way to obtain the world-exterminating divine lightning here, but we definitely can't snatch it." Along the way, almost all the monster men who saw the Dream Butterfly nodded to her with a spring breeze on their faces. Their eyes did not conceal their admiration. The demon race did not lack handsome beauties, even more handsome than humans. However, the demon race women were all too charming and beautiful. The exquisite beauty of the dream butterfly was like a clear spring. The mountain breeze in the flower valley was unique even in the dragon valley. Xianxia felt a little sour in his heart. In the beginning, he really didn't like dream butterfly, and he didn't feel electric shock towards her. He only treated her as a cute little sister. Karen had feelings for each other. After spending so much time together, Xianxia's feelings for dream butterfly had also changed. Who says love at first sight is the most beautiful love? Xianxia did not think so. The three of them arrived at a cave. The scene in this cave was no less than a human palace. The interior was very vast and the attire was very exquisite. The biggest difference from the human settlements was that there were some orc totem costumes everywhere in the palace, making it look even more wild and unique. Is Dream Butterfly back? At this moment, a magnetic baritone came from inside, followed by a tall man. The man walks in the wind. Brother Feng Yun. The sadness on Meng Dai's face was swept away. She let out a string of silver laughter and jumped into the man's embrace. Looking at this scene, the beautiful man's eyes were filled with disappointment and jealousy. Xianxia's heart also trembled slightly, but he didn't have too much expression. He just smiled and looked at the man. There was a strong sense of heroism between the man's eyebrows. The edges and corners on his face also displayed the extreme beauty of a man. This so-called beauty was not fake. It was very different from the beauty of a beautiful man. He was very manly, with a sharp face, a tall nose, and bright eyes that looked like a pair of stars. Even Xianxia felt that this person was too manly when he saw him. What was even more precious was that the man was handsome, very clean, without the slightest bit of gloom or complexity. He was like an ancient pine on a steep mountain peak, tall and strong, but not dyed by the secular world. He proudly lived. Xianxia instantly felt ashamed of himself. Xianxia was a full head shorter than him. Moreover, Xianxia had been crawling around in the mortal world all year round, so it was inevitable that he would have a kind of vulgar and dusty martial arts aura on his body. Xianxia lowered his head and smiled self-deprecatingly without saying anything. The man dotingly stroked Dream Butterfly's hair and said, "Did you encounter any dangers when you went out this time?" The Dream Butterfly smiled and put her face on the man's broad chest, saying, "Yes, but it's nothing. I saved her from danger." The man's expression changed and he hurriedly said, "Let me see if you're hurt." Dream Butterfly obediently jumped down, lifted her new dress, and sweetly displayed herself. Xianxia placed the bird on his shoulder and turned around to leave. The beautiful man also came out. The two of them stood at the railing outside the cave and looked thoughtfully at the bottomless abyss below. Behind him, from time to time, the magnetic voice of the man came from the cave, continuously laughing with Dream Butterfly. "Sigh." The beautiful man sighed deeply and said, "Sister Meng Dai, if you treat me as well as Big Brother Feng Yun, it would be worth it even if I die." Bug system. The little bird handed the beautiful man a big green bug that kept rolling. The handsome man smiled gratefully at the little bird, took the big bug, and put it in his mouth to chew. Just as Xianxia opened his mouth to speak, he saw that the beautiful man was eating insects. He swallowed his saliva and suppressed his words. Bug system. Little Sparrow took out another one and handed it to Xianxia. Xianxia was a little disgusted and said, "You cough? Eat it yourself. Be good. Where did you say he got so many bugs? I didn't even see him catch them." The big snake was stuffy. Bug system. The little bird handed the insect to Xianxia's left arm. Sai, the beautiful man, chewed on half a green insect and sighed. Xianxia sighed as well, but his eyes were somewhat relieved. Perhaps this was the best home for the Dream Butterfly. Dream Butterfly was so clear and beautiful, and that man was so clean and handsome. No matter what, the two of them were the best combination. She had once killed people, but that was because she was too innocent. She grew up in the heavenly devil religion, and no one had ever taught her that killing people was wrong. However, she was different now. Xianxia looked at his hands. He didn't know how many people's blood had been stained on his hands, and how many lives had been taken away. "I don't believe in Jianghu," but I'm already in Jianghu. I don't like fighting, but my fingers are stained with blood. In my heart, I uphold justice and remember the oath I swore in the Haoran sect. However, I am already one of the people I hated the most. Is it my fault? Xianxia smiled. He looked at his hands with a smile that was somewhat ancient. There was always someone who would jump into the mud and fight those vipers, and there was always someone who would get dirtier and dirtier. Xianxia turned around and saw the smiling dream butterfly in the cave. Xianxia sighed again and thought to himself, since I have already entered, then let her continue to bloom like a pure white lotus flower. It was night, and Xianxia was sitting cross-legged in the room the Dark North monstrous clan had arranged for him. The two moonstones emitted a faint glow, and there were all kinds of bug dishes on the table. Xianxia had already used his Immortal Ascension technique and sent his consciousness flying towards the world-devastating divine lightning. Can you determine the direction? Xianxia asked. Don't worry, said the serpent. There's no mistake. Just keep flying forward. The world-slaying divine lightning is at the center of the Dragon Valley. The Immortal Ascension technique didn't last for much, only an hour. Xianxia didn't want to waste anything and directly headed towards the target point. At this time, he had already entered the airspace of the first echelon of the demon race. The first to pass was the iron blood insect race. It was a swarm of strong insects. Each of these creatures had strange appearances, but they were all formed. Their overall outlines were somewhat similar to human-shaped creatures. Actually, from the battle level, humans weren't the most suitable for battle. Humans who walked upright weren't very good at running, jumping, and pouncing. They weren't as good as tigers or panthers. However, once the battle level continued to rise to a certain level, pure physical fitness was no longer the key to deciding the outcome of the battle. What was crucial was battle techniques and battle consciousness. At this time, human form had an advantage that other races did not possess. Why do humans walk upright is to free up their hands to do other things, such as holding tools, doing more detailed operations, and so on. Continuing forward was the territory of the universal sea demon. This place was enveloped by a thick layer of pale blue mist. The mist was about to condense into a liquid, allowing the sea demon to live comfortably in the air. This was still not the location of the world-exterminating divine lightning. Xianxia continued to fly and arrived at the mountain range Yalong clan. The demons of this clan were not as strong as the Zerg clan in terms of defense and physical fitness, but they were more comprehensive and balanced. Finally, the volcanic dragons. At this moment, the serpent said, "That's right. This is it. It's within that mountain peak." It was a strange black mountain peak. The shape of the mountain peak was very different from ordinary mountains. Its surface was covered with a large number of unknown objects, and those objects were faintly emitting a layer of fire. The big snake introduced. This thing was called the Dragon Mountain. The things on the surface of the Dragon Mountain were spat out from the dragon's mouth. Xianxia floated into the Dragon Mountain and saw humans, with flaming wings growing behind them. These humans were almost the same size and appearance as humans. Only the pair of giant flaming wings behind them showed that they were not real humans. The interior of the Dragon Mountain was circular, and the deepest part of it was also an abyss. However, there was a dense flame within the abyss. That's it. The big snake's tone started to get anxious. Xianxia quickly sank into the abyss and continued to sink. After sinking for a while, he encountered the magma layer and continued to sink. After entering the magma layer, he went deeper and deeper. Finally, he saw a divine thunder jumping in the depths of the magma. Even though it was only his consciousness, Xianxia could feel the difference in the divine lightning. What a berserk power! Xianxia's eyes narrowed as he looked at the divine lightning in front of him. He was indescribably shocked. This divine lightning was like a ball of lightning that was constantly exploding. Its color was pure gold, and arcs of lightning were cracking. Its power was incredibly powerful. Ha! It's actually the 7th-ranked fallen heavenly lightning on the divine lightning rankings. The serpent was pleasantly surprised. Oh, 7th place. Xianxia was delighted. The strongest world-exterminating divine lightning he had obtained was the void divine lightning, ranked 9th. He didn't expect that he would see the 7th-ranked fallen heavenly lightning directly this time, and he would be able to cross over to the 8th-ranked heavenly lightning. Is this thing very powerful? Xianxia asked. Of course. The world-exterminating divine bombs you obtained in the past were mainly attributes, but they weren't very powerful in your own destruction. For example, the black ice bombs, the most precious thing about them was their cold energy. The serpent said excitedly. Speed of light lightning, it highlights speed. Void divine lightning's most prominent feature is its spatial power. But this fallen heavenly lightning doesn't have any extra attributes. Its only attribute is destructive power. Its power is explosive. Its destructive power is astonishing. Xianxia smiled and said, I've finally encountered a divine lightning bolt that can increase my destructive power. If I can obtain it, then my combat strength can at least be raised by 1 level, right? The serpent said, It's not just 1 level. With this divine lightning, even if you don't need any trump cards, you can still contend against Bai Wudao's true fire ability. Xianxia was most moved by what Big Snake said. Xianxia had fought against Bai Wudao before, but he couldn't withstand the terrifying temperature of Bai Wudao at all. He used his trump cards to fight against Bai Wudao, such as the speed of light attack and so on. Without these trump cards, Xianxia could not have been Bai Wudao's opponent if he had only used his normal fighting style. But how do I get it? Xianxia pondered for a moment. The Dragon Mountain was heavily defended. Within the entire mountain, there were volcanic dragons everywhere. It was impossible for them to break into the mountain by force. What if they stole it? There was no chance. Can we trade with them? Xianxia thought, if he were to exchange the Holy Spirit stones for this fallen heavenly lightning, how many would he need? He greedily looked at the fallen heavenly lightning, almost unable to restrain his impulse. No matter what method you use, you must obtain this divine lightning. Just as he was thinking, Xianxia's heart suddenly moved. His consciousness instantly disappeared and returned to his original body. In the cave of the Dark North demon race, Xianxia slowly opened his eyes. As he opened his eyes, the door was pushed open. The person who entered was none other than Dream Butterfly. Xianxia looked at Dream Butterfly in surprise. Seeing that Xianxia was looking at him, Meng Dai's face turned red. She pointed at the door and said, I knocked on the door 12 times, but no one answered. I thought that something unexpected had happened to your practice, so I rashly barged in. Please don't take offense, young master. Xianxia nodded and said, Miss Meng Dai, is there anything you need me for? Meng Dai pointed outside. Xianxia nodded. The two of them walked out of the room and stood side by side on the edge of the huge abyss outside the mountain. Meng Dai turned to look at Xianxia and said, I wonder where young noble came from? I have someone who wants to ask young noble about it. Xianxia said, I am a vagrant and have been to many places. Meng Dai said, Then, have you heard of a person named Xianxia? Or Xiangbei? Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. Instead of answering directly, he said, What? Is this person very important to Miss Meng Dai? Dream Butterfly did not answer directly, saying, I lost news of him a few years ago, and I still don't know if he is alive or dead. I wonder where he is. Almost every human that has come to Dragon Valley has been questioned by me. However, in their plane, I have never heard of such a name. Xianxia nodded and said, Since we can't find him, why bother searching? Maybe he's dead. Or maybe he's already living a good life somewhere. Meng Dai nodded and lowered her head. After a while, Meng Dai said, Since you have been to many places, then you must have seen many people and many things. Do you think it is really easy to forget someone? It's not easy, Xianxia said. Dream Butterfly stopped talking again. After a while, Xianxia saw that Meng Dai remained silent and left. As soon as Xianxia left, it was convenient for Big Brother Feng Yun to brush past him. The two of them nodded and greeted each other. Feng Yun walked out of the cave and carefully draped a short shirt over Meng Dai's shoulders. This short shirt was on his body until his waist, but on Meng Dai's body, it hung to the point where his legs bent. It was very suitable. Xianxia did not turn around and walked all the way to his room. He pushed the door open and entered. Why not fight for it? Perhaps you can compete fairly with Feng Yun after telling the truth, said the serpent. Xianxia smiled self-deprecatingly and said, I'm very good at fighting, but I'm an outsider when it comes to emotions. You know that I'm an erratic person. What can I give her? The big snake sighed and stopped talking. Bug system. Give it to her, little sparrow said. Xianxia stroked the little bird's furry head and said, I really envy you. A worm and a gem can satisfy you. It was already dawn the next day, and it was still very dark. There were still 5 to 6 hours before dawn. After Xiangxia's dream Tao was reconstructed, he took out a Martial Saint beetle to absorb it. Including this one, the dream body would absorb 3 of them. In just 2 more days, the dream body would reach the 7th level of the divine martial arts. There were a total of 16 Martial Saint beetles, which could increase Xiangxia's cultivation by 3 levels, from the 6th level of the divine realm to the 9th level of the divine realm, approaching the Martial Saint realm. Xianxia had never imagined that he would one day be able to truly advance to Martial Saint realm. Even in his previous life when he was by Mukin, he would only reach the Fortune realm at most. However, when he was by Mukin, this was all he had, but he seemed to possess a lot of things. He was the biggest star in the entire southern domain, the most proud disciple of the profound sky sect, and almost everything he wanted was within his grasp. However, for some reason, as Xianxia in this life, his realm was constantly improving. He even surpassed by Mukin, but he still had nothing. He felt as if he had lost even more. But why? 2 hours later, the Martial Saint beetle was completely absorbed. Xianxia waited for tomorrow's arrival. At dawn, the mountain range where the Dark North monstrous clan was located suddenly became lively. Many Dark North demons had already gotten up early. A burst of noise and hurried footsteps came from outside the door. Xianxia simply washed up and went out to watch the fun. He happened to see the beautiful man rumbling past the door. Little brother, are you awake too? That's good. Come with me and take a look. The handsome man could not help but pull Xianxia away. Xianxia did not ask any further. He knew his own question, and he would definitely see it with his own eyes in a moment. Don't forget, little brat Xianxia. Your illusion concealment technique can only last for 3 days and 3 nights. Now, 1 day and 1 night have passed. When the illusory hidden paradox technique fails, she might recognize you. Xianxia thought, don't worry, I know. After leaping over the mountain peak, a dense forest appeared in a mountain range in the basin. This place still belonged to the Dark North monster race. The forest was very strange. It was not wooden, but more like a statue of a tree carved out of stone. However, the leaves of these trees were indeed green and full of vitality. This kind of thing is not common. In the depths of the forest, tens of thousands of Dark North youths had already formed a large circle. In the entire Dragon Valley, there were probably millions or even tens of millions of demons, while the number of powerful demons on the first and second stairs was relatively small. Most of them were the third staircase as well as the demons of a lower grade. That beautiful man's identity was not bad, and he was able to directly pull Xianxia into the depths of the crowd to take a look. No matter what, Rumble was a martial saint. No matter where the martial saint was, he didn't feel that he was a weakling. There were only 5 people on the open space. On one side was the Dark North Demon Clan's big brother Feng Yun, and the Dream Butterfly who was standing beside him obediently. On the other side were 3 men with enormous flame wings on their backs. Xianxia recognized them at a glance. These 3 were from the volcanic azure dragons. The person in the lead was a straight man. His appearance looked to be in his early 30s. He was quite young, but his cultivation was not low. He was already at the 3rd level of the Martial Saint stage. The Dragon Clan's Martial Saint 3rd layer was not a joke. This person also had sword-browed eyebrows and tiger eyes. His appearance was extremely tough, but he was slightly less handsome than Big Brother Feng Yu. However, this person gave Xianxia a feeling that he was standing there like a straight sword. Sister Meng Dai, the Yalong man said, how is it? Have you considered it? Are you willing to marry me? The demon race paid great attention to the purity of their bloodline, but the dragon race was an exception. As he spoke, the man was very surprised. He turned around and looked at Xiangnan. Perhaps he could feel the third part of the dragon body in Xiangnan's body. The purity of the dragon blood in the so-called dragon's body was also different. Some dragons' dragon blood purity had already reached 70 to 80%, which was very close to the true dragon race. However, some of the dragons were of low purity, and 20 to 30% of them were also. Xiangnan could be considered to be 30% azure dragon human, while that man's purity was as high as 60%. This was already extremely exaggerated. As for the two dragon men following behind the man, the purity of the dragon blood was only around 30%, not much better than Xiangnan's. Meng Dai said, "Fire Dragon Prince, I hope you can give me another 3 days, Prince." Xiangnan was thoughtful. Evidently, this dragon was not from the Fire Dragon clan, but from the Volcano Dragon clan. However, Dream Butterfly's words clearly gave him a lot of face. Sure enough, the man's expression softened when he heard the words, "Fire Dragon Prince." He said, "Sister Meng Dai, you really don't have to be so hostile to me. I'm not making things difficult for you. Actually, I am the only one in Dragon Valley who is willing to help your Dark North Demon clan." Meng Dai lowered her eyes and said, Meng Dai knows that she also remembers the feelings of the Dragon Prince in her heart, but marriage is a major event in her life. Meng Dai really can't make up her mind. Xiangnan was confused. What exactly was going on here? The Fire Dragon Prince wants to marry Dream Butterfly? But what about helping the Dark North monster race? However, there were many people here, so Xiangnan couldn't ask. Prince Yalong shook his head and sighed. "Of course I'm willing to give you time, but tomorrow is the Dragon Valley Convention. If you don't make a decision now, I'm afraid it'll be too late." A person behind the Dragon Prince shouted. "People from the Dark North Monstrous Clan. Our prince is helping us out with good intentions. How come you don't know what's good for you?" The Dragon Prince waved his hand and said, "Don't be rude." Dream Butterfly was forced to leave, so she subconsciously took half a step back. Xiangnan felt heartache after seeing this scene. He wanted to immediately rush forward to protect Dream Butterfly and knock those volcano dragons to the ground with a few punches. He couldn't allow others to bully Dream Butterfly like this. However, he only lifted his right leg, and before he could land, he laughed self-deprecatingly and retreated back. What was he doing? Now, he was no longer her big brother Xiangnan. Of course, this critical moment was reserved for Feng Yun, who loved her even more. What was the point of interfering with him? However, big brother Feng Yun, who looked very upright, had never expressed anything. The other Dark North Demon clansmen also did not say that they had left all of their burden to Meng Dai alone. Xiangnan looked at Meng Dai's thin shoulders and couldn't bear it anymore. Xiangnan's eyes were about to spit out fire. The Dragon Prince said, "Sister Meng Dai, you should decide now. The life and death of the Dark North monster race is up to you. If you really..." Xiangnan finally couldn't help it. He took a step forward and said, "Almost enough. With so many people, forcing a weak woman is nothing." The Dragon Prince frowned and looked at Xiangnan. The two attendants behind him were furious and were about to charge up to teach Xiangnan a lesson. The Dragon Prince waved his hand and signaled for his subordinates to stop. He said to Xiangnan, "Who are you? You have the right to speak here." Xiangnan sneered, "I am not a person. I was only saved by Miss Meng Dai once in the secret realm. I am not used to it." "What's wrong with you? Why don't you get used to it?" One of the Dragon Prince's attendants scolded. "You can enter the Dragon Valley. This is already the greatest privilege given to you by our demon race. Don't be ignorant of your progress and retreat." Meng Dai looked at Xiangnan gratefully and said, "Little brother, you don't understand what happened between us. You should leave now. Thank you for speaking up for me." Xiangnan laughed heartily. He swept his eyes across the crowd and said, "Interesting? Are all of you interesting? Look at all of you, sturdy men. You actually let a weak woman help you shoulder all the responsibilities. I don't know what the hell happened to you guys. But if it was me, even if the clan were to face destruction tomorrow, I wouldn't push a weak woman out and take responsibility for me. Dark North, what are you afraid of? The men of the Dark North monstrous clan all lowered their heads in shame. "You're courting death." One of the Dragon Prince's subordinates was furious and immediately turned into a fiery gale and charged towards Xianxia. "Don't do anything. He didn't mean to," Meng Dai exclaimed. At the same time, another majestic shadow moved over and blocked Xiangxia's path. It was Feng Yun. He grabbed onto the Dragon Prince's follower's wrist. The follower was unable to move, unable to break free. Feng Yun sighed and said, "What this little human brother said is correct. Since our Dark North monstrous clan has caused this disaster, it's fine for us to shoulder it ourselves. It's not a man to sacrifice the dream butterfly for our chance." Feng Yun, the Dragon Prince, was also enraged and immediately began to argue with Feng Yun. That Feng Yun had forcefully turned the tide to negotiate with the volcano dragon on behalf of the Dark North monster race, and the surrounding Dark North monster race had all waved their flags and shouted for Feng Yun. Without Xianxia taking the initiative to step forward, they would probably still be trembling from the side. But Xianxia tactfully retreated back. Fine, at least that Feng Yun didn't shrink his head until the end. He still stood up in the end, which could be considered a bit of a man's responsibility. In the end, the two sides scattered, and the Dragon Prince and his two subordinates left angrily. Although the Dark North monstrous clan had driven the Dragon Prince away, they were not happy either. All of them lowered their heads and were extremely dejected. "Let's go, Dream Butterfly, go back." Feng Yun pulled Dream Butterfly's hand and returned to the mountain peak. Xianxia grabbed the handsome man and asked him what was going on. The beautiful man sighed. "A single word is hard to say." After chatting for a while, Xianxia learned the cause and effect. Things are really complicated. The Dark North monster race is not a backward bastard. They also have their own reasons. This matter had to start with demonic chi. The biggest difference between the demons and humans was that humans could directly absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and refine it into their own astral chi and cultivation. However, the demons could not. They could only absorb demonic energy. In a world filled with spiritual energy from heaven and earth, many demons would choose to live in groups. They would breathe spiritual energy, convert it into demonic energy, and spread the demonic energy into the sky. If a large number of demons did this together, it would form a region filled with demonic energy, allowing them to cultivate inside. Xianxia often encountered a demon forest, and this was the reason why he could see demonic energy soaring into the sky. The heavens gave the demon race a unique physical fitness, but it was fair. It also gave the human race a unique advantage in survival. The problem was, this was the eternal secret realm. There was also spiritual energy in the eternal secret realm, and it was abundant in spiritual energy. However, the demons encountered a problem here. They were unable to condense a large amount of demonic energy to permeate their place of residence. This place was very mysterious. Once the demon race breathed in spiritual energy and converted it into demonic energy, it would immediately disintegrate into spiritual energy once it spread into the sky. Even if he used the Demon Emperor's Dipper Chi to envelop the entire Dragon Valley and completely isolate it from the secret realm, it wouldn't do. However, they did it because of the existence of Dragon Valley. This Dragon Valley was the remains of a mountain range dragon king. It left behind 9 dragon scales. These 9 dragon scales protected the entire Dragon Valley, allowing demonic energy to gather in a large area without spreading out. In other words, the dragon skeleton was protecting them. As for the 9 dragon scales, they were in the hands of the demons on the first and second stairs. There were a total of 9 demon races, 1 each. However, some time ago, a small secret realm suddenly approached and inadvertently devoured the dragon scale, controlled by the Dark North monster race. The dragon scale was taken away by the small secret realm. The 9 dragon scales were in a state of complete unity. However, once one of them was missing, the effects of the other 8 dragon scales would begin to diminish with each passing day. If the dragon scales were not recovered within a month, then the Dragon Valley would no longer be suitable for survival. At that time, there were only 2 paths left for all the demons in the sacred domain. Either look for a new place to live, but its feasibility is almost nil. Either that, everyone would disperse and leave the sacred domain, returning to their homeland and abandoning the sacred domain as a treasure trove. The Dark North monstrous clan's negligence had brought about catastrophic consequences to them. All of the demons in the Dragon Valley were furious and demanded that the Dark North demons be expelled and their residency rights in the Dragon Valley be deprived. At this time, only one family was willing to help the Dark North monster race, and that was the lofty Volcano Dragon. The Dragon Prince of the Volcano Dragon came up with an idea. He wanted to marry Dream Butterfly and make the two clans marry. At that time, the Dark North monster race would have a deeper relationship with the Volcano Dragon. If the other monster races wanted to continue to make things difficult for the Dark North monster race, they would have to consider it. Although he had the intention to take advantage of others' danger, he could indeed save the Dark North monster clan. He said that the entire Dragon Valley monstrous clan was making things difficult for the Dark North monstrous clan. Only he was willing to help the Dark North monstrous clan. This was not nonsense. This matter was actually quite easy to solve. As long as Meng Dai was willing to nod, it would basically be settled. At that time, the volcanic Yalong clan would also be willing to do their utmost to help the Dark North demon clan search for the lost dragon scales. The key point was that everyone knew that Dream Butterfly was the woman of the Dark North monster clan. Although Feng Yun wasn't the so-called prince of the Dark North monster race, his status was almost the same. His father was one of the great elders of the Dark North monster race, and his status was respected. This made the situation even more complicated. It was almost like the prince of the Volcano Dragon was going to fight with the prince of the Dark North demon race to steal a woman. Therefore, the Dark North monstrous clan hoped that Dream Butterfly would nod in agreement and save the Dark North monstrous clan and the fire and water. On the one hand, they were very ashamed. They felt that it was too inappropriate for Dream Butterfly to shoulder the blame of their clan alone. Between this kind of hope and unwillingness, the Dark North monstrous clan's uncertainty caused the scene that Xianxia had personally witnessed. Xianxia's forceful intervention could be considered to have destroyed the last bit of hope of the Dark North monstrous clan. However, the Dark North monster clan did not blame Xianxia for this, because this matter would happen sooner or later. Xianxia merely pushed the conflict forward. Xianxia felt strange and asked, "What is a small secret realm?" The beautiful man explained to Xianxia. The small secret realm was a few independent small areas within the eternal mystery realm. These independent small areas were unpredictable and often appeared in various locations within the eternal mystery realm. After a period of time, they suddenly disappeared. As for the so-called small secret territory, there were also eternal vicious beasts, and they were silver blood vicious beasts. Ordinary fierce beasts had a type of flame pattern on their bodies, which looked like runes. Silver-blooded fierce beasts also had such runes, but they were silver in color. The silver blood vicious beast's strength far surpassed that of ordinary eternal vicious beasts. In fact, the silver blood vicious beast was the only existence with high-grade Holy Spirit stones hidden within its body. High-grade sacred spirit stones could only be dug from the silver blood vicious beast's body. It was this small secret realm that suddenly descended on the edge of the Dragon Valley and invaded an area guarded by the Dark North monstrous clan. Came and went quickly, but when it left, it took away the dragon scales. It was as if there was a teacup on the table. A big dog ran over and took a bite of the teacup and accidentally swallowed it. After that small secret realm appeared, it drifted a little further and traveled several 100,000 miles to the east. That was the problem. It wasn't that the Dark North monstrous clan didn't have the courage to enter the small secret realm to retrieve the dragon scales, but that they had no other way to go. The location of the small secret realm was extremely sensitive. There were only two ways to enter. One was in the east, which was occupied by the Beihuang Guild. It wasn't that Bai Wu had no reason to expel human martial artists from the secret realm. It was because they were already prepared to attack the small secret realm. The other path was even harder to take, because this path belonged to the Demon Race Guild. Capture the territory of the Demon Race, go out and create a bloody path to enter the small secret realm? Isn't that courting death? However, the Northern Emperor Guild was not joking, and Dragon Valley did not dare to fight with the Northern Emperor Guild. Don't tell me there's no third way in? Xianxia asked. The beautiful man said, We are also searching. Previously, Sister Mengdai and I were in the secret realm, trying to find another way to enter the small secret realm. But in the end, you also know that you can't find it at all. If you take a little walk, you will have accidentally entered the territory of the Beihuang Guild. Oh, I see. Xianxia suddenly came to a realization. No wonder when he left the secret realm that day, the beautiful man and dream butterfly talked and could not find him. There's only 1 month left. The beautiful man sighed. In a month, the Dragon Valley will enter a period of decline. The demonic energy in the Dragon Valley will begin to decrease until it is no longer suitable for us to survive. Tomorrow's Dragon Bone Convention is for all the demon races to vote together. Do you want to expel our Dark North demon race because of this? But in the end, I don't want to know that we will definitely be chased away. The handsome man shook his head and left in disappointment. Xianxia stood there alone, thoughtful. Actually, this matter could have been very simple, but because the dream butterfly was too popular with the demons, it became troublesome. The big snake said, That small secret realm sounds good. You can go in and give it a try, but it should be quite dangerous. When the time comes, the experts of the Beihuang Guild will definitely be inside. That night, Xianxia found the beautiful man and asked about the small secret realm and the silver blood vicious beast. And from this, he learned a very shocking piece of news. The strength of silver blood vicious beasts was that their combat strength far surpassed that of ordinary vicious beasts. The silver blood vicious beasts in this small secret realm were all martial saints on average, around the 2nd level of martial saints. However, there was another thing that caused everyone to feel a headache, and that was that the silver blood vicious beast possessed a type of innate resistance. This kind of innate resistance could rebound a martial artist's attack power. To put it bluntly, the lower the talent, the lower the level of gold, the stronger the rebound when attacked by the silver blood vicious beast. For example, a martial saint realm silver blood vicious beast stood there, with 2 martial artists facing it. One of the martial artists was at the martial saint realm, but this martial artist was extremely talented, an expert amongst experts. The other martial artist was a heavenly tribulation realm expert, but his talent was fairly ordinary, and his cultivation realm wasn't high enough. If a heavenly tribulation realm martial artist hit a martial saint silver blood vicious beast, he could still kill the silver blood vicious beast. However, the rebound in attack power he suffered was enough to shock him into serious injuries, and even kill him on the spot. As for the martial saint expert with better talent and higher level of gold, when he struck the silver blood vicious beast, the rebound in attack power would be very low. From this point of view, it was very unwise to put a large number of high realm martial artists into the little mystery realm. The gains were inversely proportional to the losses. Of course, a person with a high cultivation realm and a strong talent like White River was the best choice, but how many people could there be in the world like this? The handsome man rumbled. We've already sent someone to talk to the Beihuang Guild and the demons. However, the results are terrible. The Northern Emperor Guild directly rejected us, and it was even worse on the demon side. They directly killed our messengers. Xianxia smiled bitterly and said, Indeed, it looks like the demon race's style. The demons are too arrogant. He won't talk to you at all. As long as you dare to come, no matter what purpose you have, you will die. After separating from the beautiful man, that night, Xianxia activated his dream Dao and absorbed the 4th martial saint beetle. There was only one more left, and the dream body could be promoted to the 7th level of the divine martial arts. At dawn, the entire Dragon Valley was struck by the sound of a bell that shook the valley. All the demon races in Dragon Valley flew towards the core of Dragon Valley. Xianxia saw Dream Butterfly. She was with Feng Yun. That Feng Yun was comforting him in a low voice, saying, Don't worry, we, the Dark North monster race, will shoulder our own responsibilities. We will definitely not let you suffer any grievances. Dream Butterfly was very sad. She said, But when I came here, the Dark North monster race accepted me and treated me like a family. The Dark North monster race is my second home. I can't watch it fall. Feng Yun patted Meng Dai on the shoulder and said, Sooner or later, The one who should come will come. This is not your problem. It was also on this day that Xianxia felt a strange movement. The martial Saint Beetle in his pocket actually started to move. At the same time, the dead sword in his storage ring also sensed it, and it was buzzing and trembling. Xianxia was already prepared to rush to the Dragon Valley convention site, but after sensing this strange movement, he quickly stopped and found a place where no one could hide. What's going on? After Xianxia landed on the ground, he immediately opened his pocket. Inside, the 12 martial Saint Beetles were shaking. How could this be? Xianxia said. The serpent said, I heard people say that the eternal beasts won't really disappear. If they die, their corpses will automatically disappear after 10 days of fog refresh. Xianxia said, yes, there is such a saying. However, it is unknown where the disappeared corpse of the ferocious beast went or whether it really disappeared. But after careful calculation, today is exactly the 10th day. Xianxia calculated. After entering the secret realm, he arrived at the time swamp and killed the martial Saint Beetle. Then he came to Dragon Valley. It happened to be the 10th day. Today is the day these dead beetles will disappear. However, for some reason, these beetles did not disappear. Instead, they were vibrating. At the same time, the sword of the dead was also vibrating. Could it be that the dead sword trapped them? The big snake said. Xianxia hurriedly took out the death sword and discovered that there was indeed a death spirit aura pointing at the 12 beetles. Xianxia said, the 4 beetles I absorbed are not controlled by the death sword. Look! Sure enough, the 4 beetles that had been absorbed had already turned into a small pile of sand in their pockets, and the wind blew away. However, the unabsorbed beetles were still there. Could it be that the sword of the dead can control these beetles? Try it, the big snake said. Xianxia grasped the dead sword and felt it. He could sense 12 types of life force that were connected to the sword of the dead. My God! Xianxia's heart skipped a beat as he thought to himself, get up! As a result, the 12 martial Saint Beetles all began to struggle, and they finally managed to survive. What was even more shocking was that they could do everything according to Xianxia's orders. Can I control them now? Xianxia's expression changed drastically. But why hasn't my life force been seized by the sword of the dead? Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. The serpent said, it must be the sword of the dead. It has absorbed the vitality of the secret realm directly, so there is no need to absorb it from you. There has always been a strange vitality in this secret realm. It is different from normal vitality. This life force comes from the fog. It can even restore the destroyed rocks and trees. Xianxia said happily, doesn't that mean that Wuxia is controlling the beast? As soon as he finished speaking, the 12 martial Saint Beetles crashed again and all of them lay down. Xianxia tried to control them, but found that it was no longer possible. The dead sword had completely disconnected from the martial Saint Beetle. However, the 12 martial Saint Beetles did not disappear further. They were still there. The serpent said, it was the dead sword that kept them, but it didn't have enough power to control them? Why? Xianxia said, I can sense a kind of power that is snatching away the martial Saint Beetles from the dead sword. This power should be from the fog in the secret realm. At this moment, the two forces are competing with each other. The death sword has been completely crushed. The serpent said, I have a guess. If these beetles were killed by you with the death sword, would the situation be different? If that's the case, you can control these beetles all the time. Is this possible? Xianxia rubbed his chin. Indeed, these beetles weren't killed by the sword of the dead, but by him using a giant saber. It's really possible, said the serpent. If the sword of the deceased were to personally kill these beasts, then the Tao luck of this sword would invade the body of the beasts. However, the problem is that you did not do so. On the other hand, the sword of the dead is only a beginner profound grade weapon after all. This grade is too low. If you can refine it into a Tao weapon, then it will be much easier to use it to kill vicious beasts. Xianxia sorted out his thoughts. If he used the sword of the dead to kill a ferocious beast and Tao luck invaded, The ferocious beast would be completely controlled by the sword of the dead and would no longer lose contact with him. In the outside world, the dead sword had to counterattack Xianxia's vitality in order to control the undead creatures. And here, the dead sword could directly rely on the mysterious life force of the fog to control the dead beasts. Thus, there was no need to absorb Xianxia's vitality. The only problem was that ferocious beasts could not be brought out of the secret realm. At this moment, these beetles were still beside Xianxia because the Dragon Valley itself was in the secret realm. Find an opportunity to upgrade the dead sword. Xianxia touched his storage ring and said, "But I don't have any nether metal anymore." The serpent said, "Forge your saber and the sword of the dead into a weapon. Merge. This idea is really possible." Xianxia nodded excitedly. A pure nether silver weapon that possessed the Tao of Death and the Tao of Dream. At this moment, a second bell rang from the Dragon Valley. Originally, Xianxia didn't really want to go to the little mystery realm, but he was still hesitating. The silver blood vicious beasts in the little mystery realm were all martial saints. Not to mention the 7th level of the divine martial arts. Even if he was a martial saint, he still wasn't confident that he could kill even a silver blood vicious beast. But if he could cultivate the new Blade of the Dead, wouldn't that be enough? He only needed to quietly kill a silver blood vicious beast with his Tai divine technique. Then this silver blood vicious beast could be used by him. Let's go and see the Dragon Valley Convention first. Xianxia picked up the huge saber and flew towards the conference with his pocket on his back. Countless demon races rushed towards the venue. Some were running on the ground, some were flying in the sky, and some were drilling directly beneath the surface. When Xianxia arrived at the scene, he discovered that this was an area between the mountain range dragon and the volcanic dragon. It was a huge circular platform, and the location of this circular platform was the location of the dragon skeleton's dragon head. The corpse of the mountain range dragon king was shaped like a U. From afar, it looked like a long canyon. However, if one looked carefully, they could tell that the dragon had turned around and the dragon head was circling in the middle. The gigantic dragon head corpse appeared between heaven and earth, causing Xianxia to feel a desolate ancient aura at a glance, causing him to be shocked. That dragon head is too big. It had been dead for countless years, but its dragon skeleton here gave people a sense of pressure that they didn't dare to offend or look directly at. It was as if it was the strongest paragon in the world. Heavens! This old dragon is actually older than me. Xianxia was shocked. The big snake had already lived for over 1,000,000 years, and this mountain range dragon king actually existed before the big snake. That was a pure-blooded mountain dragon race. A dragon. Moreover, it was the king of dragons. This kind of thing was too rare. Even for the demon emperor, he was only a pure black dragon. He was just an ordinary member of the countless black dragons. He wasn't even a dragon king. The sword of the dead shook greedily again. It greedily wanted to seize control of the dragon king's remains. Xianxia stroked his storage ring and stopped the death sword. He thought to himself, "Stop wishful thinking. With just a small profound weapon like you still want to control a dragon king. Isn't that self-humiliation?" The first step was the mountain range dragon, the volcano dragon, the iron blood arachnid race, and the universal sea race. Second staircase, dark north, hot sand snake, steel bear, berserk-eyed wolf, and hurricane wolf. All 9 of the top races had arrived. Apart from these 9 races, the remaining various demon races accounted for more than 90% of the entire Dragon Valley's demon race. The volcanic dragons all carried enormous flame wings on their backs and stood proudly between heaven and earth, possessing unparalleled dignity. The mountain range dragons were each equipped with incomparably strong crystalline yellow armor. Their combat strength was inferior to that of the volcanic dragons, but their defenses were even higher. The iron blood bugs were a bunch of fellows covered in steel shells. Each of these bugs was extremely gloomy, and for long mouth parts popped out of their mouths. It looked shocking. This was a swarm of insects that dared to challenge the dragons. Very powerful. As for the sea race of the universe, they were a group of enormous demons standing in the dense water mist. These demons were generally incomparably large in size. Each of them was high above the ground. Their feet stepped on the ground, but their heads were no longer high. Every sea race giant was like an overwhelming pillar of heaven and earth. Hidden in the mist, they could only see enormous silhouettes, giving people unparalleled visual pressure. These were the four overlords of Dragon Valley. This was the first time Xianxia had seen the four tyrants gather, and his heart couldn't help but boil with passion. In the direction of the volcanic dragon, the leader was an old man with his hands behind his back. This person carried the aura of a king. Xianxia glanced over and discovered that the old man already had 8 levels of pure dragon blood on him. This kind of dragon was already very close to the true dragon. He should be a heaven-ranked 8th stage old sect expert. At this moment, the old dragon looked in the direction of the sea race of the universe and said indifferently, "Mo, why are you still standing so high? How can you participate in the conference?" As he spoke, the old dragon waved his hand and a gentle breeze blew away, scattering a large amount of water mist. At this moment, an incomparably huge silhouette appeared in Xianxia's eyes. Xianxia looked up at the giant creature and couldn't help but take a few steps back. It was a mountain that pierced through the clouds. At first, Xianxia thought that it was a sky-penetrating peak in the Dragon Valley. But now, after careful identification, it was actually the leg of a sea beast. Moreover, at the top of the clouds, it was only up to the knee of that leg. Ordinary universal sea demons were already big enough. Each of them had cloud peaks on their heads. But this sea beast named Mo actually used only one calf to be as big as an ordinary sea beast. His knees reached into the clouds. At this moment, a rumble of thunder came from the sky. The sound made Xianxia feel dizzy, but this was only Mo laughing. Immediately after, a face that was incomparably large and almost enveloped Xianxia's entire field of vision slowly peeked down. That face pressed down and squeezed away the clouds. If the heavens were truly a creature, then if the heavens lowered their heads to look at the lower realms one day, it would probably be like this. The Mo suddenly shrunk, becoming smaller and smaller. His endless body was like an ancient mountain range that was constantly sinking into the ground. In the end, the leader of the Huan Yu sea race had also become the size of a human, appearing in the area of the venue. Xianxia stared blankly at this scene, thinking to himself that there was indeed something beyond the horizon. Perhaps the sea beast was close to catching up to the size of that lightning insect in the universe, right? Xianxia quickly arrived at the location of the Dark North monster race and found the beautiful man. However, the beautiful man was no longer in the mood to chat with Xianxia. He was very sad. To be exact, the entire Dark North monstrous clan was surrounded by a sad aura. They had once fought here, settled down here, and rushed out of this terrifying place into a sky that belonged to them. They had once sprinkled countless amounts of hot blood here, using the lives of their ancestors to open up a path of blood. But now they were going to be expelled from this land that they deeply loved forever. The meeting began under the leadership of the old volcanic dragon, the mountain cage, the iron blood bug king, and the sea beast Mo. The monster races convention didn't have the red tape of a human convention, nor did it have so many polite introductory remarks. The old volcanic dragon spoke and directly blamed the Dark North monstrous clan. Losing the dragon scale was a felony. The old volcanic dragon put his hands behind his back and said, "We have already paid an extremely painful price for searching for the lost dragon scales. The human race has the strongest power of the Northern Emperor White River. Without the support of the Dragon Emperor, we would not be able to contend against the White River. On the other side, there are savage demons in the wilderness. They are even more disdainful of negotiating with us. Where will my sacred Dragon Valley go?" As soon as these words were said, the entire arena fell silent. Immediately after, in less than a minute, all the demons shouted loudly, "Burn them! Burn them! Burn them! Burn them! Burn to death!" Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. "Didn't you say expulsion? Why did it turn into burning the Dark North monster race to death? Could this be the so-called expulsion? It was not the geographical location that was expelled, but life." At this time, the beautiful man smiled miserably. He patted Xianxia on the shoulder and said, "Little brother, I really love your human culture. I look forward to your chivalrous style. However, I'm afraid I won't have another chance to see the human race rebuild their martial morality and have another glorious day." The beautiful man looked up at the sky and said, "The picture of a sword galloping, a hero galloping, a sword and a pot of wine traveling across the horizon, probably only exists in the beautiful human legends. It's just a story. Do you think there is a soul after death? If you die, you will enter a dream. I hope I can become a human, a chivalrous person, and live a carefree life." The beautiful man turned to look at Xianxia and said, "You are the closest human I have ever seen to that beautiful story. Please live with my dreams. If possible, please live like a chivalrous person, not just a martial artist who only knows how to fight. I brought you here, but they won't make things difficult for you. Dark North. We live bravely. We never fear hardship." An old man in front of the Dark North monstrous clan raised his scepter and shouted, "Let us face our deaths with this final dignity. Let us make up for our wrongs like brave warriors." Roar! Countless Dark North demons shouted in unison. Following that, the dark Northern Demon Clan walked towards the empty space in the middle of the field. They brought with them a burst of passion and tragedy as they went to their deaths with all their hearts. "Burn them! Burn them!" The cries of the crowd continued, and no one felt pity for the Dark North monster race. "Wait!" A small figure rushed out. It's the Dream Butterfly. In this group of tall and majestic demons, she looked so weak, but her tiny figure was so determined. She rushed out with tears in her eyes, surpassing the Dark North monster race team and shouting, "I'll marry you!" Everyone was quiet. Feng Yun looked at Meng Dai in shock and said, "This is not your responsibility. Meng Dai, you go back." Meng Dai smiled and said with tears flowing down her cheeks, "When I was at my wit's end, it was the Dark North monster race that accepted me. You all treat me like your own sister and sister. If I'm still reluctant to part with myself at this juncture, then I'm no different from a beast." All of the Dark North demons cried. They were brave at the last moment of their lives, but they were even more fragile. Many young men covered their faces and wept. It was indeed brave to say that they were brave, but if they were willing to leave this world, how many people were really willing to let go? Only Xianxia was smiling. He said to himself, "Good Dream Butterfly, this is my Miss Dream Butterfly. Meng Dai, if you dare to charge forward and bear everything, I will shoulder everything for you as always. Do you have any wine?" Xianxia carried the giant saber and entered the arena. Everyone looked at Xianxia in unison. Xianxia said, "I think the demon race is different from humans. But now it seems like, I was wrong. So you guys are just like us humans. So unkind and cold-blooded." One of the volcano dragons was the Dragon Prince. He pointed at Xianxia and shouted, "What a brave human! How dare you speak so loudly on such a solemn occasion?" Xianxia reached out and grabbed a green bug from the little bird's hand. He threw it at the Dragon Prince and said, "Bug system, eat it and shut up. I say, do you have any wine? Give me a pot of wine and I'll help you retrieve the dragon scales." "Who are you? Why are you helping us retrieve the dragon scale?" "That's right. Who are you? You said that you can get it back if you can? I also said that I can flatten the secret realm. Who wouldn't brag?" Many demons cursed at Xianxia. 3 sharp spikes flew over and aimed at Xianxia's forehead, heart, and spiritual sea. These 3 tips had already pressed against Xianxia's body, and the top of them had even pierced through Xianxia's skin, allowing him to launch a fatal attack at any time. Xianxia looked towards the direction where the spike flew over and saw that it was released by an elder of the Iron-Blood Arachnid race. The Arachne elder lowered his 6 legs and said indifferently, "Don't say that our Dragon Valley doesn't treat guests well, otherwise you will be dead by now." Everyone was filled with hostility towards Xianxia. Dream Butterfly and the beautiful man hurriedly ran over to pull Xianxia, insisting on pushing Xianxia back. Dream Butterfly pleaded with the Arachnid elder, "Please let him go. He doesn't know much about what happened here, but he was accidentally brought here by me." Xianxia smiled and pushed away the Dream Butterfly. he straightened his chest and said, "Let him stab. I'm really disappointed. Your demon race has always been extremely disappointed in humans. I thought the demon race was different. So they're just a bunch of people who only know how to fight amongst themselves. If they have the ability, we can find them together if they lose their dragon scales. If you don't have the ability, you can die together. What's there to be afraid of?" Meng Dai and the others were so frightened that their faces turned pale. The Iron Blood Arachnid clan's elder's voice became even colder as he said, "Are you sure you want to continue?" Xianxia laughed loudly. "Of course I want to say it. Look at you all, what do you look like?" Xianxia raised his arm and swept his fingers around the insects. The 3 spikes had clearly advanced a little, and they were already as deep as a small knuckle in Xianxia's body. Xianxia snorted and shouted, "How can we be rich and honorable, but not suffering?" The first thing I thought about when I encountered a problem was not how to solve it. It was actually a fake act of shirking responsibility. What makes me laugh the most is, Xianxia raised his hand and pointed at the volcano dragon. "There's actually someone who took advantage of the fire to rob me." At this moment, the volcano Yalong clan's demons were also enraged. They all held weapons and wanted to chop Xianxia up. Xianxia laughed loudly. "You want to kill me? That's easy. You can kill me at any time. But this is a fucking solution. Kill me and destroy the Dark North demon race? Can you solve the problem? Oh, look at you elders. What a cool and handsome way to enter the arena. Each of you has made yourself unfathomable, pretending to be a heavenly deity. But burning the Dark North demon race to death is the best method that you elders can think of? Bah! I disdain you." Xianxia stretched out his arms and said, "If you want to kill me, then kill me. I don't care. I'll kill you." The prince of the volcano dragon race immediately rushed towards Xianxia. The elder of the volcano dragon clan stretched out his hand and stopped the dragon prince. The old man looked at Xianxia from head to toe and said, "I can understand the young man's temper, but it also depends on the occasion. You said that you can help us find the dragon scale. What's the reason?" Xianxia's neck twitched as he said, "I won't say anything without wine. The elder nodded and flew towards Xianxia with his hand. "Dragon flame red, brewed from the dragon blood of the volcano dragon race. To ordinary people, this wine is poison. To strong people, this wine is beautiful." "Elder!" The youths of the volcano dragons cried out indignantly. The old man put his hands behind his back and smiled. "I don't think this young man jumped out all of a sudden. He just wants to die. We might as well hear what he wants to say. If it's not feasible, it's not too late to kill him." Xianxia took the wine jar and gulped down a mouthful. The moment Long Yanhong entered, it was like a liquid flame that instantly burned Xianxia's taste. This flame flowed down his throat and into his stomach. It was as if countless needles were stabbing into his body. It was very painful. However, Xianxia's body also contained 3 parts of dragon blood. The burning pain slowly transformed into an explosive pleasure. It was as if someone had squeezed straight forward into a small ball and suddenly exploded in his body, spreading throughout his limbs and bones. "Good wine." Xianxia laughed heartily and wiped his mouth. At this moment, the demons were stunned. Someone whispered, "Heavens! This is the first time I've seen someone who can still stand after drinking Long Yanhong. Not to mention humans, there are very few people in our demon race who can do this." The dragon prince and his group were also stunned. Elder Long smiled faintly and said, "Not bad. I have some ability. Now you can say it." Xianxia felt refreshed. Every pore in his body opened. He said, "Give me 20 more jars of this wine. This wine is good. It is much better than the wine made from spirit herbs. The key is that it can refresh one's mind and stimulate the emptiness in Xianxia's body. After a martial artist's cultivation level rises, they must consume a large amount of spiritual herbs to nourish themselves. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome. And this dragon flame red was one of the finest." The elder said, "If what you said is feasible, I will give you 50 jars of Long Yanhong." As soon as these words were spoken, Both the volcano dragon and the mountain range dragon's youngsters greedily licked their lips. This dragon flame red was a treasure, and even if they wanted to drink it, they would have to wait until the festival. Xianxia put the wine jar into his storage ring and said, "I can pass through the demon territory." Once these words were spoken, the scene was only slightly quiet, and then there was a wave of curses. The Dragon Clan elder shook his head helplessly and said, "I thought you really had some ability, so you're just spouting nonsense here." "Fortunately, I almost believed you." Xianxia sneered. "What did you hear? Are you busy denying me? If you can't do it yourself, you can't allow others to do it. Let me show you something." Xianxia tore open his clothes and revealed the demonic mark on his chest. However, the demon seal did not cause any unexpected expressions on the faces of the demons. The Dragon Clan elder asked curiously, "What does this mark mean?" Xianxia suddenly realized that he should have thought that these elders could recognize the demon seal, but now it seemed that he was thinking too much. Xianxia pulled back his clothes and said, "It's a guarantee that I can freely pass through the demon territory." The elder said, "Of course anyone can say it with your mouth. You have to prove it yourself. Come on. Bring the demonic burst bear from the volcano prison." A large iron dragon was thrown in front of Xianxia. Sure enough, there was a fierce demon bear imprisoned in that iron cage. This fellow was truly violent. It looked like he had been tortured for countless days, and his entire body was covered in countless wounds. However, it still frantically smashed into the cage. The loud rumbling sound caused the large cage to rub back and forth on the ground. The power of the demons was astonishing. It was the Iron Blood Arachnid race. Both of the Azure Dragon races had lingering fear in their hearts when they saw this scene. The Dragon Clan chief said, "This is a rank 6 demon. It possesses the strength of a martial saint. It broke into our Dragon Valley territory a while ago, and we spent a lot of money to capture it." Xianxia also felt that it was very new. He had only seen one Class 6 demon before. It was a female demon, but he had never seen a beast demon like this before. At the very least, in the entire Six Emperors world, there was no such thing as a 6th grade magic burst bear. The 4 youths of the dragon race were responsible for escorting the demonic burst bear. The 4 of them struggled to support the cage and pushed it hard together. Even so, the demonic explosive bear still shook the cage back and forth. It even bit down on the back of a young dragon's hand, almost biting it off. "Release the bear." "Ah, elder, don't. Let go." The 4 youths had no choice but to open the cage. The moment the cage opened, there was a loud shout and a black colossus suddenly rushed out of the cage. This strong and valiant demonic burst bear was actually a flying pounce, knocking all 4 young dragons flying away. These youngsters were only subdragons with a purity of 30 to 40% dragon blood, but the demonic burst bear was a pure demon race. "Not good, quickly subdue it." The nearest volcano dragon, mountain range dragon, and iron blood insect quickly dispatched a large number of young experts to pounce on the demonic burst bear. The realms of these people were all around martial sages. Several volcanic dragon men flapped their flaming wings and spat out a large amount of dragon breath from their mouths. Those dragon breaths were incomparably violent, fiercely suppressing the demonic burst bear, like a huge pillar pressing it to the ground. A few iron blood insect clansmen directly substituted themselves and grabbed onto the demonic explosive bear's limbs. Meanwhile, the mountain range Yalong took out a few gigantic spears, wanting to pierce through the demonic explosive bear's stomach. Roar! A heaven-shaking roar came from the demonic explosive bear's mouth, causing the nearest demons to roll their eyes and bleed from their ears. The demonic burst bear violently charged back and forth a few times, forcefully dispersing the demon race's defenses. It flew forward and immediately threw a volcanic dragon man to the ground. Its cold bare teeth aimed at the man's neck and gnawed at him. The volcanic dragon man was scared out of his wits and his face was incomparably pale. Right at this moment, a shadow suddenly flashed over and stood firmly in front of the demonic burst bear. At this moment, the demonic explosive bear stopped moving. Standing in front of it was Xianxia. Hiss! The riots on the scene immediately stopped, and everyone watched in disbelief. Xiang stretched out a hand and pressed it on the nose of the demonic explosive bear. He said indifferently, "Sit down." The demonic burst bear sniffled and then sat down honestly. Xiang smiled at the dragon race that was suppressed by the demonic bear and said, "Let's go. You're safe now." "Oh my God. This is..." The beautiful man and the others exchanged glances. They simply couldn't believe what they were seeing. Xiang stroked the hair on the demonic explosive bear's neck, and the demonic explosive bear obediently crawled beside Xiang, motionless. Feng Yun was shocked. He looked at Meng Dai in surprise and said, Your friend is..." Dream Butterfly was also at a loss, completely unaware of what had happened. Xiang nodded slightly at Dream Butterfly and said, "Don't worry, I will save you." At this moment, the Dragon Clan elder personally flew over. He stood in front of Xiang and carefully sized him up again. Then he said, Who exactly are you?" Hearing this, Xiang was sad. He smiled miserably and said, "Yes, who am I? I'm just a person who doesn't look like a human. A ghost doesn't look like a ghost. Whoosh. There's no need to say anything else. Now you should believe my words." The demonic burst bear's fur had all exploded. Its throat let out a low roar as its pair of cold eyes stared at the Dragon Clan elder. Xiang patted its neck again and it obediently settled down. This demon seal was personally given to Xiang by a realm master. All demons below rank 7 must obey Xiang orders. Seeing this scene, the demon elder was completely relieved. "You said that you could pass through the demon territory. Now it seems that it should be true," he said. "But do you think you can get the dragon scale back like this? There are people from the Bai clan in the little secret realm. I don't know how you managed to gain the trust of the demons, but I'm pretty sure that the Bai family will never listen to you." "Let me go!" the dragon prince shouted excitedly. "You, human, as long as you bring me through the demon territory and let me enter the small secret realm, leave everything to me." "No!" Elder Long refused and said, "That side is actually on the Bai clan's territory. Once you meet an expert of the heaven realm, our demons won't even be able to catch up with reinforcements." "I have to go!" the dragon prince shouted. "My dragon bone demon clan is going to die this time. Every demon clan has an obligation to do something for Dragon Valley." Previously, this fellow had always wanted to marry Dream Butterfly, but now that he saw the opportunity to show off, he swore that he would rush forward. "Let's go too." A few young men walked out from the direction of the iron blood insect race. "Naturally, we are also indispensable." In the direction of the mountain ranges Yalong, a few people also stood out. These people were all Martial Saint 2 to 3 level experts. They had walked out of the valley in one go, and the number of them had almost reached the limit of the Dragon Valley's endurance. Martial Sage. Under the heavenly tribulation, he was ranked 2nd. Even the Dragon Valley wouldn't dare to casually sacrifice more than 50 Martial Saints. Moreover, these Martial Saints were all geniuses among geniuses and outstanding people of the same generation. If they all died in the little concealed realm, then the Dragon Valley would suffer a great loss of vitality. And us. In the direction of the Dark North Demon Clan, Feng Yun also stood out. Elder Long looked at Xiang worriedly. He was not sure if this was a conspiracy. Anything could happen. Perhaps Xiang was sent by the Bai clan. After Xiang tricked these demon race experts into entering the small secret realm, he would be ambushed perfectly by the Bai clan. Then it would all be over. Xiang was indeed able to pass through the territory of the demons. This was already confirmed, but it did not mean that Xiang was a good person. "Push them all down," Elder Long shouted harshly. Who was Xiang? He had experienced too many storms, and he understood Elder Long's worries at a glance. Thus Xiang laughed loudly. "None of you need to follow me. I will enter the little secret realm myself." "Little brother, no?" The handsome man hurriedly rushed forward and grabbed Xiang arm. He said anxiously, "You are only at the 7th level of the divine martial arts. Entering the little secret realm will undoubtedly kill you. I'll accompany you. Feng Yun also walked over. Elder Long shouted. The Dark North demon race is not allowed to leave Dragon Valley. Everyone is at your disposal. But the beautiful man still wanted to speak. At this time, Meng Dai walked over. She stood in front of Xiang Nan and said, I'm not from the Dark North demon race. I can accompany him. At least I have the martial sage realm. Elder Long had no reason to stop Meng Dai from personally inviting him to battle. However, Xiangnan smiled and pushed Dream Butterfly away, saying, You stay here properly. You are responsible for a good life. Let me go alone to deal with other dangers. Don't be so impulsive. Your cultivation realm is really... Xiangnan had already pushed Dream Butterfly in front of Feng Yun and said to him, Protect her well. Feng Yun took a deep look at Xiangnan and said, This is our Dark North Monster Clan's problem. There is no need for you to risk your life. Xiangnan said, That is indeed your problem, but I want to protect her. Xiangnan patted Meng Dai's shoulder and said, The Dark North monster race is not bad. Since you treat them as your family, I can defend them for you. Meng Dai was stunned. She suddenly felt that the man in front of her, who made her feel unfamiliar, had a feeling that she was incomparably familiar with. That feeling caused her eyes to turn red. She said, But... Xiangnan smiled and said, There's nothing to worry about. I have a rotten life. If I die, I die. I don't deserve sympathy. All right. Xiangnan pushed Dream Butterfly away and said to Elder Long, You don't have to send anyone. I'll go break through myself. When I get the dragon scale, I'll return. Elder Long said, How can I be sure that you will come back? How can I know if you used this reason to escape from Dragon Valley? Xiangnan helplessly glanced at the elder and said, Then, if I want to escape, do I need to stand out now? I'll just leave Dragon Valley directly. I'm just a guest, and no one will stop me. Why should I do anything unnecessary? Elder Long thought for a moment. It seemed that this was true. Before Xiangnan stepped forward, no demon race had insisted on making things difficult for Xiangnan. They didn't even know about Xiangnan's existence. If he wanted to leave, he could do so at any time. All right, I believe you, Elder Long said. Xiangnan changed the topic and said, I can work hard for your Dragon Valley, but it's not for nothing. If I bring back the dragon scale, I need you to give me something. Elder Long said, What? Xiangnan pointed at the volcano in the distance and said, There is a world-exterminating divine lightning inside the mountain. I want that thing. This won't do. The volcanic dragons were furious. Elder Long said, That is a fallen heavenly lightning. It provides a powerful explosive attribute to the magma in the volcano all year round, making the volcano a sacred place for us to cultivate. If I give it to you, we'll lose too much. Xiangnan said, Either you lose the entire Dragon Valley, or you send me the fallen heavenly lightning. You can decide for yourself. The elders of the other races also walked over and began to plot with Elder Long. Give it to him, the elder of the mountain range dragon whispered. If he can really bring back the dragon scale, it will be 10,000 times more precious than the falling heavenly thunder. Our mountain range dragon can give you a mountain range heart. Elder Long's heart skipped a beat. The elder of the iron blood arachnid race said, We will also give you a rank 9 insect bloodgrass. Planting it in the magma will bring you a lot of benefits. Elder Long was even more tempted. I'll give you a 500,000-year-old 9-colored coral stone, said the sea race's Emotio. Elder Long finally made up his mind and gritted his teeth. All right, the divine lightning's effect on them was actually limited, but its value to Xiangnan was infinite. Agreed. Xiangnan smiled and said, Then I'll be on my way immediately. He patted the bear's nose and said, Let's go. After saying that, the demonic burst bear lowered its body and let Xiangnan sit on its neck. Then, it turned into a black gale and flew away. Elder. The dragon prince lowered his voice and looked at Xiangnan's departing figure. Is it really appropriate to give the future of Dragon Valley to such a human? He said. Elder Long sighed. We have no other choice. If the Dragon Valley really can't be preserved, we'll go back to our own plane to survive. But at least, You good seedlings of the volcanic dragons are still alive. Everyone looked at Xianxia's back and felt a little tragic. Up until now, no one could understand why this human youth would stand up to help Dragon Valley. Was it for the sake of falling heavenly thunder? However, that was only a world exterminating divine lightning. Even if he was a human, what use could he have? Furthermore, if he wanted the divine lightning, he had to have a life to retrieve it. Little brat Xiangnan, this trip is truly unlucky. Not only do you have to face the silver blood vicious beast, you also have to face the experts of the Bai clan. You really are on the verge of death. Xiangnan said, "So what? Didn't I die every time? Didn't I also survive? Are you abandoning yourself? Because you have lost your beloved woman, you don't care about life and death anymore," the snake said. Xiangnan laughed loudly. "I have never abandoned myself, because I have always been like this." Wait! Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Xiangnan immediately stopped, but did not turn around. He knew who was chasing him. The dream butterfly chased after him a few steps and said, "Who exactly are you?" Xiangnan still did not turn his head. He closed his eyes and 2 lines of tears fell from the corner of his eyes. He took a deep breath and a brilliant smile appeared on his face again, but he still did not turn around. Just a prodigal son. With that, Xiangnan patted the demonic explosive bear on the shoulder. The demonic explosive bear exploded and instantly disappeared. Live well. In the distance, Xiangnan's voice came back faintly. Feng Yun appeared beside Dream Butterfly and patted her shoulder gently. "This person is different. From the first time I saw him, I knew that he was a very dangerous person. There's something in his eyes. I can't say, it feels desolate. He is destined not to be able to stay in Dragon Valley." Meng Dai sighed and left with Feng Yun. It was late at night. Xiangnan was riding the demon burst bear as he ran through the demon race territory. Along the way, demons that didn't know the truth kept rushing out. They could smell the scent of humans on Xiangnan's body. However, these demons had just appeared on the roadside and were quickly crawling on the ground. None of them dared to continue approaching. Along the way, one could see demons crawling on the roadside everywhere. Xiangnan, on the other hand, didn't even bother to take a second look. He was just happily carrying a jar of dragon flame red liquor as he drank and hummed a tune from his hometown. It's good to be alone. There was no need to look at the sympathetic and distressed gazes of their loved ones. It's good to be alone. If you want to die, charge forward. You don't have to take responsibility for anyone else. It's good to be alone. No one could see how miserable I was. In their eyes, I was always that unrestrained person. Good wine, good wine. Ha 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 ha. The demonic burst bear was extremely fast. After 2 days and nights, Xiangnan could already feel an unusual spatial fluctuation in the distance. Thinking about it, that should be the so-called small secret realm. In the past 2 days, he had absorbed 2 more martial saint beetles, and his dream body had also reached the 7th level of the divine martial arts. 6 of the 16 martial saint beetles had been absorbed, leaving 10. If all of them were absorbed, they should be able to advance to the 9th level of the divine realm. Xiangnan stopped. There was no one around. This place had yet to reach the edge of the small secret realm and was far away from Dragon Valley. Apart from the demons, there was no one else here. It was the safest place. Xiangnan patted Berserk Bear on the shoulder, jumped down from above, and released the smelting furnace first. "This is it." Xiangnan nodded. He took out both the giant saber and the death sword at the same time, and his gaze was a little complicated. His undead was imprisoned in the dead sword. It was a very strange and absurd thing for him to refine a sword into his personal saber. If he was alive, he would hold a huge saber in his hand, while his undead in the underworld was in the saber in his hand. If he died, there would really be nothing left. In the real world, there was no longer his life, and even the underworld would no longer have his undead. He would become a person who had never existed before, and there would be no traces of him here. Prodigal son? He was really a prodigal son. Xiangnan took out a new jar of dragonflame red liquor and fed it some to the demonic burst bear. Then he patted its furry cheek and said, All right, you can leave now. I can't bring you into the small secret realm. If other races see me with the demons, it will be quite troublesome. Once the secret of his collusion with the demons was revealed, Xianxia would lose his value to the demons. The demonic burst bear was drunk and rubbed its head against Xianxia's clothes. Then it turned around 3 steps at a time. Xianxia looked at the back of the demonic explosive bear and smiled. Don't run around in the future. You've been caught breaking into the territory of the demon race and imprisoned. You're in a sorry state. The demonic burst bear turned its head for the last time and whimpered at Xianxia a few times before entering the dense forest. Xianxia shook his head and smiled. He took out the drop of blue water that still contained 90 water bags from the hilt of the saber. Then, he threw the giant saber and the sword of the deceased into the smelter furnace. When 2 weapons were to be smelted together, the first thing Xianxia had to consider was the collision of attributes. The giant saber contained a dragon spirit, which was the most ferocious attribute. As for the death sword, it possessed the power to control death. Logically speaking, it could be considered an extremely dark power. However, Xianxia thought for a moment. In fact, the word life and death did not have any attributes. It was just a state of nature. Life is not yang, death is not yin. Humans feared death, so they felt that death was dark and ominous. However, Xianxia had seen too many people die before. He knew that death might just be one kind of fate, or it might just be another form of existence. For the truly dead, perhaps survival was the most terrifying thing. Xianxia first set up a white tiger formation and let an avatar walk upstream. Afterwards, he poured a wave of flames into the smelting furnace and began to fuse the 2 weapons together to forge them. During this long period of time, Xianxia had already been soaked in sweat. To forge a Dao weapon, it was too difficult for him right now. The crux of the problem was not the grade of the Dao weapon, but the different laws of the 2 weapons. The level of the Sword of the Dead was too low. It was only a beginner profound grade, but the giant saber was a genuine Dao weapon. Therefore, it was very likely that the laws within the Sword of the Dead would be directly covered by the power of the Dream Dao within the giant saber. He had to carefully grasp this degree. Even if the attributes of the dead sword existed, he had to keep the Dream Dao attributes in the giant saber from being eroded. This was very difficult, and it was also very difficult for Xianxia, the number 1 artificer in the 6 Emperors world. He carefully refined it, mobilizing almost every nerve in his body. Once this forging failed, both weapons would be destroyed, leaving behind a pile of nether silver. Minutes and seconds passed. This was the longest time Xianxia had ever refined a weapon. It lasted for 2 days and 2 nights. On the morning of the 3rd day, Xianxia's eyes finally moved and he slapped the smelting furnace. With a loud explosion, the entire smelting furnace was shattered into pieces, and a giant saber soared into the sky. Success! Xianxia excitedly jumped up and grabbed the huge saber in his hand. The appearance of this blade had completely changed. It was still a blade shape. The blade and blade were pure silver. On his back, there was a long, black claw-like object. Dozens of black fingernails were separated from this claw, firmly grabbing onto the blade. Looking at the silver blade, it was like the sharp claws of the underworld hanging from the sky, dyeing the air black. Such a peculiar saber could be said to be a mixture of good and evil, giving off an extremely strange feeling. Xianxia felt an extremely strange fluctuation. His heart sank slightly and he immediately released his saber spirit. As a result, the saber spirit that flew out this time was no longer an azure dragon phantom. It was a necromancer dragon. The dragon was black, like a fog, and its entire body emitted a dense ghost aura. However, this dragon's eyes were bright silver. Why did he feel it? Xianxia felt that it was like a dragon that had turned into an undead after its death. It's not evil. It's just dead. What a strange saber spirit. The big snake flew out and looked at the saber spirit in astonishment. It's quite peculiar, Xianxia said. The serpent shook its head. You don't understand what I mean. This saber spirit has already been refined into an undying body by you. It has both the attributes of survival and death. There is nothing left that can shatter this saber spirit. Oh, is there such an effect? Xianxia asked. The serpent said, I definitely can't see wrongly. I'm not quite the same as it is. I'm immortal. But it appears in both life and death states at the same time, so there is no such thing as a life and death boundary. I think it might be your undead mixed with this dragon spirit. What about me? Xianxia hurriedly asked. Then I can use the undead ability of this saber without any restraint in the future? Of course. Now you don't have to worry about the undead biting you back, because it has already become your saber spirit. It won't harm you, the serpent said. However, its ability to control the undead has also decreased. Do you understand what I mean? The sword of the dead in the past is endless. As long as there are still undead around, it can control all of them. But now, after controlling the number of undead to the point where it can backlash against you, it will stop on its own. Otherwise, it will backlash against you. So that's what I'm trying to say. It has a critical point. Yes, I understand. Xianxia said thoughtfully. The dead sword could be used indefinitely in the past, and even 1,000,000 undead could be resurrected. That was because the dead sword didn't care about Xianxia's life or death at all. Actually, the current giant saber still possessed this ability. However, it would stop on the danger line in time to take care of Xianxia's safety. Then where is this critical point? Xianxia pondered for a moment before replying. Is it possible to control a maximum of 100 undead? Or 1,000 or 10,000? Can you sense a single number? The serpent said, You can't see, but I can see that there is a gray line connecting the dead dragon and you. I guess that danger line is not determined by the number of undead, but by the realm. You are at the 7th level of the divine martial arts. Then you should be able to control a large number of undead creatures at the 7th level of the divine martial arts without suffering any backlash. Perhaps 1,000, maybe 10,000. Anyway, there are a lot of them. However, if you control undead creatures that are higher than you, then the danger line will drop rapidly. In other words, the higher the undead creature you control, the lower the number of undead creatures you control. However, your cultivation level is also extremely high. Let me make a bold guess. You should be able to control up to 10 Martial Saint level 1 undead creatures, or about 50 to 60 Divine Martial level 9 undead creatures, about 300 Divine Martial level 8 undead creatures, and more than 1,500 Divine Martial level 7 undead creatures. Xianxia nodded excitedly. Enough! A Divine Martial Realm undead is meaningless to me. As long as I can control 10 Martial Saint level 1 creatures, it will be enough. The snake smiled and said, Yes, an ordinary Martial Saint first layer undead might not be too outstanding. But if these 10 Martial Saint first layer undead were all silver blood vicious beasts, it would be very frightening. Then how many second level Martial Saint undead can I control? Xianxia asked. The serpent said, At most 1. Any more will be devoured by the weapon, and the weapon will automatically be cut off from control. Xianxia tried to control the last 10 Martial Saint beetles. According to the big snake's calculations, this was the limit of his control. However, the 10 Martial Saint beetles did not get up. Just as Xianxia and the serpent had guessed when they were in Dragon Valley, these beetles were not in a state of death. Only by using the newly refined Blade of the Dead would one be able to truly kill the ferocious beasts in the Eternal Secret Realm, and only then would one be able to truly control them. Perhaps even you haven't discovered it yourself. Actually, there is another ability in this dead blade. The big snake lowered its voice and said with great fear. Xianxia hurriedly asked, What ability? Why don't I know? The serpent said, Perhaps that isn't the ability of the Blade of the Dead. It's just an attribute. This attribute is the death attribute. In other words, after you cut off a person's arm with this knife, his wound will die forever. He can't put his arm back again. My God! Xianxia was so frightened that he inhaled a breath of cold air. Eternal injuries? The serpent nodded and said, That's what it means. Those who have been hurt by this knife cannot recover. A wound can only slowly heal into a scar and cannot be healed. If you cut off the flesh and blood on your body, then the wound can only slowly heal into a scar, and the part that is cut off will never be repaired. Therefore, any wound that is sliced open by this knife will cause a long-term bleeding effect. Xianxia looked at the dead blade in shock. This attribute was too heaven-defying. A martial artist's powerful recovery ability could allow them to quickly heal their wounds in battle. But now that they had this death blade, it would be very different. With a single slash, the enemy was bleeding non-stop, unable to even seal the dipper chi. Xianxia suddenly raised his head and looked at the big snake. My God, I didn't even feel it. How could you? The big snake smiled bitterly and said, Yes, I can feel it. It's because I feel that this saber can hurt me. If you use it to cut me, I won't die. However, every time you cut me down, my realm will drop. After you cut me down to the first level of body tempering, give me another saber. I will still not die, but I will become nothing. It doesn't exist anymore. Xianxia hurriedly pulled the dead blade back a little, as if he was afraid that he would accidentally rub against the big snake. This saber is heaven-defying. It should be the natural enemy of all eternal creatures. Right, the Haotian mirror. Xianxia hurriedly turned around and discovered that the Incarnation was still swimming in the White Tiger Formation. His realm had risen. In 3 days and 3 nights, he could condense the saber light to the 7th level of the Martial Saint realm. At the same time, Mingyue Haotian mirror was cultivated by Xianxia with his own Dao luck. If he used it himself, then after his cultivation realm increased, the Mingyue Haotian mirror storage power would increase accordingly. Xianxia hurriedly released the bright moon Haotian mirror and aimed it at the saber light that had already reached the 5th level of the Martial Saint realm. How is it? The serpent asked. Have you reached the critical point of loading? Can you put in a blade light of the 7th level of the Martial Saint realm? Xianxia was both happy and worried. He said, the Haotian mirror's endurance has increased, but it is not enough to fit into the 7th Martial Saint stage's saber light. What I feel now is that it is already very difficult for it to fit into the 5th Martial Saint stage's saber light. The serpent said, That's right. Your cultivation has only increased, but your Dao luck hasn't become stronger. Hurry up and put it in. If you increase the saber light again, the Haotian mirror won't be able to withstand it. Xianxia decisively stopped the avatar and stored the saber light of the 5th level of the Martial Sage into the mirror. As soon as the blade light entered, the mirror started to buzz. This was the reaction that had reached its limit. Xianxia drew a portion of the power from the blade light from the mirror and threw it into the sky. The mirror finally stopped trembling. Actually, the intensity of the saber light at this moment was around the early 5th Martial Saint stage, and when Xianxia hadn't pulled it away earlier, it was at the early and middle stages of the Martial Saint stage. Yes, this is the limit, but it's enough. Xianxia nodded in satisfaction. Afterwards, he released his dream Dao and absorbed the 7th Martial Saint beetle before flying towards the small secret realm. The unusual spatial fluctuations became more and more intense. The serpent said, Ordinary Martial Saint beasts are already very powerful, while silver blood beasts are even more powerful. Kid Xianxia, after entering the little secret realm, you only have one chance to attack. If you can really kill a silver blood vicious beast with one slash, you can control him to fight for you. If you fail, I'm afraid you'll be completely doomed. Yes, I know. Xianxia's expression became serious. With the 7th level of the Divine Realm, the 1st level of the Martial Saint Realm, and the 2nd level of the Silver Blood Vicious Beast, their chances of winning were 0. Completely 0. There was no room for maneuver. His only chance was the saber light of the 5th level of the Martial Saint Realm. Life and death depended on this saber strike. A day later, Xianxia finally arrived at the edge of the small secret realm. That small secret realm was indeed an independent space. Xianxia saw something that looked like a spherical mirror floating in the jungle of the eternal secret realm. The forest, trees, and other things around the mirror seemed to have been eaten by the mirror. The cross-section of the trees and rocks could be clearly seen. Xianxia touched the cross-section of the tree. The cross-section of the tree was isolated by the spherical mirror, but he was unable to touch the cross-section of the tree. The reason for that was because when his hand reached out, The first half of his palm had also entered the spherical mirror. In this way, his palm also turned into a kind of palm, as if it had been cut neatly by someone with a knife. He could see the bones, muscles, and blood vessels in the cross-section of his palm. But strangely, the blood vessels were clearly broken, but there was no blood spilling out. This is the right place. Xianxia nodded and retracted his hand. As expected, his palm was still intact. Meng Dao had already been refreshed. Xianxia looked at the pocket behind him. Now, he could absorb another martial saint beetle. After absorbing this one, it was the third divine martial 7th layer. 2 more would be able to upgrade to the 8th level of the divine martial sect. It's better not to take any risks. The serpent said, keep your dream Dao ability for now. You can still deal with emergencies in the little mystery realm. Yes, that's what I think. Xianxia put his pocket back on his back and stepped into the incomparably large spherical mirror. The diameter of this mirror was extremely frightening. Xianxia could only see the slight arc of the mirror surface, and the area it covered was at least 100,000 kilometers upwards. In other words, the diameter of the small secret area was at least 100,000 li, perhaps even more. After Xianxia took a step inside, he knew that he was mistaken. The diameter of the small secret realm within the large secret realm was about 100,000 li, which was the limit of Xianxia's perceptual distance. However, the internal space was far more than that. The serpent said, look, the physical form of this small secret realm is very different. Xianxia frowned and casually picked a leaf from his side. There were runic patterns on the leaves, but they were silver. Xianxia tried to crush the leaves. He succeeded, but he discovered that the leaves were much stronger than the leaves outside. The strangest scene also happened. The powder that had been crushed fell to the ground, but it suddenly flew back to the tree branch. The powder of the leaves condensed into a complete leaf. Can't be destroyed? Xianxia was stunned. Xianxia said, this is strange. Even the leaves that possess this silver rune cannot be destroyed. Then, could it be that the silver blood vicious beast is also like this? The serpent said, try and destroy the whole tree. Xianxia released a bolt of lightning and blew up the tree on the spot. But this time, the tree did not recover. Instead, it was covered in ashes. Xianxia said, so after the main body of the tree died, the leaves can no longer recover. If that's the case, wouldn't it mean that the silver blood vicious beast might be the same? As long as it doesn't cause any real fatal injuries to the silver blood vicious beast, its body parts can quickly recover? It's truly a terrifying thing. I wonder if my saber will affect them. Xianxia tried to use his saber to cut the leaves on another tree. The leaves floated down and did not return. Sure. Xianxia smiled and said, the death attribute of the Blade of the Dead is still useful to the living beings here. Then I'm not afraid that the silver blood vicious beast will be able to recover many times. At this moment, a slight fluctuation of Dipper Chi came from a very, very far away direction. This fluctuation was like a ripple of water that gently brushed past Xianxia's face. He looked in that direction, but he didn't see any fighting scenes, not even the slightest bit of light from the explosion of Dipper Chi. Xianxia pondered for a moment and said, if the fluctuations of the Dipper Chi can be transmitted to such a distant place, it must be a battle between martial saint experts. In that direction, there should be humans fighting against the silver blood vicious beast. However, we should not be too busy looking for the fierce beasts. We should first look for the whereabouts of the dragon scales. Xianxia looked around. At this moment, he was standing on a cliff. In the distance was a dense jungle. The trees were extremely hard, as if they were made of steel. However, apart from the dense forest, there was almost nothing else here. Xianxia muttered. When we were outside, we saw that this spherical mirror could indeed engulf our surroundings. However, it was only a visual effect. When things were separated from the mirror, they were still intact. That's right. In other words, when this small secret realm entered the Dragon Valley, it wasn't the small secret realm itself that took away the dragon scales. Xianxia said, it should be at that time that a silver-blooded fierce beast passed by, discovered the dragon scale, and took it away. Xiang Nan looked around. This small secret realm was located just southeast of the Dragon Valley. Thus, half of its current location in the Great Secret Realm should be within the territory of the demons and half within the Northern Emperor's sphere of influence. When it came over, it had once collided with a corner of the Dragon Valley, and it just happened to skim across the area where the Dark North monster race was located. Xiang Nan drew a sketch on the ground. According to what he knew, the small secret realm should have come from the west and reached the Dragon Valley. At this time, it arrived at the back of the Dragon Valley. In other words, the place where he had come into contact with Dragon Valley was actually the northern region of the small secret realm. Xiang Nan stood in the west of the small secret realm. He put up an arbor and looked towards the north. Fortunately, we don't need to go through the core area of the small secret realm. We just need to go north. It must be the silver-blood vicious beasts there who took the dragon scales away. This group of hands owe me. What are you doing with dragon scales? If they don't take away the dragon scales, how can you obtain the fallen heavenly lightning? The serpent laughed. That's true. Let's go. Xiang Nan took 3 deep breaths and slowly flew towards the north. He stroked and descended the cliff along the mountain wall. After entering the dense forest, he still allowed his body to slowly fly against the ground. It was really dangerous here, not only the silver-blood vicious beast, but also the people from the Bai clan. Xiang Nan possessed divine talent, and the so-called rebound in attacks against the silver-blood vicious beast could be ignored. Basically, it was equivalent to not having any. However, the people of the Bai clan did not possess divine talent. All they could dispatch were generally experts from the 4 heavenly spiritual meridians. Perhaps there were rare heavenly spiritual meridians in the heavenly word generation, but they were also very few. It should be impossible for them to let them take risks. Then calculate with the level of heavenly word martial artists, if you want to fight against silver blood vicious beasts between the 1st and 3rd level of the martial saint realm, then add the offensive rebound attribute. No matter how powerful the heavenly martial cultivators were, they still had to send in at least some experts at the 5th level of the martial saint stage. In other words, the silver blood vicious beasts that Xiang Nan encountered were the lowest martial saint level 1 and the highest martial saint level 3. As for the human martial artists he might encounter, they were the lowest martial saint 5th layer and the highest martial saint 7th layer. It's very dangerous. He, who was at the 7th level of the divine realm, had no right to speak in such a place. He held the Mingyue Haoyan mirror in his hand at any time, and after only treating a silver-blooded ferocious beast, he immediately released his saber light, striving to kill it in one blow. If he encountered a human martial artist, he would quickly hide his precious saber light. He could not waste it on humans. The blade of the dead was unable to control such a high-level human undead, unless Xiang Nan sacrificed his life to Giant Saber. At this moment, Xiang Nan was still flying, and the surrounding environment was very strange. There were all sorts of strange plants that gave Xiang Nan a headache. As he flew, a gigantic object suddenly swallowed him in one mouthful. He was shocked and immediately grabbed the Haoyan mirror to counterattack. "Wait!" the big snake shouted. Xiang Nan almost released the saber light. In such a dazed moment, his eyes darkened and he was already swallowed by a huge thing. But after observing carefully, Xiang Nan smiled bitterly. It turned out that he was actually eaten by a big flower. This was a huge black flower, about 10 meters in diameter. This size was already astonishing. The stamens of the flower, like poisonous snakes, actually grew teeth and flew over one by one, biting Xiang Nan's arms and legs. But those sharp teeth weren't enough to wear Xiang Nan's skin. With a single slash, the big flower was cut open, and Xiang Nan jumped out from it. There was still a lot of mucus sticking to his body. Before he could say anything, 2 tree vines suddenly appeared beneath his feet and wrapped around his ankles, dragging him underground. 100 meters below the surface, a vast underground world appeared in front of Xiang Nan, and in front of him was a giant tree demon. The black tree demon occupied almost the entire front view of Xiang Nan. It brandished countless black whip vines and was wrapped around some unknown wild animals in the secret realm. There are wild animals here? Xiang Nan was curious, and when he looked carefully, he couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb. What kind of wild animals were those? They were actually some rare, low-level ordinary beasts. Those ferocious beasts, ranging from the origin realm to the fortune realm, were all wrapped around by the tree demons, slowly devouring and digesting them. These small realm beasts were very rare. Xianxia had never encountered them in the great mystery realm, but he had seen them in the small mystery realm. Strange. Why is this? Xianxia rubbed his chin and said, small realm beasts that don't exist in the great mystery realm can actually appear in the small mystery realm? Could it be that they intentionally entered the great mystery realm to seek death? Perhaps we are used to this thought, the snake said. Perhaps to them, the small secret realm is their big world, and our so-called big secret realm is actually the small secret realm they imagined. Yes, it's like this. Xianxia patted his forehead. The world within this small secret realm was much richer than the large secret realm outside. Not only were there small realm beasts, there would also be higher-grade silver blood beasts. According to the laws of nature, just as the serpent said, this small secret realm should be the world of the beasts. Then, do those small realm beasts have Holy Spirit stones? Xianxia's eyes lit up and he immediately flew over. The shocking-looking tree demon in front of him was actually just a piece of trash. It only had a frightening appearance, and its true realm was only at the second level of the divine martial arts realm. This small realm did not exist in front of Xianxia. Xianxia transformed into a beam of intense light that pierced through the trunk of the demon tree and entered its body. He discovered that there was deep and dense mucus in the tree hole of the demon tree, and many broken corpses of small fierce beasts were still floating on the surface of the mucus. In addition, there was still some hazy light shining in the depths of the mucus. What is it? Xianxia frowned and used lightning to separate the mucus. At the bottom of the mucus, there were scattered sporadic luminous bodies scattered in the thick tree hole. These things looked like small crystals. Holy Spirit stone fragments, Xianxia said. He had seen such a thing before, and Li Huan had given him one. However, the defective Holy Spirit stone fragments Li Huan gave him were much more complete than the ones in the tree hole. Xianxia used lightning power to suck those things up and put them together into a pile. Together, they were equivalent to a low-grade Saint Spirit stone. Better than nothing. Xianxia honestly and impolitely put them away. In this way, there would be a total of 11 inferior-grade sacred spirit stones in the storage ring. Xianxia rubbed his chin and said, "It is said that there are still many small secret realms like this. If this is the true eternal secret realm, then what world does it lead to?" Xianxia had always thought that the world he was in was the real big world, but everything he discovered in the small secret realm pointed to another mystery. Right at this moment, a crisp sound rang out. Xianxia's train of thought was interrupted. He looked in the direction and saw the little bird flying over. The little bird held a good fortune realm ferocious beast's corpse in its left hand, while its right hand reached out to show Xianxia. In its chubby hand, there were 2 broken teeth. You bit this thing?" Xianxia was stunned for a moment and said, "Damn, this thing can be eaten too? Look, it broke your teeth." The little bird tilted its head, not realizing what this meant. Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "If I lose my teeth, I won't be able to eat big insects in the future." The little bird was stunned for a moment before crying out loud. Birds don't have teeth, they only have them after they have transformed into birds, but he still doesn't understand the logic behind losing teeth. Xianxia rubbed little sparrow's hair speechlessly and said, "No matter how bad this thing is, it is still an eternal beast. How can you bite it? You are only at the fortune realm, yet you bite the corpse of another fortune realm beast. It would be strange if you did not break your teeth." The body of a ferocious beast was hard to cut with weapons, so how could one's teeth work? The little bird opened its mouth wide to let Xianxia see. Sure enough, only half of the 2 front teeth were left. What should I do? Xianxia was also anxious. After this little fellow lost his front teeth, he would probably be depressed for a long time. The big snake smiled and said, "It's fine. Little Sparrow is now a little divine lightning. Although his level is very low, I can directly give him some divine lightning power to recover." As he spoke, the big snake released a few bolts of lightning and struck the little bird. As expected, the little bird's front teeth miraculously recovered. This move was impossible for Xianxia. Xianxia could only release the power of the divine lightning, but it was refined by the 9 transformations of thunder. Other than him, no one else could absorb it. However, the big snake was fine. He was a living divine lightning. The little bird touched its front teeth and happily ran to look for the corpse. Xianxia hurriedly said, "Little undying, you still dare to act recklessly." But this time the little bird was much smarter. He found a fragment of a Heaven Scryer realm corpse. This corpse had not been completely digested by the mucus. However, the little fellow grabbed something that looked like a broken leg and put it into his mouth. He bit down on it and chewed it randomly, causing juice to flow out of his mouth. Xianxia was a little disgusted. Even the big snake felt a little disgusted by this scene. However, Little Sparrow had actually eaten that broken corpse. The most shocking thing was that a weak, fiery red rune appeared on his chubby little arms and legs. The big snake cried out and flew out, staring at the little bird in shock. Heavens, is this okay? Xianxia and Big Snake exchanged glances. They simply couldn't believe what they saw. The little bird happily handed a heel to Xianxia. "It's delicious, made of insects." Xianxia suppressed his desire to vomit and said, "Eat it yourself. I don't have an appetite." The little bird continued to lower its head and gnaw wildly. Xianxia swallowed his saliva and said, "What did this fellow become? Why can he eat anything and digest anything? How the fuck would I know? I've never encountered a species like the little bird before. I'm starting to wonder if it's a Gale sparrow or not," said the big snake. As the little bird ate up the remains of the corpse, the fire runes on his body became clearer. The most shocking thing was that his realm had actually risen to the 3rd level of good fortune. This Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air and said, "Could it be that the flesh of a ferocious beast also possesses power similar to that of a saint's spirit stone?" The serpent said, "Perhaps it is the body of a ferocious beast, the Holy Spirit stone bred in its body. Damn it! I'll give it a try." Xianxia also picked up a corpse. This was a good fortune realm ferocious beast arm. He suppressed his nausea, took a bite, chewed it, and swallowed it. However, in the end, he did feel a very weak Saint Spirit Stone's power, but it could not be absorbed. This power had already been absorbed by the ferocious beast's body and could not be taken away by Xianxia. Xianxia felt nausea and vomited again. He looked at his body and didn't react at all, let alone fire red runes. However, Little Sparrow was able to do so. He found another piece of corpse fragment and ate it. As a result, he perfectly absorbed the power of the corpse and strengthened the fire runes on his body. At this moment, Little Sparrow was already an ordinary small realm fierce beast, so there was no big difference. Xianxia touched Little Sparrow's fleshy little arm. It was very resilient. It was similar to pinching a small realm beast. "How strong is it?" Xianxia pondered for a moment, then condensed a bit of lightning energy and quietly cut a hole in the little bird's arm. That feeling was really the same as cutting open a ferocious beast. However, Little Sparrow's realm was too low, so it was easier to cut through. Little Sparrow was eating happily and felt pain on her arm. She looked blankly at Xianxia and then at the bloody wound on her arm. He was stunned for a moment before crying out loud. Xianxia hurriedly said, "Ah, I'm sorry. I'm just testing your body's defense. It's quite powerful." The little bird jumped up and slapped Xianxia's chin. Xianxia hugged his shoulders and smiled. "You eat. Continue to eat. Eat all of them. Hurry up and raise your cultivation level." There weren't many corpses in the cave. The little bird seemed to have a bottomless stomach, and it didn't take long for it to eat them all. However, his realm was getting higher and higher. In the end, he was already at the 9th level of good fortune. If he continued to eat ferocious beasts, there wouldn't be any improvement. The good fortune 9th Little Sparrow could easily bite those good fortune 4th and 5th layer vicious beast fragments one at a time. Xianxia carried the little bird over and stroked the runes on his body. "Is this thing always on him?" he said. I still have it on me. I don't have it on my face. The little bird burped and pointed out majestically. Xianxia said, You can still eat? That demon tree is wrapped around some small realm ferocious beasts. I'll catch a few for you. Xianxia flew out of the tree hole and forcefully snatched 3 good fortune 8th stage beasts from the tree demon's hands. The little bird rushed over and bit the back of a ferocious beast's head. The little bird that looked like a ferocious beast had sharp teeth that scared people. The ferocious beast had already been absorbed by the demon tree, and it had lost all consciousness and didn't know how to resist at all. After the little bird finished eating a ferocious beast, its realm had risen a little. After eating another one, it had risen again. After eating all 3 of them, he was already at the first level of the divine martial arts. Both Xianxia and Big Snake were extremely envious. Damn, eating fierce beasts directly could even raise their cultivation realm. It was too jealous. In the end, Little Sparrow cast a gloomy gaze towards the demon tree. The demon tree had witnessed the entire process with its own eyes. When it was being stared at by the little bird, the huge tree trunk started to tremble. Holy shit! Even fierce beasts are afraid of him. Xianxia's eyes lit up as he cut down a tree vine and gave it to Little Sparrow. Wait for me to chop it up for you to eat. The fierce beast tree demon was between the 2nd and 3rd level of the divine martial arts, so the little bird should not be able to bite. Xianxia chopped up a small section of the vine and fed it to the little bird. Seeing the little bird gulping down its food, Xianxia's heart was incomparably comfortable. He had accidentally discovered such an astonishing fact, and he had truly gained quite a lot from it. There seemed to be no upper limit to this little fellow's cultivation. As long as he could eat it, his cultivation would increase. Moreover, unlike human martial artists had to go through a transitional period to slowly digest the newly raised realm. At the same time, they had to replenish a large amount of spiritual herbs to fill the gap caused by the sudden increase in realm. However, Little Sparrow didn't need to. What he directly ate was the corpses of fierce beasts. On the one hand, those corpses gave him a boost, and on the other hand, they also gave him supplements. After eating a tree vine, the little bird reached the 2nd level of the divine martial arts realm. Xianxia's eyes lit up, and he cut and ate again. Gradually, Little Sparrow reached the 3rd level of the divine martial arts, the same level as the tree demon. The tree demon was shocked. If it really had an expression, it must be afraid of the little bird. At this moment, the little bird floated in the air, imitating Xianxia's previous movements. It placed its small hand in front of its eyes and looked up at the incomparably large tree trunk. His fleshy face had a somewhat confused expression. Perhaps he was measuring whether his stomach could hold the tree. Xianxia asked tentatively, More. Little Sparrow pointed at the tree trunk and said, Bug-made, wooden tree. Xianxia corrected, It's not a bug. It's a tree. It's not a tree. It's called a tree. The little bird nodded. It's not a wooden comb. It's delicious. Xianxia said, If you don't remove it, it's a tree. If it's delicious, continue eating. No matter how hard Xianxia tried, he had been feeding the little bird. He was also very curious as to how far this little fellow could advance. As a result, the little bird had eaten like crazy all the way, but the increase in its cultivation base had also slowed down. He had already surpassed the realm of the demon tree. After eating a lot, he was able to advance to the 4th level of the divine martial arts. Almost there. Xianxia rubbed the top of Little Sparrow Velvet's head and said, No matter how much you eat it, there's no obvious improvement. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance to eat a silver blood vicious beast. Otherwise, you should also have the attributes of a silver blood vicious beast. Let's go. Leave this place and look outside. The big snake returned to Xianxia's left arm. Xianxia picked up the little bird and charged into the ground, returning to the land. The 30-centimeter-tall sparrow majestically walked in front. This fellow yawned, pulling down a vine and sniffing at the fruit. The eternal trees were so frightened that they all made way. These things weren't afraid of Xianxia at all. They might even attack Xianxia, but I wonder if the little bird also had fire runes on its body. They were afraid of the little bird. At this moment, the little bird was pedaling on a flower path with its left foot. It was trying its best to pull down the pink, exceptionally gorgeous man-eating flower. The flower was pulled to the point of trembling non-stop, desperately pushing the bird, but did not dare to bite him. Swoosh! A flower petal was torn off by him. He held it in front of him and sniffed it. He casually threw it away and continued to pull it. Xianxia inflicted a brain collapse on the back of his head and said, "What are you always kowtowing at with this flower? Little Immortal, you owe me a lot." At this moment, the surroundings suddenly quieted down. The silence was so terrifying that even the trees and vegetation were not moving. Xianxia immediately became vigilant. He hugged the little bird in his arms and carefully sensed everything around him. He didn't sense any fluctuations. However, the sudden tranquility of the plants clearly foreshadowed the arrival of a crisis. "Be careful," the big snake said. "I don't know what it is, but it scared the plants so much that they didn't dare to move. It's very likely that it's a powerful fellow. But why can't I sense anything?" Xianxia frowned and placed the bird on his shoulder, while his right hand returned to grab the hilt of the saber behind him. He felt something approaching him, but no matter what, he could not feel any fluctuations from it. This was an unprecedented situation. Even if it was an eternal beast, he could feel the existence of a realm within it. But now he couldn't feel anything. "It's behind the left," the snake suddenly cried out. "There is a very slight fluctuation of vitality. Turn around." Xianxia suddenly turned around, but he still didn't feel it. That kind of life force fluctuation was too light, too subtle. Only the big snake could sense a sign. "What is it?" Xianxia stared in that direction and slowly retreated. He grabbed the hilt of the saber with his right hand and the Mingyue Haoyan mirror with his left. Over there, the dense forest gently shook, followed by a long leg covered in a yellow shell that stepped out. Strange silver runes were shining on the legs of the yellow carapace. Xianxia's pupils contracted and his heart beat violently. Silver blood vicious beast. Xianxia felt his scalp go numb. Sure enough, they still met. Amongst the eternal beasts, the silver blood beast was of exceptionally high rank, and that thing had finally revealed its true body. Xianxia saw that this was a very, very handsome beast. The whole body was khaki yellow, and the overall outline was extremely smooth streamlined. At first glance, it looked like a tall, 3-meter-tall female knight. In military uniform, that's because its body is slender and tall but not rough. Its legs, like canines, bend backwards rather than forwards. On its face, there was a diamond-shaped mask, revealing only a pair of strange white eyeballs. There were no bloodlines on the white eyeballs, it was a silver filament. "Why can't I feel its fluctuations?" Xianxia's heart raised to his throat and subconsciously took a few steps back. The serpent said, "Because its strength is too condensed and restrained. But all such creatures are extremely terrifying. But what realm is this guy at?" Xianxia grasped the hilt of the saber and continued to slowly retreat. At the same time, he opened his lightning photoelectric eye to observe its realm. Although it was unable to sense its existence, it could still clearly see some things when it stood in front of Xianxia and looked at it with its lightning-like eyes. Martial Sage Level 1. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. This was the perfect situation. His saber light was only at the 5th level of the Martial Saint Realm, and killing a silver blood vicious beast at the 2nd level of the Martial Saint Realm might not even be enough with a single saber strike. This silver blood vicious beast at the 1st level of the Martial Saint Realm was the best target. If he chopped it down, he would be able to control a silver blood vicious beast to fight for him. Xianxia's right hand trembled with excitement, but he did not rashly attack. The silver blood fierce beast did not move, nor did he. He had to wait for the moment the silver blood fierce beast took the initiative to attack before hacking it. In this way, the probability of it dodging the blade light would be greatly reduced. But by doing so, Xianxia's personal safety would be even more dangerous. However, this kind of danger was worth taking. Xianxia was waiting when he suddenly saw the diamond-shaped mask on the silver blood vicious beast's face split apart with a whoosh. The two halves of the mask ran to her ears like a pair of flying silver wings, and her face was actually a woman's face. Moreover, it was extremely cold and beautiful, but her face was expressionless. So human. Xiangnan's eyes widened in shock. Not to mention her appearance. As a ferocious beast, she actually knew how to wear a mask? Who gave this to her? The serpent said, "You think too much." Who said that wearing a mask is exclusive to humans? In fact, human masks are inspired by animals. In nature, many insects have masks. Normally, they cover their faces, eyes, and mouths with solid carapaces. Only when they need to eat do they remove the masks. Oh yes, I take it for granted. Xiangnan nodded. Many arachnids were indeed like this, as were some rare spiders. They covered their faces. Then, does this mean that this silver-blood vicious beast is going to attack him? Xiangnan became excited. He placed the Mingyue Haotian mirror in front of him. The moment the silver-blood vicious beast rushed over, it immediately released a blade light, making it difficult for her to dodge in a charging state. Xiangnan's entire body had been mobilized to its limit. Even his breathing became rapid, and his entire body entered a state of high excitement. The silver-blood vicious beast also moved. She bent down slightly and made a gesture that she was about to attack. At this moment, an accident happened. Xiangnan suddenly felt 5 strong fluctuations of astral qi flying towards him. The moment Xiangnan sensed it, the silver-blood vicious beast also sensed it. She immediately pointed her body at the back, her back facing Xiangnan. At the same time, 5 rays of intense light descended from the sky, crashing onto the ground and turning into 5 tall, middle-aged men. These 5 people were 4 men and 1 woman. Without guessing, they knew that they were definitely experts of the heavenly word generation from the Bai clan. This was because these 5 people were all experts of the 5th level of the Martial Saint Realm. If they dared to use the 5th level of the Martial Saint Realm to fight against a silver-blooded vicious beast of the 1st level of the Martial Saint Realm, then there were only peak experts of the heavenly word. It's just a minor issue. It's been a long time since we met. Xiangnan spat and began to retreat. In this kind of place, meeting humans was even more dangerous than meeting silver-blooded beasts. After the 4 men and 1 woman landed on the ground, they quickly pulled open the encirclement and surrounded the silver-blood vicious beast. The tall woman glanced at Xiangnan and said, "Who are you? How did you get in?" Xiangnan was speechless and didn't know how to answer her. Fortunately, they were busy dealing with the silver-blood vicious beast, so they shouldn't have time to pester him. "Are you a member of the guild?" The woman frowned and looked at Xiangnan. "Why did you come here? You don't want to die anymore." Xiangnan rolled his eyes and said, I'm delivering water to Safety City." The woman said, "Line up the wheel array." The 5 of them began to push back 1 step at a time. The first person took a step back, the second person took 5 steps back, the third person took 10 steps back, and so on. They were going to consume the silver-blood vicious beast in a chariot battle. At the same time, the woman took time to point a long sword at Xiangnan. The dipper chi on the sword held, ready to kill Xiangnan on the spot at any moment. Xiangnan was not confident that he would be able to deal with a 5th-level martial saint expert of the heavenly word realm. The woman said coldly, "There are few members below martial saint level in the guild. Even if there are, they are from the 6 Emperor's world. They were recommended by other sections. Who are you? Tell me your identity. Otherwise, I'll slash you with my sword." Xiangnan hurriedly said, "I am a disciple of the Northern Emperor continent and the Heavenly Sea sect." Xiangnan was anxious. Why hadn't the silver-blood vicious beast attacked yet? Hurry up and fight. If they fought, he would have a chance to escape. 5 martial saints at the 5th level. Are you kidding me? The woman said, "Prove yourself. Quick." Xiangnan was helpless. He could only pluck out a set of mystic-grade beginner-stage qi refining techniques from the 13 chapters of the Tao evolution and circulated them on the spot. When Xiangnan followed Mo Ling to the 6 Emperor's world, the first sect to explore was the Heavenly Sea sect. He also had a deep understanding of the 13th chapter of the Heavenly Sea sect's Tao evolution. It was naturally easy to use it now. As expected, The woman released her guard and heaved a sigh of relief. She shouted, "We've already sealed off this area. How did you get in?" Xianxia said, I lost my way in sending water, and then, at this moment, the silver blood vicious beast finally moved. She turned into a silver shadow and suddenly rushed towards the first heavenly word realm expert. Huan Yi, stop wasting your breath with that minion. Hurry up and do it, shouted the 5th level martial saint heavenly word realm expert. This person roared, "Supreme tyrant body." Even if it was real, it charged towards the silver blood vicious beast. Clang! The sharp sword edge of the heaven realm expert unbiased hit the silver blood vicious beast's shoulder. One of the silver blood vicious beast's sharp claws also grabbed onto the expert's wrist. The two of them hit each other at the same time, and both of them heard a crisp metallic sound. The two sounds appeared at the same time, as if they were a single sound. What was shocking was that the heaven realm experts were immediately sent flying backwards, and a large mouthful of blood spurted out from their mouths. On the other hand, the silver blood vicious beast only slid back 5 to 6 meters, and a small gap less than half an inch deep appeared on its shoulder. Xianxia's heart trembled. The silver blood vicious beast was indeed powerful. One had to know that the Dark North beast race's beauties were capable of subduing eternal beasts in one move when dealing with beasts that were 3 small realms lower than him. Bai Wu of the Heaven Realm was able to knock the handsome man out of his wits in 2 or 3 moves. Based on this, heavenly word generation experts would be able to fight against eternal vicious beasts of the same level. Of course, this was far inferior to Xianxia. However, at this moment, a 5th-level Martial Saint Heavenly Realm expert was clearly 4 small realms higher than a 1st-level Martial Saint Blood-Drinking Beast, but he had suffered a huge loss in one move. The difference between this blood-drinking vicious beast and an ordinary vicious beast was simply too shocking. The woman was too lazy to question Xianxia. After discovering that Xianxia was not a member of the enemy forces, she put all her attention on the blood-drinking vicious beast. "Chariot war," she scolded. The 2nd Heaven Realm expert immediately released his Supreme Tyrant physique and charged forward to fight against the silver blood vicious beast. The moment the two sides separated, the 3rd Heaven Realm expert also rushed forward and fought again. Immediately after, the 4th one also rushed forward, and then the woman rushed forward last. After the woman fought against the silver blood vicious beast, the 1st Heaven Realm expert had already been prepared. When the woman and the vicious beast separated, she rushed forward. Xianxia was thoughtful. This kind of fighting style was very smart. The so-called chariot battle usually meant that if one person went up after failing, the second person would challenge them again, and then they would continue in a cycle. However, the so-called chariot battle between experts of the heavenly character generation was not like this. They did not wait for one person to fail before the second person could make up for it. Instead, the first person made a move, and the second person immediately went over to make up for it. To fight like this was to treat 5 people as one person. The 5 of them worked together perfectly to minimize the gap in the battle. However, after this round, all 5 of them were injured. The woman named Bai Huani shouted, "Bai Hao, you are a top earth element major." Amongst the 5 people, an exceptionally sturdy man jumped out. This man's entire body trembled and he roared, "Earth-type overlord body, nether iron, Zhang." Bai Hao's body instantly turned into an iron-green color. At the same time that he was using this type of tyrannical body, the sound his body emitted was like the trembling roar of a giant saber. His body instantly became many times heavier, and he steadily rushed towards the silver blood vicious beast with large rumbling strides. The silver blood fierce beast also went forward and the two of them clashed with each other halfway through the battle. Boom! A shocking wave of energy exploded, blowing Xianxia backwards. The fierce wind made Xianxia unable to open his eyes. So there are so many types of tyrants. Xianxia's heart was heavy. He had only seen a few tyrant bodies before, and now it seemed that tyrant bodies were not only of the universal type, they were also of the attribute specialty type. From the perspective of Earth Vein martial artists, Earth Elemental Overlord Body was a type of Overlord Body technique that could display the strongest innate attributes of Earth Elemental martial artists. Obviously, the Bai clan had nether iron. Xiangnan had seen it before in the Valurium sect, so it wasn't too surprising to see by how using the nether iron overlord physique. As for nether metal, it had a restraining effect on the eternal beasts. This time, when the two of them collided, by how slid back 10 meters, and the silver blood vicious beast also slid back 10 meters. The two of them were already evenly matched. Charge again! Bai Huani shouted. Bai Hao immediately took large strides and rushed towards the silver blood vicious beast. At the same time, Bai Huani said, "White Calamity, music attack, weaken the defensive power of the vicious beast." A handsome man walked out of the group. His body trembled and 13 shadows appeared behind him. Supreme Overlord Body. Bai Jing's body trembled, and his body was immediately dyed metallic. A shadow behind him began to play an inexplicable tune. Yun Jishang. After Bai Ji shouted, he also picked up Yu Shao and played together with a phantom of himself. This Yun Jishang was a period of love, a faint and pitiful sadness that made people feel helpless and miserable in their lives. They made up their minds to die and leave this complicated world. This was not the time for Xiangnan to absorb the beetles. He could feel the effects of the wind. For a moment, Xiangnan's eyes were filled with tears, and he had the urge to pull out his saber and commit suicide. "Kid Xiangnan, guard your Tao heart," the big snake shouted. Xiangnan's spirit immediately trembled. His anger sank into his spiritual sea, and he concentrated on protecting his Tao heart, not letting the tune affect him. At the same time, Bai Calamity played as he took advantage of the collision between Bai Hao and the beast to float away and use Yu Shao to tap the silver blood beast's body. Clang! The flute landed on the forehead of the ferocious beast. The silver-blooded, ferocious beast's sturdy defense suddenly dimmed. Bai Huani shouted, "Bai Hao hit it again!" Bai Calamity continues to look for an opportunity to weaken it. Bai Wuxian, prepare to attack. Bai Hao hugged his shoulder and charged forward. With a clang, he slammed into the silver-blood vicious beast's body fiercely. White Calamity flew over, and Yu Shao slapped the beast's forehead for the second time. As for the other expert, he held a green sword in his hand and circled around the back of the ferocious beast, piercing into the back of the ferocious beast's heart with his sword. This sword was actually forged from nether iron, and this sword pierced through the skin defense of the ferocious beast, but only stabbed an inch into it. Bai Wuxian continued to push the long sword fiercely. The tyrannical aura wrapped around his arm buzzed, giving him a powerful impetus. However, this sword could no longer be pushed forward. The ferocious beast roared and slapped Bai Wuxian with his sword. By the time she patted Bai Wuxian, Bai Hao had already hugged his shoulders and rushed over again. "Heavens! Earth! Close!" Bai Hao roared angrily. As he charged forward, he suddenly raised his right hand high and his left hand sank. A gigantic astral chi disc sank into the sky, and a gigantic astral chi disc rose from the ground. The two enormous dipper chi discs smashed into each other fiercely, merging into a spiral airflow. Bai Hao took a deep breath and hugged his right shoulder with his left hand. The terrifying spiral energy instantly shrank onto his shoulder, turning into a thick armor. Bang! The power of this charge was simply too shocking. Xiangnan could only watch from the side and feel how fierce the charge was. If he collided with it, he would probably be able to directly crush 5 or 6 ordinary beasts at the 5th level of the Martial Saint Realm, right? However, the silver blood vicious beast's reaction speed was extremely astonishing, and its battle consciousness was also terrifying. She had probably predicted that the terrifying part of this charge was that she did not continue to attack face to face, but instead leapt forward with a light body. The moment Bai Hao collided with her, her left claw swiftly patted Bai Hao on the shoulder. She borrowed the momentum and floated up, perfectly dodging the charge. At this moment, Bai Jing also floated over. The jade shadow in his hand hit the beast's shoulder for the 3rd time, causing the beast's defense to weaken a bit. As for Bai Wuxian, he was already prepared. His body transformed into a beam of straight white light, and with a whoosh, he shot towards the back of the ferocious beast from afar. Moreover, the place where the sword struck this time was exactly the same, perfectly hitting the wound from the previous time. The nether iron sword once again pierced into the same wound, causing the wound to be nearly 2 inches deep. The silver blood vicious beast's battle consciousness was indeed not bad, but 2 fists were hard to defeat 4 hands. 5 Heaven Realm experts were also experts with extremely outstanding battle consciousness. The serpent said, "Xiangnan brat, stop looking for an opportunity. It seems like there is no chance to take advantage of the fisherman. I'm afraid this ferocious beast is going to die. Let's quickly retreat." Xiangnan sighed and immediately ran into the distance. The reason he stayed was to see if there was a chance. If both sides were to lose, then that would be the best outcome. But now it seems that this idea is impossible to achieve. Xiangnan was still unwilling to accept it. It was not easy for him to encounter a single martial saint first stage beast. Such a good opportunity was snatched away by the people of the Bai clan. As he ran, he even took the time to look back and discovered that Bai Huani had also joined the battle. Her attack meant that the battle was coming to an end. The Bai clan's martial arts techniques are truly exquisite. Not only is their ability to fight alone excellent, they can even work together perfectly. The serpent sighed emotionally. The Bai clan's martial arts techniques are truly exquisite. Heavens knows what kind of expert that Bai Wuxia is. He is actually so outstanding. Xiangnan said with a cold face, "It's true that you are outstanding, but you didn't use it on the right path." Xiangnan continued to head north. Killing the ferocious beasts was only a passing task, and searching for the dragon scales was the main target. As long as he found the dragon scale, he would be able to save the Dark North monster clan. Equally important, he would also be able to obtain the fallen heavenly lightning. A single divine lightning bolt could directly make Xiangnan jump 2 or 3 great realms in a row, and it was no small matter if he jumped into the ranks of martial saints. In the rear, as Xiangnan got further and further away from the battlefield, the battle ripples coming from there became weaker and weaker. This time, the Bai clan has also invested a lot of money to bring in the expensive nether iron. It seems like they are preparing to obtain a big harvest in one go. Xiangnan said. The serpent said, "Yes, there are so many experts of the Bai heavenly clan, and they need too many Holy Spirit stones. The consumption is astonishing. Moreover, they are focusing on cultivating Bai Wudao. The consumption of Holy Spirit stones is astronomical." Xiangnan deeply believed that there were only 300 subordinates under him, and they all felt that the supply of sacred spirit stones was insufficient to meet the demand. And what about the Bai clan? The members of the Bai clan probably numbered in the hundreds of thousands. Each person only gave 1 Holy Spirit stone, that was several 100,000. To raise so many people, even a colossus like the Bai clan would not be able to handle it. While running wildly, the big snake suddenly cried out, "Xiangnan brat, stop. I can feel an exceptionally powerful spiritual energy fluctuation." Xiangnan hurriedly stopped and observed the surroundings. He discovered that he had already run into a barren desert. Looking back, not far away was the dense lush forest, and beneath his feet was a strange iron-green desert. He grabbed a handful of sand in his hand. The sand was like iron powder, but it was definitely much tougher than real iron. "What is it?" Xiangnan frowned. The serpent said, 56 miles to the left." A strong vitality flashed. Although it quickly hid itself, it was unable to escape my perception. Quickly search for it. It is highly likely that it is a high-grade spirit herb. Spirit herbs. With a thought, Xiangnan immediately floated to the left. It had been a long time since he had harvested any spiritual herbs, so much so that Xiangnan almost forgot to look for such a thing. It would be great if he could find a spirit herb of grade 7 or above. Right now, Xiangnan was truly thirsty for cultivation. He was especially eager for anything that could raise his cultivation. It was truly too low. The 7th level of the divine martial arts was not enough. Xiangnan flew lightly, while the big snake kept reminding him, "That spirit herb seems to have moved again. It is quietly escaping. Damn. A spirit herb that possesses the consciousness to flee is at least a 7th grade spirit herb. It might even be a 8th grade spirit herb." Xiangnan became even more excited. High-grade spirit herbs can be used to refine spirit pills. As for high-grade spirit pills, even Heavenly Tribulation Realm experts wanted them very much. Isn't the Valurium sect master a Heavenly Tribulation Realm expert? He had long coveted 8th-grade spirit pills. Damn it! Stop hiding and chase after him. The slower I fly, the farther he runs. Xianxia was ruthless and immediately accelerated his speed, chasing after the spiritual herb. The spiritual herbs had already discovered their tracks, so there was no need for them to continue dodging. However, Xianxia discovered that the situation was much more complicated than he had imagined. As soon as he accelerated his flight, the spiritual herb actually accelerated as well. At this moment, the spiritual herb moved violently, and even Xianxia could feel the spiritual energy fluctuations on its body. The spiritual herb was advancing under the surface of the desert, similar to an earth escape technique. Xianxia continued to increase his speed. If he continued to increase his speed, the spiritual herb would also increase its speed again and again. When Xianxia even used lightning insight to increase his speed to the speed of sublight, the speed of the spiritual herb's escape had actually reached this level. What the hell? Xianxia said angrily. What a joke! It's just a spiritual herb, but it's already escaping at the speed of sublight. In less than a minute, Xianxia had already chased 700,000 li. However, that spirit herb was still on the run. This boundless desert was actually so vast, even though he didn't know where the end was. Motherfucker acceleration array. Sublight speed. Xianxia gritted his teeth and immediately released his avatar. After forming the acceleration seal, he increased his speed to the standard speed of sublight, reaching 50,000 li per second. About 1/6 the speed of light. Due to the fact that rebirth by bathing in fire was ineffective here, he didn't dare to fly too fast, so as to avoid causing serious friction injuries to his body. 1/6 of the speed of light was already the safest speed he had chosen. Sure enough, the spiritual herb increased its speed again. However, no matter what, that spiritual herb couldn't compare to Xianxia's speed this time. It could only increase to 30,000 miles per second at most. In less than half a second, Xianxia surpassed it with a whoosh. As the two sides crossed each other, the spiritual herb quickly changed directions and ran back. As soon as Xianxia stopped, the spiritual herb had already run a large distance towards the path it came from. Damn it! Is this thing playing hide and seek with me? Xianxia's face turned green. What kind of spiritual herb was this? How could he still possess such intelligence? Little sparrow chase. Xianxia threw out the bird. The little bird transformed into a small bird of lightning, sparkling with lightning as it flew towards the direction of the spiritual herb. The bird's flight speed was also extremely fast. At its limit, it could reach the speed of sublight. Apart from the fact that he was the Gale Sparrow's advantage, he was also a tiny divine lightning. Adding on the fact that he possessed the physical qualities of an ordinary beast, he could also withstand the friction caused by his speed. Xianxia was hanging in the distance from behind. He saw the little bird flying and suddenly plunging into the desert. Pooh! 3 seconds later, a cloud of iron sand suddenly exploded in the distant desert. A small figure shot into the air. Success! Xianxia was overjoyed. Little Sparrow was proudly floating in the air, holding something that looked like a ginseng in his hand. The ginseng also looked iron green, but strangely, there was actually a small eye on the ginseng. The eyeball rolled around and looked around randomly. Spirit formation! The serpent cried out. Damn it! It has truly transformed into a spirit. Xianxia waved his hand at the little bird and told him to fly back. He hurriedly asked, "What is spirit transformation? Then what grade is it?" The serpent said, "It is still a grade 8 spirit herb, but it has lived for too long. It should be over 1,000,000 years old. It is probably about my age." Xianxia took a deep breath and said, 1,000,000 years? Then, isn't that the ancient era's level? At this moment, a white light suddenly came from the horizon. Not good. When Xianxia saw the white light, he immediately rushed towards the little bird. However, he was still a step too slow. At the same time, the speed of the white light was too fast. It was a white light from the 5th level of the Martial Saint realm. The white light flew closer and immediately transformed into a dipper chi cage, imprisoning both the bird and the ginseng. It's them. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. He flew closer to the astral chi cage and slashed at the cage with his saber. If you dare to move again, I will take his life. A cold female voice sounded, causing Xianxia's blade to stop at a distance of less than half an inch from the cage. Previously, the 5 Heaven Realm experts flew from far to near, swoosh, 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 swoosh. The person who spoke was the only woman in the group, Bai Huani. She threatened Little Sparrow's life, making Xianxia not dare to act rashly. It was them again. Xianxia's eyes were almost red. The silver blood vicious beasts he encountered were snatched away by them, and the grade 8 spirit herbs that he had managed to capture were actually going to be stabbed by them. Bai Huani flew to the side of the cage and lightly snapped his fingers. The cage collapsed on its own. Her hand was extremely fast, her hands coming out together, grabbing the ginseng and the bird. Hee. Grade 8 spirit herbs. The other 4 Heavenly Word Generation members all laughed out loud. Bai Huani's eyes lit up as he said, "Originally, I thought it was a grade 7 spirit herb, but I didn't expect it to have reached grade 8. Furthermore, it's at the ancient era's level. The medicinal properties of such a grade 8 spirit herb are probably more than 3 times that of a normal grade 8 spirit herb, right? What a good thing. Of course it's good stuff. With our current level of Martial Saint level 5, we need 8,192 low-grade Saint Spirit Stones to advance to Martial Saint level 6. The sturdy Bai Hao roared with a smile. Such astronomical figures can only be gathered after a few years, but with a grade 8 spirit pill, it would be very different. Yes, Huani, you are the leader of our squad. After refining this thing into a spirit pill, it would be better for you to swallow it, Bai Jing said. Bai Wuqian's expression turned cold as he gritted his teeth and said, Right now, the clan is focusing on nurturing that brat Bai Wudao. It's unpleasant to think about it. Bai Wudao was still wearing open crotch pants when we were so powerful, but now he's showing off. We have to make some achievements. Let our ancestors see who is truly a genius worthy of training. These people had already treated the ginseng as their own. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Bai Huani, don't you think this spiritual herb should belong to me? Bai Huani didn't even look at Xianxia. Instead, she shifted her gaze to the little bird and said, This little monster is interesting. As she spoke, she pushed the little bird and the spiritual herb towards Xianxia and said, You can only choose one of the two. Don't say that we are from the Beihuang Guild. I'm bullying my own people. I'll give you a choice. Xianxia gritted his teeth and said, These two are mine. Hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. Is that so? If that's the case, even your life would be mine. If it weren't for the 5 of us appearing in time, you would have already died at the hands of the silver blood vicious beast just now. How could this be considered? Bai Huani said. Xianxia knew that these 5 people were clearly going to eat him up, so it was a waste of words to reason with them. I want the bird, he said. Bai Huani clicked her tongue and said, What a pity. Originally, I was quite interested in this bird. However, since you are also a member of our guild, I cannot go too far. As he spoke, Bai Huani threw the bird to Xianxia. You all know that you've gone too far. Xianxia caught the bird and placed him on his shoulder. Bai Huani shook the herb and said, Goodbye, young man. After saying that, the 5 of them laughed and left. I've worked in vain. The serpent sighed. Xianxia took a deep breath and said, I have no choice. If my cultivation level is insufficient, I will be bullied. Continue north. He turned into a ray of light and flew far north. How could those people catch up to me so precisely and discover that I'm chasing a spirit herb? Could it be that my subluminous fluctuations are too intense? Xianxia said. The serpent said, I'm afraid so. The few of them are much higher than you. They can sense your subluminous fluctuations from very far away. Next, it's better to keep a low profile. This time, we have attracted experts from the Heaven Realm. Perhaps we can attract more silver blood vicious beasts next time. The friction between the speed of sublight and the air was too intense. The spiritual energy fluctuations caused by this friction were very easy for high-level martial artists to sense. After Xianxia arrived at the small secret realm, he suffered 2 consecutive defeats and felt very unhappy in his heart. The vicious beast of the first level of the martial saint stage had disappeared, and even his rank 8 spirit herb had been snatched away. This anger could not be swallowed even after thinking about it. However, on second thought, this small secret realm was indeed a treasure trove. It wasn't long before he encountered a grade 8 spirit herb. As long as he was more careful, he wouldn't have to worry about harvesting more. I wonder how much diameter this small secret realm is, and how far we are from the north of this small secret realm. Xianxia looked around and could not see the boundaries at all. In the distance, where the heavens and earth met, it was still a vast expanse. The serpent said, "That dragon scale is from the body of a mountain range dragon king. It should have an extremely strong earth elemental attribute. We only need to focus on finding places where the earth element fluctuations are too strong. We can generally find some clues." Yes, Xianxia nodded. His understanding of the dragon race was not deep, only limited to the dragon race's species. In fact, this was the same as most people's understanding of the dragon race. Now, the small goal was to head north first, and then find a place where the earth elements were highly condensed. At this moment, the boundless desert seemed to be endless. As Xianxia flew, he noticed that something was amiss. What? The more you fly, the darker the color of the desert will become. Xianxia frowned and stared. In the beginning, the desert was iron green, like fine iron scraps. But now it had already turned green and black. Moreover, the air was filled with an inexplicable iron elemental power. Gold, silver, copper, iron, and other ores were all bred from the earth. There were many types of these metals, but in general they were all earth elements. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the dragon scales were hidden in this desert? Just as he was thinking about it, he suddenly saw a huge spiral sand pit appear in the desert right in front of him. The desert caved in, and quicksand kept flowing into the pit. The pit grew larger and larger, becoming more and more urgent. Xianxia did not dare to continue forward. He hurriedly stopped and held the hilt of the saber. The snake's voice also became particularly solemn. "Be careful. I can feel a kind of life force condensing in the sandpit." Xianxia was confused by this statement. Astral qi and spiritual qi could be called condensation. But how could life force be said to be condensed? The vitality of an organism is basically unchangeable. The meaning of condensation was the process of changing from weak to strong and from less to more. "You mean?" Xianxia suddenly thought of something and his heart trembled. The snake said, "That's right. Many tiny and shattered life forms are gathering in one direction. They are forming a giant life form. Damn it. This thing is so evil. Hurry up and take a detour. Don't cause any trouble." Xianxia hesitated. Running away was of course the wisest choice, and he knew it very well. But what if the condensation of that enormous organism had something to do with the dragon scales of the mountain range dragon king? If he escaped from this place, wouldn't it be against his original intention to come here? Carefully perceive if there are any dragon scales. Xianxia's forehead was covered in sweat, and his hand holding the hilt of the saber was also pale due to his excessive strength. The serpent stopped talking. It was obviously paying more attention to perceiving the situation in its vitality. After a while, the serpent said, damn it, let's go. That giant creature has nothing to do with the dragon scale. This desert is alive. Hurry up, let's go. This entire desert is alive." The snake's voice changed. Xianxia had never seen a snake so nervous before. He was so scared that his pupils contracted, and he quickly turned into a beam of bright light and circled around. However, it was already too late. In that huge sandpit, there was a sudden explosion, and a colossal creature that pierced through the heavens and earth soared into the sky. As Xianxia flew wildly, he also saw the moment the giant charged out of the sandpit. He could clearly see it. This shocking fact caused him to break out in cold sweat. The so-called desert of the serpent was alive, but what it meant was that every grain of sand was alive. And that colossus was a condensed monster made up of countless grains of sand. Elemental monster. Xiangnan's heart skipped a beat. Elementium creatures were one of the most terrifying species. This was because this kind of creature was not a single living thing, but a condensed form of life. They had no lifeline, and there was no saying of life or death. Elemental creatures appeared in the farthest legends recorded in ancient texts. For example, the notorious fire spirit had many different names, and some people called it the flame devil. It was a living being made up of pure flames. It did not exist in the brain, heart, and other parts of the body. It was a ball of flames, undying, imprisoned, invincible, and without weakness. The sky darkened with a strong wind. Xiangnan hurriedly turned his head to take a look. Under this gaze, he was so frightened that his liver and gallbladder split apart. A huge black shadow was dancing in the sky, and it was chasing after him. It was an earth elemental creature. Its entire body was made up of countless grains of sand. It covered the sky and covered the earth. It was extremely shocking. The most exaggerated thing was that it was extremely fast. Xiangnan no longer cared about that much. He immediately condensed the acceleration array and increased its speed to the speed of sublight, attempting to escape from this desert. However, the huge sand monster behind him fell into the desert with a loud shout. In the next moment, a huge monster appeared right below Xiangnan. "This thing can appear anywhere in the desert," the big snake shouted. "Quick! Quick!" The giant sand monster let out a roar and soared into the air. A large amount of sand grains formed a giant hand to salvage Xiangnan. However, the accuracy of the speed and time of the sand monster general was wrong. It did appear right below Xiangnan, but the instant it attacked, Xiangnan was still flying. The two of them had narrowly escaped. The giant sand monster once again plunged into the desert from the sky. It didn't have a definite entity. This entire desert could be considered a part of its body. However, Xiangnan judged that although it didn't have a core of life, it still had a core of consciousness. Wherever its consciousness was, it could condense into its body. Sure enough, in the next instant, the sand monster appeared right in front of Xiangnan. The howling sand monster soared into the sky, covering the entire sky in front of Xiangnan. Xiangnan didn't have time to change directions. As he flew wildly, he waved his hand and two full-speed 7-star fingers appeared. The massive consumption of astral chi was no longer something he needed to consider now. What he needed to consider was how to escape. The 7-star finger of light accurately hit the sand monster's stomach. The first 7-star finger immediately exploded through the sand monster's stomach, and the second 7-star finger exploded through the sand monster's stomach again when it healed. At the same time, Xiangnan pierced through the gap in the sand monster's stomach. However, the giant sand monster's stomach instantly healed. It had no fixed form at all, and every grain of sand was a member of its life aggregate. Damn it! There's no way to deal with this thing. Xiangnan turned around and saw that the sand monster was throwing itself into the desert again, causing his scalp to go numb. Before Xiangnan could turn around, the giant sand monster appeared right in front of him. Xiangnan hurriedly chopped out more than 100 saber lights. However, after these saber rays pierced through the sand monster's body, they did not form an explosive hole the size of a 7-star finger. Instead, they created thin and narrow cracks. These cracks were too thin, and before Xiangnan could pass, they quickly healed, instead wrapping Xiangnan inside. Fine sand covered the sky and covered the earth, instantly sweeping over Xiangnan, burying his entire body inside. Xiangnan was unable to breathe, nor could he open his eyes. Every inch of his skin was wrapped in iron sand. The size of the sand monster gave Xiangnan tremendous pressure. Countless fine sand squeezed over from all directions. The pressure was so high that Xiangnan was about to lose his strength. What was even more shocking was that the sand monster was still absorbing fine sand. Fine sand that was like a tidal wave transformed into wild currents from all directions and was sucked over, filling the sand monster's body, causing it to grow larger and larger. The bigger it was, the higher the pressure it would bring to Xiangnan's stomach. Xiangnan felt like he was about to explode. Explode! Xiangnan immediately released a large amount of lightning energy, causing the lightning energy to instantly explode. A high-energy explosive ball exploded with Xiangnan's body as the center. The sand monster's stomach was instantly blown apart. Large amounts of fine sand flew everywhere. Because the temperature was too high, the sand was directly blown into crystals. Xiangnan immediately found the right opportunity and rushed out of the sand monster's stomach. He breathed heavily in the air and quickly fled into the distance. Asphyxiation was not the most terrifying. When the most terrifying sand monster squeezed Xiangnan, it assimilated its own vitality into Xiangnan, causing the spiritual energy in Xiangnan's body to greatly decrease, resulting in the shocking consequences of suffocating for a minute before dying. Fortunately, Xiangnan only lost spiritual energy, not thunder energy. Once he left the sand monster's body, the abundant spiritual energy in the small secret realm would immediately be frantically absorbed by him. However, the sand monster did not die at all. After it condensed again, the situation became even worse. Xiangnan's explosion had blown a large area of sand into crystals. The sand monster had now turned into a half-sand, half-crystal monster. Damn it! Why is it so unlucky to encounter such a monster? Xiangnan hurriedly chopped out a large area of fan chi from behind him. This move was his most elementary, lightning shockwave. Could tilt the weather, yuan chi, and dipper chi out in a large area. Although this move was very basic, it was very effective against sand monsters. The lightning energy from the fan instantly created a huge gap in the sand monster's body. As a result, only half of Xiangnan's lightning power was left. However, the most troublesome thing about the sand monster wasn't how powerful it was, but that it didn't have a prescribed form and didn't die at all. Who? The sand monster that was blasted apart fell into the desert and quickly disappeared. With a howl of a strong wind, the damned complete sand monster appeared right in front of Xiangnan. It was getting more and more experienced in dealing with Xiangnan, so it was able to advance with incomparable precision. This time, he just happened to swallow Xiangnan into his stomach. Immediately after, it was still the kind of intense pressure that firmly imprisoned Xiangnan. His attacks weren't too fatal, but when would it count as its head? Xiangnan's lightning power was limited. Why is this damn thing holding on to me? Why does it want to eat me? Xiangnan said hurriedly in his heart. He felt that the sand monster's scattered life was invading him. Every grain of sand was corroding his skin, trying to sand himself. I'm afraid it's not going to eat you, but assimilate you. The more high-realm life forms it assimilates, the bigger this desert will be, the snake said. Xiangnan could only release a large amount of lightning energy, once again blasting through the sand monster's stomach and escaping for the second time. Ice. Seal the surface of the desert. Don't let it jump out again. The serpent hurriedly offered an idea. Xiangnan quickly released the power of the profound ice bomb, and a large amount of cold energy blew out, sealing the sand surface in the distance and turning it into a vast expanse of azure-black ice field. But then, the ice began to corrode by sand. The ice became darker and darker, and in the end, countless grains of sand rushed out. I can't freeze. Xiangnan gritted his teeth and said, every grain of sand is a living creature. This sand monster uses laws to break through the ice. Bastard! The serpent roared. Aren't you from the heavenly spirit 5 veins? Attack with water veins. Xiangnan immediately released his heavenly spirit water vein and condensed it into a water dragon with a large amount of lightning power. The water dragon swept away and landed on the sand with a pu sound. The sand monster that had just flown up was immediately submerged by the water, and the sand condensed into a solid when it met the water. Xiangnan flicked his saber and cut off the head of the sand monster. However, this was still not possible. The sand monster decisively gave up on its current body. Its enormous body staggered and collapsed, but a new giant sand monster condensed from Xiangnan's right front. The entire desert is filled with it. I've been flying above its body all this time. I'm afraid that even if I fight it for 3 lifetimes, I won't be able to defeat it alone. Xianxia said in shock. Wind! Blow it! The serpent roared. Xianxia once again changed his talent and focused on the heavenly spirit wind vein. He circulated his lightning power and threw a fierce wind explosive fist at the brand new sand monster. An incomparably large storm fist flew over and landed firmly on the sand monster's stomach. As expected, the sand monster was not dispersed by the strong wind. After the wind fist hit the sand monster, it didn't blow it away, only blasting open a shallow sandpit. Too low, the serpent said. This kind of martial skill is basically at the heaven stage beginner stage. It's not even at the profound stage. Do you have anything more advanced? Xianxia hurriedly said. Where did you get a higher level? Most of the cultivation techniques and martial skills in my mind come from the profound sky sect. The serpent roared. Then use the blade of the dead. Hack it to death. Xianxia moved forward with his saber, and his entire body turned into a beam of intense light. He stood the giant saber in front of him and pierced through the surface of the sand monster's body with a whoosh. The blade of the dead was capable of killing life forms. Whenever the blade passed, all the grains of sand in a straight line would die. The grains of sand changed from a visible speed to a grayish-white color, falling down one after another. No matter how the sand monster called out, the grains of sand that had died couldn't continue to rise. But damn it, this desert is too big. The sand monster doesn't care about that little bit of sand. It only waved its waist and gathered more sand from afar. Aye! Holy shit! Ah! The veins on Xianxia's forehead bulged, and he said, Sooner or later, I will be played to death by it. Why is there no end to this damn desert? Ah, right? The big snake was shocked and said, I'm so stupid. How could I forget such important information? This sand monster doesn't have a life core, but it has a consciousness core. Didn't you have the Immortal traveling technique? Attack its consciousness. Xianxia was also stunned and roared. Why didn't you fucking say it earlier? Bullshit. The snake scolded. I helped you think of every move. You're too late. Xianxia said. Nonsense, this daddy is busy fighting. How can I have so much experience to think about? Bickering was a bickering, but Xianxia's movements did not stop at all. He knew that he only had a very short period of time. Once he released the Immortal Ascension technique, his true body would lose its ability to move and would be devoured by the sand monster. The most crucial time was whether he could shatter the sand monster's consciousness when his true body was devoured by the sand monster. Immortal traveling technique. Xianxia quickly stopped and sat cross-legged in the sky. Who? The sand monster rushed over and swept Xianxia inside. At the same time, Xianxia's consciousness left his body. His true body was imprisoned in the sand monster's body. The sand monster began to absorb sand particles in large areas to increase the squeezing pressure on Xianxia. As soon as Xianxia's consciousness floated out, he saw something that he hadn't seen before. It was a diamond-shaped glow that was only a meter long and was located inside the sand monster's body. Consciousness. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. That diamond-shaped light body was the sand monster's consciousness? Go for it. Consciousness was something that could not be discovered by the naked eye, but Xianxia could see it with his pure body of consciousness. Immediately, he slammed into the diamond-shaped glowing body. Boom! Xianxia's consciousness landed firmly on the luminous body. In the real world, the giant sand monster that was squeezing Xianxia's body suddenly felt a burst of sand falling down from its body. Sure. Xianxia was overjoyed and smashed into the shining weight for the second time. Boom! The gigantic sand monster's body shook again, and a huge amount of sand was still scattered and shed. After being struck twice by Xianxia, the light from the diamond-shaped luminous body grew weaker and weaker each time. It's not that easy to kill me. Xianxia roared and used all his strength to crash into the diamond-shaped light for the third time. Boom! This strike directly shattered the diamond-shaped luminous body. The gigantic sand monster's body finally disintegrated into a pile of sand. Xianxia's true body was exposed. He immediately regained consciousness and opened his eyes. He looked at the dead corpse of the sand monster on the ground and saw something strange. It was a small and exquisite crystal stone, but it had a very strange shape. At first glance, it looked like a small heart the size of a watermelon. It was like a heart carved out of crystal. What was even stranger was that the heart was still beating. My God! It's the elemental heart. It really is the elemental heart. Xianxia was also overjoyed. He did not know what an elemental heart was, but he knew that it was definitely not an ordinary object. He immediately flew towards the elemental heart. At this moment, a beam of intense light came from afar and accurately hit Xianxia, sending him flying far away. Immediately after, 5 beams of intense light descended from the sky. Bai Huani grabbed the elemental heart in his hand and laughed loudly. What good luck! You! Xianxia flew back and pointed at Bai Huani angrily. That's mine! Bai Huani simply ignored Xianxia. She only held the elemental heart in her hand and watched it intoxicatedly as she said, Good stuff, really good stuff. With this elemental heart, once I absorb it, I will be able to possess the laws of the desert for no reason. Xianxia's heart trembled. So the elemental heart still had such an effect. Desert laws? Could it be that he could also possess the ability to reunite like a sand monster? The serpent said, It's not as perfect as you think. However, it does possess some of the sand monster's abilities. After absorbing the elemental heart, your body can also break down into countless grains of sand at any time, but this must be used at the right time. If the enemy attacks you, you will still be killed by the enemy before you can disperse. However, this ability is considered very powerful. Xianxia realized that the desertification ability of this desert law was far superior and his talent awakened. Once a talent awakening encountered an Italian weapon, or a weapon above the profound weapon, it would lose its effectiveness. The greatest nemesis of talent awakening was will and the power of laws. However, that kind of desertification was a kind of law in itself. It was not afraid of profound weapons, Dao weapons, or even Dao-grade martial skills. Xianxia had already discovered this before. Ha! I told you. This kid has great luck. Bai Wuxian, who was holding the nether iron sword, smiled and said, Follow him, and you'll definitely find a lot of good stuff. Huani, you didn't believe me when I said that just now. Do you believe me now? Bai Huani smiled and said, Well, it seems that this kid is indeed very lucky. When Xianxia heard this, he couldn't suppress the anger in his heart and angrily said, Have you been following me all this time? Bai Huani put the elemental heart into his pocket and patted it gently before saying to Xianxia, So what? Only then did Xianxia know that he had been tricked. These fellows had been following him from afar. They had already eaten themselves up. Once they encountered something good, they would jump out and snatch it away. Don't force me. Xianxia narrowed his eyes turning red. He touched the Mingyue Haoyan mirror, wishing he could chop these bastards with a single blade. Calm down, you must calm down. Your blade light is at the 5th level of the Martial Saint Realm, and they are also at the 5th level of the Martial Saint Realm. Furthermore, they are experts of the Heavenly Word Realm. This saber might not even be able to cut them to death. Even if it could, only one could be cut to death. What about the other 4? Xianxia said angrily in his heart. Could it be that he is allowed to be played like this? The serpent said, I am also unwilling, but do we have any other choice? The overall situation is very important. Little brat Xianxia, if you can't bear it, then you're going to make a big ruckus. Xianxia gritted his teeth and stared at Bai Huani angrily. Bai Huani said, You don't feel happy? Haha, this world of martial arts is already like this. You can still expect everyone to treat you fairly? If you have such childish thoughts, then it's best not to mess with martial arts. Xianxia said coldly, They are all from the Northern Emperor Guild. Doesn't this freeze everyone's hearts? Bai Huani said, Is that so? But in my opinion, that's not the case. The 5 of us are following you. That's your guarantee to live in the little secret realm. Without us, you would have died a long time ago. This elemental heart can be considered a gift of gratitude for saving my life. Bullshit. Xianxia said angrily, When did you protect me? Where were you when I was attacked by the sand monster just now? Now, you're licking your face and saying those words. Bai Huani's expression turned cold as he said, "Clean your mouth. If it weren't for the sake of this elemental heart, I would have slashed you with my sword." Bai Hao roared, "What are you talking about? Fuck this kid to death." Xianxia narrowed his eyes, but he suddenly smiled and said, "Good, good, good. Wait for me. Sooner or later, you will regret it." With that, he turned around and flew away. Bai Hao wanted to catch up and kill Xianxia, but was stopped by Bai Huani. Bai Hao was puzzled and angrily said, "What are you doing protecting him for? What kind of members of the same guild? So what if we kill him here? Could it be that other people will know about this?" Bai Huani rubbed her chin and said, "I care about his life and death? I just suddenly felt that what Wu Chun said was very reasonable. It was as if this kid had been blessed by the goddess of fate. Let's follow him slowly. Maybe we can find other treasures. Just snatch them away at that time. What can he do if he calls Tian Tian Bu-Ling and Earth Bu-Ing here?" Hearing this, Bai Hao chuckled. "You are still poisonous. No wonder people say that you are the most poisonous woman. You are much more ruthless than me." Bai Huani looked coldly at Bai Hao. Bai Hao knew that he had misspoken and hurriedly shut his mouth. In the distance, Xianxia flew for a few hours before finally leaving this desert. However, the patience in his heart was already reaching its limit. First, the silver blood vicious beast was robbed, then the grade 8 spirit herb, and then the elemental heart. After arriving at the little secret realm, he encountered 3 treasures in a row, but all of them were snatched away by Huani's bastards without exception. How could he endure this tone? The serpent said, "I'm afraid they're still following behind you. Their realm is at least 8 levels higher than yours. If they want to avoid your perception, there's nothing you can do." The gap between the 7th level of the divine realm and the 5th level of the martial saint realm was a small gap of 8 levels. Even a genius like Xianxia could not make up for such a huge gap. One step at a time. Xianxia's face was cold as he said, "It's important to get dragon scales first. I'm afraid that after finding the dragon scale, they will still jump out and snatch it away. That would be useless. However, these people are different from the martial saint beetles. It's very difficult for them to line up in a straight line and slash them with one blade." The serpent said, "Be flexible. I really can't do it. Didn't you still have the ability to dream once? The moment they get the dragon scale, they will immediately fall into a dream so that they won't be able to find you. However, this needs to be done quickly enough. We must not let them get dragon scales in an emergency." Xianxia flew out of the desert and arrived at a strange crystal mountain range. This mountain range was endless and crisscrossed, forming a meter shape. The strangest thing was that every mountain peak, including the ground, was filled with transparent crystals. It was like a world made of beautiful glass. Xianxia landed on the ground in surprise. He touched the ground with his hand, and his hands were smooth and firm. He could even see his reflection from the ground, as if he was facing a transparent mirror. The structure of this place is a bit strange. Xianxia frowned. After the experience in the desert just now, he was already a little too cautious. If a strange crystal elemental monster suddenly jumped out of this transparent crystal mountain range, then that would be great. The big snake said, "Be careful anyway." Xianxia slowly flew along a mountain range and discovered that there were actually plants here. However, plants were also made of crystals. Under the sunlight, they were colorful and very beautiful. Such a world immediately attracted the little bird's greatest interest. He screamed as if he had seen a beautiful dream made purely of gemstones. What kind of strange domain is this? Xianxia increased his caution, fearing that he would encounter an elemental monster like the sand monster from before. The reason he was able to defeat the sand monster before was because its consciousness was not strong enough. If the elemental monster that jumped out now had a stronger consciousness than the sand monster, then there was no way to deal with it. Xianxia tilted his head slightly, thinking that Bai Huani's group of bastards were still hiding behind him, following him from afar. If he continued to risk his life to obtain the treasure, he would probably end up in the same situation as before. No matter what treasure he obtained, they would snatch it away. Damn it! I'm not looking for anything. Let's go around first. Xianxia completely dismissed the idea of searching for treasures and wanted to directly bypass this mirror mountain range. He flew in one direction for a long time, but he couldn't find the end of the crystal mountain range. He even flew to the left. Finally, he saw the edge of the small secret realm, the exit of the spherical mirror, and didn't bypass the crystal mountain range. If he continued to fly to the left, he would leave and enter the eternal secret realm. Ha! Xianxia's heart skipped a beat as he thought to himself, this is a great opportunity to shake off by Huani and the others. The performance of this small secret realm in the outside world is only a spherical mirror with a diameter of 100,000 kilometers, but its interior is several hundred times larger than before. If I leave the little secret realm now, fly for a while after I leave, and return from another place, will I not be here anymore? Once I leave the little secret realm, Bai Huani and the others will be cut off. This is a good idea. The most urgent thing is to get rid of them. Otherwise, if they keep pestering us, it won't be a good idea, the snake said. When this thought appeared, Xianxia was still a little nervous. He had already appeared at the edge of the small secret realm. Wasn't Bai Huani and the others worried that he would run away? But in reality, Bai Huani and the others did not appear to stop him. Xianxia didn't think too much and directly jumped out of the spherical mirror. In front of him was a flash of white light. Then he left the small secret realm and arrived at the eternal secret realm outside. It was still a lush forest, and this area was something that Xianxia had never been to before. He flew a long distance into the distance, then looked at the spherical mirror from afar and said, this spherical mirror is only 100,000 kilometers in diameter. If I were to find it directly in the north and fly in, would I also appear directly in the north of the little mystery realm? That saves me a lot of traveling time. I should have thought of this a long time ago. After saying that, Xianxia flew 50,000 li to the north of the spherical mirror, and then drilled into it. However, the scene before Xianxia's eyes was something that he had never expected. Damn it! Why is it still here? Xianxia looked at the scene in front of him in astonishment. It was actually the origin of his departure from the little mystery realm. In front of him was the strange crystal mountain range. Why? Xianxia couldn't understand. After leaving, he moved 50,000 kilometers and directly entered from the north. However, when he was inside, he was still at the same place as when he left. That doesn't make sense. I clearly moved outside. The big snake said, go out and take a look again. Xianxia jumped out of the small secret realm and entered the eternal secret realm outside. However, the scene he saw now made him even more confused. The place where he appeared was right north of the spherical mirror. It's exactly where he came in. Ah! Xianxia frowned. The first time he entered the small secret realm, he actually entered from the west of the spherical mirror. Go back to the west and take a look, said the serpent. Xianxia immediately flew back to the demon territory. This was the entrance to the small secret realm for the first time. He hesitated for a moment before taking a step forward. Sure enough, after entering the small secret realm, he was still in front of the crystal mountain range. Damn it! Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air and said, no matter where you come from, you will appear here. Could it be that this small secret realm has already remembered the coordinates of my departure? No matter how I enter or exit, it will always appear at this coordinates. At present, this should be the only explanation. Perhaps we can treat the 100,000-mile diameter spherical mirror as a pure spatial entrance, the snake said. As for the small secret realm, it is indeed capable of recording your progress. Once you enter, you will appear at the coordinates when you leave. Xianxia understood what the serpent said. He had encountered spatial passages more than once before, but those spatial passages were black spheres that were several meters in diameter and tens of meters in diameter. When he saw the 100,000-mile diameter spherical mirror, Xianxia made a wrong judgment. He thought that the spherical mirror itself was a container that contained a small secret realm. From the looks of it, the spherical mirror was not a container. It was just an entrance, a very large entrance. Xianxia said helplessly. If I had known earlier, I should have thought about it clearly the first time I entered the small secret realm. I just need to directly enter from the due north. It's too late to say anything now. After all, we didn't know the mechanism of this small secret realm back then, said the big snake. But Bai Huani and the others know very well. No wonder they didn't jump out to stop me from escaping. It turns out that they already knew that I would return untouched. Then there's no other way. We can only pass through this crystal mountain range. Xianxia crossed his heart and flew towards the depths of the crystal mountain range with the huge saber in his hand. This mountain range should run through the entire small secret realm. No matter where it goes, there's no way to avoid it. In order to cope with all kinds of unexpected situations, Xianxia had made all kinds of preparations beforehand before piercing through the Crystal Mountain Range. The first was to explore the battle environment of the Crystal Mountain Range. Whether these specular crystals were strong enough, whether they possessed explosive properties, and whether they possessed other hidden properties that they didn't know about. If something jumped out of the mountain range and suddenly triggered a strange phenomenon, such as an explosion, when he was fighting against that thing, then he would die without a complete corpse. All of this needs to be clarified first. Xianxia's punch landed on the crystal ground. The strength of his punch was quite impressive, but the crystal ground did not collapse. Not even a single crack appeared. Very strong. Xianxia nodded silently. The hardness of these crystals was astonishing. Then what about thunder energy and divine aura? We'll have an unexpected reaction with the crystal. Xianxia attempted to hack a blade light onto the ground. The dazzling saber light hit the ground with a buzzing sound, but in the next instant, it was actually reflected back. Xianxia's reaction was astonishingly fast. He suddenly leaned back, and his saber light whistled towards his side face. He almost beheaded himself. Afraid, Xianxia took 3 deep breaths to calm his emotions. Immediately after, a buzzing sound came from afar. He raised his head to look, and that scene left a deep impression on him. The blade light was like a beam of light, and the crystal mountain range was like a mirror. After Xianxia's saber light hacked towards the ground was refracted by the ground, the saber light crashed into the forest while flying. The collision with the mountain was refracted. The collision with the crystal tree was also refracted back. The most shocking thing was that after the blade light had been refracted dozens of times in succession in the Crystal Mountain Range, one of the times it had been ejected into the sky. Even the clouds in the sky were polygon-shaped. After hitting a cloud, the saber light was reflected off again. Seeing the sharp saber light shoot towards him, Xianxia quickly jumped back 3 times. Then, with a buzzing sound, the saber light hit the spot where Xianxia stood in the instant before, and was reflected back. Afterwards, the blade light bounced farther and farther away in the complex mountain range, disappearing from sight. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. The saber light was not real light. Even if the saber light was hacked into a real mirror, the only result would be to split the mirror in half. There was absolutely no reason for it to be reflected back. If astral chi and lightning energy could be reflected by a mirror, then what kind of weapon would a martial artist need? Just hold a large mirror in their arms. However, this strange crystal mountain range did possess the ability to reflect saber light. We can't use any external lightning power here. The serpent lowered its voice and said in a heavy tone, "Otherwise, it might accidentally injure itself. It's easy to dodge a saber light jumping around inside, but it'll be very troublesome if there's a lot of saber light." Xianxia nodded his head and said with lingering fear, "Fortunately, I tried it in advance. Otherwise, I would have suffered a huge loss. Since that's the case, I can only grind my teeth and move forward." He lowered his body and flew through the valley of the mountain range. All kinds of crystal objects reflected his shadow, sometimes making him feel as if he was moving in a mirror world. He had also tried to see if he could see Bai Huani and the others in the field of view of the specular reflection. However, the result was no good. The reflection of the mirror was very limited, and Xianxia could only see this small area where he was. Most of the time, The reflections on the rocks and trees he saw were chaotic and infinite. Xianxia stood in front of the two corresponding mirrors and saw an infinite number of himself. In other words, they could only see more, but they might not be able to see far. Under such a damn environment, Xianxia had flown for a long time, causing him to feel a kind of visual fatigue. He was almost unable to distinguish his direction. There was a kind of dizzy, spinning visual pain. However, after flying for a while, an obvious spiritual energy fluctuation appeared. This fluctuation did not need to be reminded by the big snake, and Xianxia could feel it himself. Something is approaching. Xianxia increased his flying speed and remained vigilant at all times. About 3 seconds later, a crystal wolf appeared in the crystal forest right in front of him. It was also a polygon, like a sculpture of countless small mirrors. The second level of the divine martial arts is not strong. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. The wolf sprinted towards Xianxia, followed by a pounce. Xianxia easily dodged the bite of the wolf and slashed the wolf in half. Large pieces of broken crystals fell to the ground. The two wolves lay motionless on the ground. A kind of mercury-like blood slowly flowed out. Xianxia sniffed and knew that the blood in the mercury state was poisonous. At least it's not an elemental creature, Xianxia said. Before he could do anything, he felt that something was wrong with him. He subconsciously turned around and saw that the back of his robe had broken at some point. The broken swing was lying flat on the ground with a neat cut. When did it break? Xianxia frowned. That wolf clearly didn't hit him just now. He picked up the back of the fragment and looked around. It was the cut that was smooth and smooth, as if it had been cut by a sharp weapon. This scene made Xianxia's scalp feel numb. He was ambushed? He didn't have any premonition at all. This doesn't seem to be caused by the sneak attack of the enemy. The serpent's voice became solemn. This should have been cut by you. Xianxia said. How is that possible? I only struck the crystal wolf with one saber. How could it be? Oh my God! You mean, I only struck the crystal wolf with one saber. Xianxia's pupils constricted, and he immediately realized an absurd fact. The serpent said in a deep voice, You hit your reflection, in the distance. Bai Huani and the others watched Xianxia's every move from afar. Bai Wuxian spat and said, This brat is really reckless. He was almost killed by me, and he didn't even realize it. If he dies, where are we going to find such a lucky boy? Bai Huani heaved a sigh of relief and said, He should have realized the problem. Crystal Forest. Xianxia silently walked in front of the crystal wolf's corpse and reflected his reflection on a mirror. He used his giant saber to gently stroke the finger of his reflection. Sure enough, the crystal wolf's corpse had been cut open, and his little thumb also had an obvious pain. He raised his hand and saw a knife wound appear on his pinky. It's bleeding. Fuck! Xianxia felt that this scene was truly a fantasy. The serpent said, Looks like this place is called a secret realm for some reason. There are too many unknown things that will happen. As he spoke, another divine martial second-grade crystal wolf flashed out from the jungle in front of him. Xianxia was on guard with his saber, but behind the crystal wolf appeared a second, a third, and a 10th. A total of 33 crystal wolves surrounded Xianxia. Very troublesome. Xianxia frowned and said, Their cultivation realm is no longer the key point. The key point is that when attacking them, they must avoid their own reflection. Let's fight barehandedly. The fault tolerance rate is a little higher. That's the only way, the snake said. The pack of wolves had already ferociously pounced over. Xianxia absorbed the huge saber on his back. He used his powerful body technique to dodge the bite of the 3 wolves and grabbed the neck of the 4th wolf. Then, he twisted his waist and smashed the crystal wolf to the ground. At the same time, a tremendous torque came from Xianxia's shoulder. The torque was directly in the opposite direction, throwing Xianxia into the sky. Not good. I twisted my reflection, Xianxia said. The crystal wolves below Xianxia had already jumped up. From this angle, Xianxia knew that his perfect attack method was to shoot at the pack of wolves below with his finger power. If the one-star finger force was sprinkled into a fan, it could pierce through all the crystal wolves. However, the truth was that he could not do so. Otherwise, he would have been hit by his own finger power. That wouldn't cause any fatal injuries, but even a little injury wouldn't be able to withstand it. In this small secret realm, the injuries wouldn't be able to heal. A little makes a lot of trouble. Before Xianxia could think of a solution, the crystal wolves had already pounced in front of him. Xianxia could only kick back in the air and shoot himself down. A shoulder collision knocked a wolf to the ground, smashing it into pieces. However, this charging collision was inevitable, and it reflected on the crystal wolf's body. Xianxia felt an equal amount of power rushing towards him. This time he was knocked higher into the air, and his entire shoulder was aching. The remaining wolves quickly ran in the air and chased after Xianxia. They weren't afraid because of Xianxia's powerful strength. There must be a way to deal with these wolves, but it takes time to think about it. Xianxia could only rely on his shocking battle consciousness to fight against the crystal wolves. Every time he attacked, he had to not only consider the weakness of the crystal wolves, but also see where his reflection was. Because the details of each wolf were different, the mirrors on their bodies were varied, and they were all in different positions. Therefore, the mirror structure of one wolf could not be used to judge the other wolves. There was only one way, to look at it immediately and make a decision immediately. This battle was painful and annoying. It took Xianxia more than 10 minutes to finish off all the crystal wolves. His body wasn't tired, but his heart was tired. Xianxia rubbed his aching shoulders as he sank. When he killed those crystal wolves, his shoulders suffered 3 injuries. Fortunately, it didn't cause any muscle rupture. It was just soreness. It will recover in a while. Xianxia twisted his neck. Hurry up and cross this place. He continued to fly forward against the ground, and in the next hour and a half, he did not encounter any enemies head-on. Actually, he could still feel a few waves of spiritual energy. However, the monsters in the Crystal Mountain range didn't seem to be at a high realm. They were generally at the 2nd or 3rd level of the divine martial arts realm. With Xianxia's high cultivation realm, he could sense their existence in advance and make a perfect detour. In the distant sky, it had already turned into a hazy pale green. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief and said, "I'm finally about to fly out of this strange place. I'm really unhappy to fight here." Right at this moment, something suddenly shook in front of him on the left. At first, Xianxia thought it was an illusion, so he hurriedly stopped and looked carefully. As a result, a colossus swayed to its feet like that. A one-eyed mountain giant. The giant was over 100 meters tall and was holding a huge crystal hammer in his hand. Its entire body was also made up of crystals, and its entire body was suffused with multicolored light. It was very beautiful. Damn! Martial sage. Xianxia's heart trembled. This thing wasn't an elemental creature, but the reflective mirror on its body was simply too troublesome. The key is that its cultivation realm is high, not as easy to deal with as those crystal wolves. In the distance, Bai Huani and the others were dumbfounded as they watched the scene, almost speechless. Bai Hao said in a muffled voice, "Is this brat's life good or bad? A few days ago, we went back and forth to the Crystal Mountain range 3 consecutive times, but we didn't encounter this big fellow, and this brat collided with him the first time he came." Bai Huani's eyes flashed with a bright light as he said, "Could it be that a person really has so-called luck? But no matter what, there must be something incredible on that giant crystal monster. Let's go and rob it." Bai Hao hurriedly stopped him and said, "What's the hurry? If he has the ability to kill the sand monster, then he has the ability to kill this crystal monster. We just need to sit back and collect the benefits of a fisherman. Let him work so hard for nothing. Doesn't it make him even more painful for us to show up and steal his treasure?" Heh! All 5 of them sneered. In the Crystal Mountain range, Xianxia retreated step by step and gritted his teeth. What should this big fellow do? Body techniques aren't very useful to him. 100-meter-tall monster use a body technique to fight? It definitely had little effect. Xianxia's punch and kick would indeed cause damage, but if the ratio of the 2 people was reduced, the damage ratio would be easier to see. It was like stabbing an adult man with a thin silver needle. A needle could indeed hurt and pierce through the flesh, but when would it take for an adult to be stabbed to death? This was the effect of the damage being too small. If it was a saber light, then it would be much better. A single saber strike could at least pierce through the crystal monster. But the saber light was obviously useless. The giant crystal monster rumbled towards Xianxia. It took huge steps and raised its staff high in the air. It doesn't seem to be moving fast enough. Xianxia pondered for a moment and said, "Why fight him? Just go around him." Thinking of this, Xianxia immediately flew in an arc in the sky, attempting to use his own speed to bypass the monster. In any case, the Crystal Mountain Range was no longer in front of them, and they were no longer worried that they would accidentally hit a new crystal monster if they flew at high speed. However, at this moment the crystal monster did something very inexplicable. It raised its palm high and slapped down on its abdomen. Clang! With a crisp sound, Xianxia, who was flying in the sky, suddenly felt a strong force, directly shooting him down from the sky. Xianxia smashed onto the ground fiercely and bounced back 2 or 3 times before barely standing up. This guy actually knows how to make use of its own advantages. "It's shooting my reflection," the serpent said. "I've really seen a ghost." In the next instant, an even more shocking scene appeared. The giant crystal monster actually stuck its left hand into its own stomach. He stuck his head into the mirror. It first aimed its body at Xianxia, then stretched out its hand to enter the mirror in its body, pulling Xianxia's reflection out. At the same time it pulled out Xianxia's reflection, Xianxia was quickly pulled towards the crystal monster by an uncontrollable force. His speed had already surpassed the speed of light. At the same time that Xianxia's reflection was pulled out of the mirror, Xianxia's true body also crashed into the crystal monster's mirror body. The reflection was pulled out, while Xianxia was dragged in. But in the next moment, Xianxia suddenly discovered that he was in the hands of the crystal monster. His true self had clearly flown into the monster's mirror body, but he still appeared outside the monster and was being pinched by the monster. Mirror image exchange. Xianxia paled in shock. That monster can pull out the mirror image and let Xianxia's mirror image and true body directly switch positions. Fuck! Xianxia's backhand punch smashed into the crystal monster's knuckles, splitting one of its fingers. As for this punch, he adjusted the angle very well. Because the crystal monster was too large, the mirror on its body was also larger, making it easier to judge. Xianxia dodged his reflection and opened the crystal monster's hand. Then, he turned into a strong beam of light and quickly fled towards the north. He instantly increased his speed to the speed of sublight, trying to escape from this place. But then, the crystal monster pointed its hand towards Xianxia's direction of escape and stuck its hand into his stomach. The speed of the sublight was very fast, and Xianxia's speed of escape was also very fast. However, the crystal monster didn't care how fast Xianxia's true body ran. It directly grabbed the image of Xianxia that was reflected from its body. As Xianxia flew, he suddenly felt an incomparably great attraction, pulling him backwards at the speed of faster than light. The monster took less than 1/100th of a second to pull Xianxia's phantom out of his mirror. In less than 1/100th of a second, Xianxia was dragged back into the mirror. This was definitely a superluminal movement. The reason why the world can appear in a person's eyes is because of the scattering of light. When Xianxia was pulled back at the speed of superlight, he had already surpassed the speed of light. At that moment, the entire world had completely disappeared from his sight. He had exceeded the speed of light, so he could not see the reflection of an object whose speed was limited to the speed of light. As a result, his vision darkened, and he could not see anything, only feel it. However, when he reacted, he was already in the hands of the monster. What kind of ghost ability is this? Xianxia looked at the giant one-eyed crystal monster in astonishment. He really couldn't understand what he had encountered. Was this kind of situation still considered within the grand laws? The serpent said, "This is not beyond common sense. The mirror reflects light and produces a reflection. In fact, it is also one of the laws of light. However, There are too few martial artists who possess the talent of light veins. So our understanding of the laws of light is too one-sided. The monster gathering was already desperately pinching Xianxia, trying to crush him. However, it was only at the first level of the martial saint realm, and it was not a ferocious beast. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. This crystal monster's ability was indeed extraordinary. This was undeniable, but no matter how outstanding its ability was, it still had to rely on its strength to harm others. It could ignore the distance to attack an enemy, but if it wasn't strong enough, then the attack wouldn't have a fatal impact on Xianxia. If only Xiao Jun was here, Xianxia said regretfully. Xiao Jun is the only light pulse martial artist I have ever seen. Perhaps he can comprehend something from this crystal monster. The serpent said, this small secret realm has existed for countless years, and human martial artists have entered this place countless times in the past few thousand years. But this monster is still alive, which means that not many people have encountered it, and those who have encountered it do not have the ability to destroy it. This is a good opportunity. If we kill it, we might get some treasures. Xianxia endured the pinch of the monster, but it was truly not as powerful as the terrifying pressure condensed by the sand monster. The destructive power it brought was formidable, and Xianxia was completely unharmed. I've already thought of a way to deal with it, Xianxia said. Since it has such excellent control over the laws of light, I will let it experience the pain of losing its laws. With that, Xianxia aimed at the crystal monster's body and released an annihilation shield. As for Xianxia himself, he hid behind the annihilation shield and let his reflection disappear from the crystal monster. The annihilation shield was pushed over, and its powerful anti-law ability directly caused the crystal monster's light law to fail. The annihilation shield flew forward and pierced through the crystal monster's body within 3 seconds without any damage. The enormous body of the crystal monster collapsed with a rumble. Its peculiar attributes gave it the ability to ignore distances, but they also gave it the attribute of being too easy to destroy. A mirror only needed to shatter one part, and the entire mirror would shatter along with it. The giant crystal monster fell to the ground with a thunderous sound, smashing into countless pieces. Xianxia, who was hiding behind the annihilation shield, was completely unharmed. A small and exquisite crystal stone appeared where the crystal monster's corpse had shattered. This Jingshi also had the outline of a heart, but it was slightly smaller and rougher. It was not as high-grade as the elemental heart that the sand monster had dropped. Elemental heart. This crystal monster hasn't completely transformed into an elementium creature yet, but it has already given birth to an elementium heart, the serpent said. Bring it back to Xiao Jun. It should be pretty good. Xianxia grabbed the elemental heart in his hand. At the same time, 5 shadows descended from the sky. Bai Huani smiled at Xianxia and said, do you need me to say more? You should know what to do. Xianxia grasped the light elemental heart and narrowed his eyes. You really don't care about the consequences at all? Haha. Snatching the treasure from my hand again and again doesn't end well. Bai Huani smiled and said, is that so? You really scared me to death. If you have the ability, why don't you hit me? Bai Hao, Bai Wuxian, and the others had already surrounded Xianxia's 4 corners. Xianxia weighed the elemental heart in his hand and said, you will pay the price. Trust me, no one who has been warned by me like this will have a good ending. Bai Huani flew over, took the elemental heart from Xianxia's hand, and whispered in Xianxia's ear, 7th grade divine martial saint. To say such words to someone at the 5th grade martial saint is not brave, but stupid. However, I don't intend to kill you. You are the bait. As he spoke, Bai Huani punched Xianxia in the stomach. This martial sage 5th layer punch directly caused Xianxia to bend down and drop large drops of cold sweat. Bai Huani put the elemental heart into his pocket and smiled. All right, retreat. The 5 of them laughed loudly 3 times and left. Xianxia slowly raised his head and watched the 5 people leave. He wasn't angry and ferocious. Instead, he laughed. The 5 of them are dead, really? Xianxia laughed furiously. After showing such an expression, he was tempted to kill, and he would never give up until he achieved his goal. The last time Xianxia endured such anger was the world-saving sect, and the end result of the world-saving sect was erased from the entire horizon by Xianxia. The serpent said, "There are plenty of opportunities for revenge. Only by being able to remain calm can one be able to laugh until the end." Xianxia turned around and flew north. After leaving the crystal forest, there was a pale green sky ahead. The color of the sky was not common, and the world beneath the sky was even rarer. This world was extremely strange. When Xianxia looked around, he couldn't help but feel that the world was so big that it was full of curiosity. This was a world of flesh and blood. The earth was no longer soil, but was like a piece of meat. He could even feel that the fleshy ground was still beating very slowly. The rate of this beating was very low, about once a minute. And each beat lasts for a long time. Every beat of the human heart lasts for about a fraction of a second, so it's easy to feel. However, the land beats here lasted for nearly 10 seconds each time. It was more like a very slow undulation. If one didn't feel it carefully, it would be easy to miss this detail. The trees on the land were also made of flesh and blood. Those fleshy trees looked exceptionally gloomy. Is this a living creature? Xianxia thoughtfully touched the ground with his palm. Could it be that I'm standing on the body of a giant beast? Big snake. Take a look. The serpent said, "I've already seen it. This isn't a giant beast. The place we're in is the natural world. It's just different from the natural world we remember. People take it for granted that the land is earth and the forest is wood. But this is clearly not the case here. In the end, we have seen too few worlds." The serpent said, "Look at the sky. If the sky was light green from the moment you were born, would you find it strange? If you are born and raised in such an environment, you won't find it absurd until you see the blue sky one day." Xianxia nodded. "Your statement is interesting, but it makes sense. The blue color of the sky is the color of the atmosphere that has sunk to the ground. The spatial structure and geographic environment of this small secret realm are different from the world we live in. Then this pale green sky is not surprising. If I can see the red sky next, I won't be surprised." As he spoke, Xianxia flew towards the north. He could roughly feel that he was approaching the north. When he first entered, it was very difficult for him to determine where he was. However, after staying in this small secret realm for a long time, he gradually adapted to the environment of the laws here. He also felt a new method of positioning, and that was the magnetic field. Many birds could sense the magnetic field of the world and locate the direction. However, humans did not possess this ability, and this small secret realm was much smaller than the world Xianxia used to live in. This caused the magnetic field here to be more easily sensed. Xianxia had encountered such a situation before, for example, on that small blue planet. "I seem to have only flown half the distance. I still have half the distance to reach the north. This is much slower than I expected." As Xianxia spoke, the small secret realm he guessed was still much smaller than the real small secret realm. He had thought that he should be there soon, but in reality he had only flown half the distance. After he flew out for 2 to 3 hours, intense yuan qi fluctuations began to appear in front of him on the left. "Someone is fighting over there. Go around." The serpent said, "I can feel that at least 50 warriors are attacking a silver-blood vicious beast. Those martial artists are at the same level as Bai Huan Yi and the others, but their realms are not as high as Bai Huan Yi's. They are around the 3rd and 4th martial saint realms." Xianxia immediately changed directions and flew to the right. He didn't want to participate in the operation to exterminate the silver-blood vicious beast. Anyway, it wasn't his turn to pick up leaks. After flying to the right for more than 2 hours, a giant mountain phantom appeared in front of him. The closer Xianxia flew, the more he felt an ominous omen. That ominous feeling seemed to have come from the mountain peak. He originally wanted to take a detour, but then he thought, what if there were dragon scales in that mountain? Wasn't it a mistake to go around? Then he approached the mountain again. The closer he flew, the more ridiculous the scene would be. It was a mountain of meat. This place was several thousand miles away from the meat mountain, and Xianxia could feel a continuous pulsation of the air. This kind of pulse was invisible, as if the entire sky was filled with a gigantic heart. The frequency and intensity of its beating were far greater than those of land. It was precisely this pulse that made Xianxia's uneasy feeling even more intense. Every pulse was followed by a palpitating heart. When he was only 1,000 miles away from the mountain of flesh, this pulsation had already had a negative impact on him. He even felt that his blood was not running smoothly, and his head was in a daze of pain. At 500 li, this situation became even worse. He actually felt that his thunder power was beginning to show signs of chaos, and his skin started to sting. 200 li later, every pulse in the air was like a heavy punch that fiercely smashed into his chest. The frequency of this pulse was very similar to the frequency of a human heart beating, and it was even slightly faster. When he arrived at Bailey, he immediately felt that there was a large group of martial artists surrounding the foot of Mount Meat. At this moment, the fluctuations in the air had already caused Xianxia to feel an obvious threat. The continuous pulse engulfed him, making him feel as if he had been heavily kicked by a martial artist. What the hell is this place? Xianxia frowned and was ready to leave. There were too many martial artists at the foot of the mountain. No matter what was in the Meat Mountain, it was impossible for him to obtain any benefits in the past. Just as he was about to turn around, 5 strong lights suddenly appeared behind him. The white ring sped over and grabbed onto Xianxia's collar, shouting, "Don't even think about escaping." As she spoke, she was also looking at Meat Mountain, and her face was slightly pale, as if the impact of the pulse was even more intense. "What's that?" Wuxia carried the nether iron sword on his back and frowned. "We passed by this place 7 days ago, but we didn't find the existence of that mountain of flesh, nor did we feel the shockwaves in the air." Huani's expression was solemn as she said, "I'm afraid that something ominous is about to appear. Many experts in the guild are over there. Let's go over and take a look." "What about this kid?" Hao pointed at Xianxia. Huani said, "Take it with you first. Let's go." The group of 5 sped up and arrived at the foot of Mount Meat. Sure enough, about 600 to 700 martial Saint Realm martial artists were all standing at the foot of the mountain. These people were either sitting or standing, all of them circulating their own cultivation techniques to resist even more shocking pulses. There were even some martial Saint first stage martial artists who were bleeding from their orifices, but they still persisted. Xianxia could clearly see that the pulse was transmitted from a cave at the foot of the Meat Mountain. When they appeared at the foot of the mountain, the impact of the pulsation was unbelievably strong. Just as Huani landed, his face turned pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Hao, Wuxia, and the others were even worse off. They were directly sent flying backwards by the impact of the pulsation. They glided far away on the ground, and were struck by another round of pulsation, transforming once again. "Protect your heart meridians." Huan pressed down with one hand, his chi sinking into his spiritual sea. Only then did her expression ease slightly. Hao and the others hurriedly followed Huan Yi's instructions and resisted the pulse. But what surprised Huani and the 500-plus martial artists present the most was that Xianxia was actually fine. Xianxia did not circulate his cultivation and just stood on the ground like that. However, his face was also pale. Every pulse made him feel very uncomfortable. It was as if an invisible hand was pinching his heart. A strong feeling of vomiting caused him to feel extremely uncomfortable. However, he hadn't reached the level where Huani and the others vomited blood. This seems to be the damage rebound the demons are talking about? But isn't the damage rebound only on warriors who attack silver-blood vicious beasts? The serpent asked curiously. Everyone clearly didn't attack this Meat Mountain, but they were hit by a spontaneous rebound of damage? The stronger the talent, the higher the gold content of the realm, and the greater the restraint of the damage rebound. Huani and the others were at the 5th level of the martial Saint realm, and even if they didn't use their strength, they wouldn't be able to withstand the intense pulses. Xianxia just stood there and didn't do anything to resist it. Xianxia knew in his heart that this was obviously because his divine talent was working. This had nothing to do with his cultivation. It was purely due to the strength of his talent. "Huani, a martial artist slowly stood up from the ground. This person also possessed the 5th level of the martial saint realm. He was a standard handsome man. Judging from his attire, he should also be a heaven realm expert from the Bai clan. When he stood up and spoke, he was still continuously circulating his cultivation technique. Bai Huani nodded and said, "Bai Xiao, you guys are also here." Bai Xiao nodded. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly caught a glimpse of Xiang Nan and asked in shock, "Isn't that Xiang Nan?" Xiang Nan. The crowd immediately became restless. At least 1/10 of the 500 to 600 people were Heaven Realm experts from the Bai clan. The Bai clan was very sensitive to the word Xiang Nan. Even if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, how could he not have heard of it? Really? Bai Huani grabbed Xiang Nan's arm as if she was afraid that Xiang Nan would suddenly escape. She glared at Bai Xiao and said, "You're not mistaken? This brat was really named by the ancestor to be killed, that Xiang Nan." Bai Xiao nodded and said, "Of course. I saw him with my own eyes the last time I went back to my clan from Saint Realm to participate in the ancestor worship ceremony." Tsk tisk. Bai Xiao circled around Xiang Nan and said, "I didn't expect to see you here again. Young man, your cultivation has improved quite quickly. The day you escaped from your clan, you were only at the 1st level of the divine martial arts, right? It's unbelievable that you were able to rise to the 7th level of the divine realm in such a short period of time without relying on any clan power." Bai Huani vigilantly pulled Xiang Nan back and said to Bai Xiao, "I captured Xiang Nan, but it's not your responsibility. Bai Xiao, you'd better not have any ideas about him." Bai Xiao did not conceal his envious gaze at all and said, "Huani, you are well off this time. If you can take down Xiang Nan, you will definitely be appreciated by the ancestors. Perhaps the ancestor will reward you with a large amount of sacred spirit stones to help you advance to the heavenly tribulation realm." When the words heavenly tribulation realm were mentioned, all the martial artists present were moved. Heavenly tribulation. These 2 words represented the peak realm of martial arts, which was the lifelong pursuit of every martial artist when they stepped into martial arts. Bai Huani smiled happily. She firmly pinched Xiang Nan's arm and said, "You are indeed my lucky star. Not only did you bring me so many treasures, you even managed to exchange me for such a big reward in the end." Bai Hao Ern laughed and said, "This is truly the will of heaven. Huani, after you win the recognition of your ancestors, I can see how crazy that little bastard Bai Wudao is." It could be seen that these veteran heaven-ranked experts were extremely hostile towards Bai Wudao. Xiang Nan did not comment, nor could he do anything about it. He had missed the opportunity to use the illusory hidden paradox technique due to his mistakes. When he first met Bai Huani and the others, he had not disguised himself. Halfway through the journey, Bai Huani and the others had followed Xiang Nan. If they used the illusory hidden paradox technique at this time, they would suddenly completely change their aura fluctuations, causing even greater suspicion. As a result, he kept missing out on opportunities and created the situation in front of him. Bai Huan followed them and stared at him too closely. However, it was already too late to say anything. "Wu Chun, look at him." Bai Huani pushed Xiang Nan to Bai Wu Chun's side and said, "This kid has a lot of tricks. If he wants to escape, don't be polite and directly cut off his legs." The ancestor wanted him, but there was no stipulation. Even if he only brought his corpse back, it would be acceptable. Then Bai Wuchen said, "Why don't we kill him now so that we don't have to sleep too long?" Bai Huani glared at Bai Wuchen, but did not say anything. On the other hand, Bai Zhao's expression was also very ambiguous. Everyone understood each other. In fact, they all wanted to obtain the Tai divine art from Xiang Nan. But this kind of thing was not easy to tell on the surface, so as not to expose their great ambitions and arouse the unnecessary suspicion of their ancestor, Bai He. Naturally, it would be best if he could catch them alive. If he really couldn't, it wouldn't be too late to kill them. Bai Huani pointed at the cave and said, "What exactly is this place and what is inside?" Bai Zhao's expression became serious as he said, "I can't explain it clearly. It was only a few hours ago that we discovered this mountain. This cave emits a pulsation all the time. That feeling is very similar to the rebound in damage caused when we attacked the silver blood vicious beast. However, it is much stronger than that damage rebound. Bai Hao shook his huge body and said, "Why are you talking so much nonsense? Just barge in and take a look." As he spoke, this big fellow was about to charge into the cave. Bai Huani grabbed Bai Hao's arm, gave him a look, and then said to the other guild martial artists, "Who dares to enter the cave to find out?" As a result, no one responded to Bai Huani. No one was an idiot. This kind of suicidal behavior was unwilling to be done. A guild martial artist said, "We can't stand it anymore just by standing at the foot of the mountain. We have to use a cultivation technique to stabilize ourselves in order to stay alive. I don't know how strong the pulse inside is. I'm afraid it's extremely dangerous." Bai Huani rolled his eyes and took out an extremely pure sacred spirit stone from his storage ring. "Whoever dares to take a look inside, this high-grade sacred spirit stone belongs to him," he said. Seeing this, the eyes of many martial artists shone brightly. High-grade sacred spirit stones. One was equivalent to 100 low-grade holy spirit stones. They had come to the little secret realm to risk their lives for the high-grade sacred spirit stones on the silver blood vicious beast. Even for martial saint experts, the value of a high-grade sacred spirit stone was inestimable. "I'll go." A fourth-level martial saint martial artist stepped forward. He was ruthless and said, "Bai Huani, don't break your promise." "Of course," Bai Huani said. "There are more than 500 guild brothers here. If I'm lying, how will I be able to gain a foothold in the future?" The martial artist gritted his teeth and nodded, shouting, "Come and go." This person's body trembled and he shouted in a low voice, "Mysterious yellow shield." The astonishing aura of martial sage for immediately condensed into an oval-shaped aura shield. There were actually 2 array eyes twining around the aura shield. It was actually a type of Dipper Chi shield that was mixed with profound Dao power. Its defensive ability could be said to be extremely shocking. After the martial artist was ready, he immediately walked towards the entrance of the cave step by step. The closer he got to the cave, the paler his face became. From the crowd to the entrance of the cave, it was only about 100 meters away. When the martial artist reached 80 meters, the corner of his mouth was already bleeding. Even his eyes began to bleed when he reached 70 meters. Bai Huan's heart trembled from what they saw. That martial artist condensed a powerful Dipper Chi shield and was unable to withstand the fluctuations of the cave. Bang, 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 bang. The heartbeat was still spreading out. When the martial artist reached 60 meters, his skin had already cracked and traces of blood seeped out of the crack. He gritted his teeth, and when he reached 50 meters, he didn't move again. His expression was exceptionally ferocious, and it was obvious that he was enduring great pain. "No, I can't." Bai Huani frowned and said, "Come back." However, the martial artist did not move. He continued to stand where he was, his face turning from pale to flushed red. Bai Huani shouted, "I'll let you come back." The martial artist opened his mouth, unable to utter a single word. The moment he was about to turn around, his body suddenly exploded with a bang. This time, everyone was stunned. A martial Saint 4 Dan expert died just like that. He couldn't even reach the entrance of the cave. Everyone was shocked and subconsciously took a few steps back. Even though he knew that there shouldn't be any danger to his life at this distance, seeing a martial saint die in front of him, the visual impact was still incomparably powerful. This kind of death was much weirder than being directly killed by the silver blood vicious beast. This is an instinctive fear of the mysterious unknown. It was as if some soldiers could go to the battlefield to kill their enemies. He was not afraid of death, but he might be afraid of the dark and ghosts. Fear of the unknown was always more oppressive than death. "My God!" Bai Xiao sucked in a breath of cold air and said, "Did you guys feel it? The pulses coming out of this cave are even more intense than before." Bai Hao shouted, "Damn it! There must be a rare treasure in this cave. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible to produce this kind of pulsating power for no reason. Huani, let me go. I have the Netherworld Iron Tyrant physique. I will definitely be able to withstand it. Bai Huani's expression was uncertain. She really wanted to know what kind of treasure was inside the cave. However, if he acted recklessly, it was very likely that he would lose Bai Hao's life. The Bai Heavenly clan had a lot of martial artists, but other people didn't listen to her orders, and they weren't her teammates. Among the experts of the Heavenly Word generation, it was also very important to form factions and develop their own forces. If she sacrificed such a powerful subordinate like Bai Hao, she would definitely not be able to accept it. She rolled her eyes and laughed instead. She took 2 steps back and hugged her shoulders as she looked at Bai Zhao's team. Bai Zhao's expression turned cold as he said, "Bai Huani, don't think I don't know what you're thinking." Bai Huani sneered, "I already have Xianxia anyway. Even if I don't go get the things in this cave, it's still enough for me to use Xianxia to win the ancestors' appreciation. Your team hasn't gotten anything yet, has it? Are you willing to leave the little mystery realm like this?" "Bai Huani, what did you say?" A Bai clan Heavenly Realm expert also stood out from Bai Zhao's group. He pointed at Bai Huani and said, "You are also a member of the Bai clan, yet you are still scheming against your own people?" Bai Huani chuckled. "Do I need to be tempted? If I don't do anything, I don't believe that you won't go in and take a look." Just as Bai Zhao said, "I also feel that the pulse here is still getting stronger. If you miss this moment, you won't have a better chance." At this moment, Xianxia suddenly laughed. "In that case, my heart is much more balanced. Not only did Bai Huani plot against me, she also did not let you off. Haha! What a Bai family! What a group of relatives with similar bloodlines." Xiangxia's tone was filled with mockery. This was also the most disappointing part of the Bai clan. "Are you very proud?" Bai Huani grabbed Xiangxia's shoulder and said, "Believe it or not, I'll throw you in right now." Xiangxia was fearless and shouted, "Come on, throw me away. If you don't throw me into that cave today, you will be a coward without courage. I'm not afraid of death, but do you dare to throw it? Throw it." Bai Huani was furious and punched Xiangxian in the stomach, causing him to lie on the ground and vomit large mouthfuls of blood. However, Xiangxian was still laughing. His mouth was filled with blood, and his laughter became even more arrogant. "Humph." Bai Zhao also walked over with a cold smile and said, "Xiangxian, I have no objection to you insulting Bai Huani, but if you publicly insult my Bai clan here, I can't forgive you. I don't mind teaching you a lesson here." As he spoke, Bai Zhao kicked Xiangxian into the air. On Bai Zhao's side, an expert from the Heavenly Word realm laughed loudly and said, "Good job. I'll take another move." As he spoke, the expert also jumped into the sky and kicked Xiangxian horizontally. "Ha! Interesting." Bai Hao roared and jumped into the sky. He used his majestic body to block Xiangxian. Then he clasped his shoulders and charged towards Bai Zhao. A sturdy man also jumped out from Bai Zhao's side. He held onto Xiangxian's back with one hand and smashed his knees heavily onto Xiangxian's waist. Xiangxian's spine was almost completely broken by this collision. His entire body flew towards Bai Huani's team like a broken bag. "I'll do it." Bai Calamity took a step forward and stretched out his hand. With a twist of his wrist, a ring of sonic aura appeared in his palm. This sound wave set Xiangxian in the sky, and the ring of sound waves enveloped Xiangxian, causing Xiangxian's body to ripple like a sound wave. Pa! With a snap of his finger, Xiangxian suddenly exploded towards Bai Zhao's team. The experts of the Beihuang Guild clapped their hands and shouted. As for Bai Huani and Bai Zhao, they were holding their shoulders and watching the show coldly. "Let me join in. I have a wonderful poison here. Let him taste it." An expert from the guild jumped over and quickly threw a small, black pill into Xiangxian's mouth. Then he punched Xiangxian in the stomach. Xiangxian opened his mouth in pain and the pill rolled into his stomach. The guild master said, "This thing is called the soul-sucking pill. After swallowing it, it makes people have an extreme desire to be abused. The more they beat him, the happier he will be. If you stop, he will beg you to continue torturing him. Haha. Good stuff. Let me show my hand too." Another guild master flew over and used 3 silver needles to pierce through Xiang Nan's head and temples on both sides. He shook his hands and said, "Puppet technique! Kneel down." Xiang Nan felt that his body was out of control. After landing on the ground, he immediately knelt on his knees. However, he endured it, and when the knee was only 3 inches away from the ground, he didn't kneel to the ground. Ha! Ha ha! Ha 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 ha! Xiang Nan's entire body was bathed in blood, but he let out an arrogant laugh. The veins on his forehead bulged out, and his expression was ferocious. "I'm kneeling on the heavens, kneeling on the ground, kneeling on my parents' benefactor. You bastards want me to kneel and dream." The Xian Dao cultivator's expression darkened as he shook his hands even faster and shouted, "Kneel down!" Xiang Nan roared, "Bullshit your grandmother." Xiang Nan forcefully resisted the mental control of the 5th level martial saint profound Dao cultivator with the 7th level of the divine martial technique. This scene shocked many people. How strong of a willpower was it to be able to withstand it? The profound Dao cultivator controlled it for a long time, but in the end, he was unable to make Xiang Nan kneel down the last 3 inches. He was so embarrassed that he jumped up and pulled out a foot-long silver needle, about to pierce Xiang Nan's head. At this moment, there was a muffled boom. Suddenly, an even more intense pulsation spread out from the cave. This pulsation was already visible to the naked eye, like a faint shockwave. All the martial artists, including Xiang Nan, were sent flying by the pulse. "Damn it!" Bai Huani and the others got up from the distant ground and said angrily, "The pulse is getting stronger again." Bai Zhao's expression changed drastically as he said, "Stop playing. Now is not the time. Wait until you get the treasures in the cave, before slowly torturing this little beast. Little bastard, be honest." Bai Hao dragged Xiang Nan over and stepped on him. Xiang Nan's face was covered in blood, but there was still a ferocious sneer on his face. Bai Hao looked down at Xiang Nan condescendingly and said, "If you dare to fart again, I'll crush your intestines with 1 foot. Don't you have the ability to revive after bathing in fire? If you have the ability, you can also use it in this small secret realm, hehe. Stop playing." Bai Huani knew that Bai Hao's limbs were strong and his mind was simple, so she was really afraid that he would crush Xiang Nan's foot. "Look, what is that?" Bai Wuxian suddenly pointed at the cave and said, "Why is there a set of armor over there?" Everyone hurriedly looked towards the cave and found that unbelievable scene. A humanoid armor appeared a few meters away from the entrance of the cave. On the surface of the armor, there were strange silver lines that looked like runes. There were obviously 2 scratches on the ground where the feet of the armor were. This meant that it was the intense pulsation from earlier that caused that set of armor to rush out a bit, and that was why everyone was able to see it. "That's not," Bai Huani sucked in a breath of cold air and exchanged glances with Bai Xiao. Bai Xiao answered, "The shell of the silver-blood vicious beast. This is too wonderful." Bai Wuxian hurriedly said, "The silver-blood vicious beast's defense is exceptionally shocking. Not only is it sturdy, it also has the effect of rebounding damage to human martial artists. The silver-blood fierce beasts we killed in the past have tried to peel off their shells, but the shells will always desert together with the death of the silver-blood fierce beasts." This time, everyone stopped talking. Everyone knew what Bai Wuxian meant. The silver-blood vicious beast's shell was the most perfect armor. But this kind of thing was absolutely impossible to obtain. Even if it was peeled off, it would still be useless and would disappear. However, for some reason, such a silver-blood vicious beast armor had appeared in the cave alone. There were no silver-blood vicious beasts inside the armor. Could it be that a silver-blooded beast had shed its shell? Left this behind? In that case, wouldn't this armor be able to be taken away? "It's mine!" A guild master roared and rushed into the cave crazily. "Don't snatch it from me!" Another guild master rushed over impatiently. Both of them were at the 5th level of the martial saint realm, but when they rushed 50 meters into the cave, both of them exploded. "Indeed, it has become stronger." Bai Wuxian thought for a moment and said, "Previously, a member of the 4th level of the martial saint stage was able to charge 50 meters away. Now, even a member of the 5th level of the martial saint stage can only charge 50 meters away. This pulse is another level stronger. Bai Xiao glared at Bai Huani and said, Huani, you already have Xianxia. You can't snatch this armor from me. Bai Yong, you're ahead. Let's rush in together. When we can't take it, immediately return to the back of the team and let the next person take over. After saying that, the super strong man in Bai Zhao's team let out a loud roar and walked towards the entrance of the cave with a thunderous pace. Bai Xiao and the other 4 team members followed behind Bai Yong. The supreme tyrant body was indeed extremely powerful. That Bai Yong was also at the 5th level of the martial saint realm, but when he walked 50 meters away, his face was still pale and there was no sign of him being blown away by the pulse. We can't lag behind. That silver blood vicious beast's armor is priceless. This is the only set of armor in the world. Bai Hao couldn't help but roar, Huani, let's go. Bai Huani hesitated for a moment, but Bai Zhao's team was already 40 meters away from the cave. Hurry up and decide, otherwise, it will be too late. Bai Hao roared. Bai Huani finally made up her mind. She pulled out a long sword and pierced through Xianxia's back, nailing him to the ground. After that, she coldly glanced at everyone and said, everyone saw that Xianxia was captured by me. Even if someone took advantage of the fire to snatch Xianxia away, it was indeed me who caught him. The ancestor will definitely see through him. After saying those words, Bai Huani said to Bai Hao, charge! She had already decided on the way back. Whoever brought Xianxia to White River was not important. What was important was who captured Xianxia. Bai Hao roared and shouted, Supreme Overlord Body, Nether Iron. Bai Hao immediately put on a layer of green metal and walked towards the entrance of the cave with heavy steps. Bai Huani, Bai Wuqian, and the others followed behind him, using his body as a barrier exactly the same as Bai Xiao. At this time, Bai Zhao's team had already reached the entrance of the cave 30 meters away, and that Bai Yong finally couldn't hold on. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body was shaking and about to collapse. Bai Xiao said, Bai Yong, return to your position. Bai Yong let out a heart-wrenching howl and jumped straight to the end of the line. The second expert behind Bai Yong took his place. That person also released his supreme tyrant body and forcefully walked forward 5 meters. However, his physical fitness was inferior to Bai Yong's. He was only 5 meters away and was unable to hold on. He immediately jumped back to the back of the team and was replaced by a third person. Instead, he walked 20 meters to the top of Bai Xiao. When they were only 15 meters away from the cave, Bai Xiao jumped behind the group and turned into Bai Yong to resist the pulsation. Only the last 10 meters, Bai Xiao and the others had ferocious expressions on their faces, and cracked wounds appeared on their bodies. But at this moment, Bai Huani's team actually caught up. That Bai Hao possessed the Netherworld Iron Overlord physique, which was their greatest advantage. They actually managed to catch up to 10 meters away from the entrance of the cave by relying on Bai Hao alone. However, Bai Hao still persisted. Bai Huani, Bai Xiao roared, you must snatch it from me, right? Bai Huani sneered, whoever has the greatest ability will naturally have the silver armor. However, after reaching this position, the 2 teams were unable to continue forward. They were too close to the entrance of the cave, and the pulsation was like a gust of wind, crazily pushing them. 10 meters later, every time he got closer to the cave, even if it was a meter, it would be as difficult as ascending to the sky. The 2 teams constantly took turns to replace the members who resisted the pulse, but each time they did, they could barely move an inch forward. This was simply a turtle's speed. Apart from the 2 teams, the other guild members and dozens of other Bai Clan Heavenly Realm experts also formed teams and approached the cave in this manner. However, their strength was not enough. The other Heaven Realm experts could only walk 30 meters away and could no longer advance. The guild members were even weaker. They could no longer continue forward after walking 45 meters. Although they had all used Bai Zhao's method to avoid too fast casualties, the pulse was truly astonishingly powerful. Finally, Bai Xiao and Bai Huani looked at each other and said, I have a suggestion. Bai Huani said, speak. Bai Xiao said, let's cooperate. Multiple teams are advancing at the same time. The results are too low. Why don't we merge into a single team and rotate the members who can withstand the pulse at a faster speed? After we get the silver armor, let's find a place to fight fairly. That's better than not getting silver armor. Huani, I think his suggestion is not bad. Bai Wuqian said, rather than everyone fighting on their own, no one will get the armor in the end. It's better to do as he says. After we get the armor, let's find a plane and snatch it together. Whoever has the greatest ability will naturally belong to him. All right, Bai Huani shouted. Let's do this. Everyone, come back. Along with the members of the foreign guild, go get the armor. After that, everyone has the qualifications to fight for it. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone immediately formed a queue. More than 500 people formed a large column and continued to approach the cave. 1 inch, 1 inch, 1 inch. Each member resisted the pulse for less than 2 seconds before immediately jumping back to the rear of the team. Because the queue was very long, the first person in the front row to withstand the pulse could also jump back and fight for more recovery time. Here, the wound cannot be healed, but the stamina can. 9 meters. It was only 9 meters away from the cave. Right at this moment, even with Bai Zhao's alternative way of advancing, an explosion started to occur. Boom! A martial artist suddenly exploded. Immediately after, rumbling sounds could be heard, and successive martial artists began to explode. However, the only silver armor in the world was right in front of him. This enormous temptation made everyone feel lucky. Perhaps when it was his turn, he would be able to obtain the armor. Perhaps when he was at the front of the queue, he was lucky enough to survive. When he jumped back to the end of the queue, before it was his turn to appear again, he would be able to obtain the armor. If that was the case, he would have the qualifications to compete with others for ownership of the armor. In fact, even though the experts of the guild weren't as powerful as the Heaven Realm experts, they were more eager for armor than the Bai clan, because they didn't have a martial skill like Tyrant Body. Silver armor, on the other hand, could make up for their shortcomings and even allow them to contend against the experts of the Bai clan's heavenly clan. Greed was the most terrifying cause of death, and it had always been the case in the world of martial arts. The weaker ones weren't the first to flee, but they were the ones who longed for harvest the most. Those who were powerful had no reason to flee. They wanted to rise to a higher level, and they wanted to surpass Bai Wudao's status. Boom! Another martial artist exploded. Everyone's face was extremely solemn, carrying a kind of determination that looked at death as if they were at home. 8 meters. 7 meters. There are only 6 meters left. At 6 meters, the frequency of a martial artist's explosion continued to increase. Now, almost 2 seconds later, a person would explode. Some people managed to resist for 2 seconds and jump to the end of the line, while others were not lucky enough to explode outside the cave. 5 meters. 4 meters. The 500-strong squad exploded one after another, leaving only 300 people left. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. The entrance to the cave was within easy reach. Rumble, 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 rumble. A series of explosions began. The martial artists in the front row had just exploded, and the martial artists behind them did not even have time to stand up. They also exploded. This group of martial saints, this group of martial Dao world's most powerful martial saints, who were ranked second, were constantly dying at the entrance of the cave. However, the desire for death and silver armor ignited their extremely ferocious desire for possession. Charge! Someone shouted, and the entire team immediately opened fire. They frantically and desperately rushed into the cave, launching their final dash. They increased their speed to the fastest and charged forward regardless. Rumble, 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 rumble. Successive explosions began. 2 martial artists died. 4 martial artists died. And 10 martial artists died. In the last meter, more than 100 people had been reduced in succession, leaving only the last 200 people still alive. However, it was also at this moment that they finally arrived at the entrance of the cave. Bai Huani released his aura and tried to suck in the silver armor. However, the astonishing pulsation always destroyed the aura just as her aura flew out, turning the object from the distance into nothing. That pulse could even directly blow up martial saint experts, let alone their dipper chi. He had already touched the entrance of the cave. 300 martial saints had died in exchange for a final victory. It was Bai Hao's turn to resist. He roared angrily. All the muscles in his body were bulging high, and a vein was beating violently. It was on the verge of collapsing at any moment. From the entrance of the cave to the silver armor, it was only 3 meters away. This was enough for Bai Hao to reach out 3 meters away and grab the silver armor. Bai Hao, hurry! Bai Huani's eyes were about to burst with blood flowing out of her 7 orifices. Bai Hao grabbed it, but merely scratching the armor with his fingernails was not enough to grab it back. Charge again! Rumble, 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 rumble. Every second, 2 or 3 people exploded on the spot. This price was too high. It was much bigger than Bai Huan had expected. No one expected that more than 300 martial saints would die if they rushed here. This was a huge blow to the Beihuang Guild. 300 martial saints in exchange for a set of silver armor? Was it worth it? This question was no longer important. What was important was that victory was right in front of him, and the silver armor was within his grasp. If they chose to give up at such a time, it would be better for them to directly wipe their necks and commit suicide. Who? Bai Hao advanced a little and reached out for it a second time. This time, the middle finger of his right hand grabbed the gap in the silver armor. Captured! Bai Hao howled. Bai Huani, Bai Xiao, and the others were so excited that they almost jumped up. Drag it back! Hurry up! The crowd roared. Right at this moment, an ice-cold voice came from the empty space behind. Acceleration array, light speed charge, Azure Dragon out to sea. Boom! The moment Bai Hao pulled the silver armor back, a dragon roar resounded through the 9 heavens. Fire! A ball of lightning and flames burned brightly as a shadow rushed into the cave. Under the repulsion of the pulsation, the speed of light charge was no longer as fast as it should be. It could only advance 100 meters per second. A few seconds later, when Xianxia rushed 70 meters away, his speed of light dropped to only 50 meters per second. A few seconds later, his speed dropped again. However, this was already enough. When Bai Hao pulled the armor back, everyone was overjoyed and jumped into the open space outside the cave. Xianxia's Azure Dragon had also arrived at the sea. The lightning dragon that he had transformed into rushed up from behind and smashed into the silver armor in Bai Hao's hand. It actually crashed into the cave with its armor. The last 150 people successfully jumped back into the open space. However, these people were all dumbfounded. Nothing. The silver armor was snatched away. More than 380 martial saints had died. In the end, there was only one empty exchange. Xianxia! Bai Huani's hysterical screams were like ghosts crying at the foot of the mountain. Xianxia hugged the silver armor tightly and leaned against the wall of the cave. He was able to withstand the pulse and successfully seized the silver armor with just one person and his divine talent. Xianxia was smiling as he stared at Bai Huani and laughed nonstop. Are you enjoying it? Are you feeling good? Didn't you expect this day to come? Are you angry? Huh? The silver armor is mine now. Ha! Ha 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 ha! It's not possible! Bai Hao roared. Huani, you clearly pierced him to the ground with your sword. Why is he still able to move freely? Bai Xiao said in a daze. This brat doesn't have a lifeline. The Bai clan was not very clear about the effects of the Black Tortoise Divine Pill. No one knew that the Black Tortoise Divine Pill could make Xianxia's lifeline disappear. Not to mention piercing through Xianxia's stomach. Even if it pierced through his heart, he could still continue to move. As for Xianxia's ability, it had always been confused by his ability to revive after bathing in fire. Everyone had always known that Xianxia could not be killed and could always be revived. But in comparison, the effects of the more inconspicuous Black Tortoise Divine Pill had been ignored by everyone. Xianxia! I'll kill you! I swear I'll kill you! Bai Huani screamed. Xianxia sneered. Come! I'm waiting for you. Come and kill me. Come here if you have the guts. Bai Huani roared. Form up! Hurry up! Form up! However, no one answered her call. If the first time everyone charged in line was because they were hot-headed, then after witnessing so many martial saints die, everyone started to feel afraid. In the end, these 150 people weren't enough to charge into the cave. What are you all standing there for? Quickly line up and charge forward. Silver armor can't be cheaper than that brat. Bai Huani roared. Still no one answered her. She was about to go crazy when she grabbed a member of the guild and threw him towards the cave. Bai Huani, you damn! The guild member was shocked and flew backwards. He looked at Bai Huani in disbelief and shouted angrily. However, before he could finish cursing, he exploded 50 meters away from the entrance of the cave. All the martial saints drew their weapons in unison and aimed them at the crazy Bai Huani. Huani! Bai Wuxian pressed down on Bai Huani's shoulder and said in a low voice, "Don't cause anyone to be angry. Right now, we don't have no way out. That brat will definitely come out. We just need to guard this place." Bai Huani said angrily, "What if he doesn't come out even if he tries his best?" Bai Wuxian was speechless. Yes, he would die if he came out. He waited for the pulse to become stronger in the cave, but he still died. With Xianxia's personality, he might not come out to die. He would rather die in the cave. In the cave, Xianxia leaned against the wall and gasped for breath. "Bai Huani, isn't it fun to be robbed of a treasure? You also have today, haha." Outside the cave, more than 150 people stared at Xianxia angrily. If his gaze could kill, Xianxia would have been sliced into pieces countless times by them. However, Bai Huani and the others had no choice but to wait for the fatty meat to be snatched away. In the cave, Xianxia took a few breaths and tried to put on the silver armor. However, he discovered that although the armor belonged to the silver blood vicious beast, the silver blood vicious beast was much taller than humans. Xianxia tried to put the armor on his body, but the armor actually shrunk by itself. She put it on her body. Xianxia was pleasantly surprised. "It's actually still like this," the big snake said. "Take it off quickly and put it on the little bird." Xianxia suddenly remembered Little Sparrow. He hurriedly looked at his shoulder and found that Little Sparrow was lying on his shoulder on the verge of death, in a semi-unconscious state. He hurriedly took off his armor and stuffed the little bird in. Who would have thought that the armor would actually shrink further, wrapping the little bird into a set of silver armor that was only 30 centimeters tall. With the defense of the armor, the little bird rubbed its eyes in a daze and got up again. "Are you all right?" Xianxia knocked on Little Sparrow's helmet. The little bird tilted its head and scratched its head. It found that it was blocked by the helmet and could not scratch the itch on its scalp. He rolled his eyes and heard a cracking sound. A diamond-shaped mask covered his chubby little face. "Ah!" Little Sparrow panicked and scratched her face with both hands. "Do you want to see it? Do you want to see it?" Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief and said, "This armor seems to treat the person wearing it as a silver-blooded beast. Little Sparrow, think in your heart and open your mask." The little bird stopped moving. After a few seconds, the diamond-shaped mask split apart and floated behind its head like two silver wings. "I saw it again," Little Sparrow said. Xianxia nodded and said, "Just wear it." The big snake said, "Xiangnan brat, how do you feel?" Xianxia said, "My chest is stuffy and my head hurts. I feel like I have a serious illness, but I can still hold on." He lowered his voice and said, "It seems that divine grade talent has indeed exerted a very strong effect. If I'm not mistaken, this kind of pulse might really be the injury rebound from the murderer's body." The serpent said, "However, why is there a ferocious beast's shell here for no reason? Where did the pulsation come from?" Xianxia looked at the crowd outside the cave and gritted his teeth. "It would be better to use the last moment to find out. Let's go." Xianxia gritted his teeth and continued to walk deeper into the cave. His back disappeared from Bai Huani's sight. The cave was pitch black, and Xianxia took out a moonstone to illuminate it. As soon as the moonlight stone was taken out, it shattered with a bang. Xianxia could only use the sun god technique to draw out a ray of sunlight to illuminate his surroundings. As he walked deeper and deeper, the impact of the pulsation became even greater. At this time, Xianxia was almost unable to withstand it, and he felt dizzy. Immediately, he circulated the great freedom scripture to support his body. After circulating the heart scripture, he felt better. The cave was like the body of a giant beast. The cave walls were also filled with flesh and blood, and one could even feel the vigor of the mountain peak. After walking for a while, he seemed to have reached the deepest part of the cave. The appearance of something completely stunned Xianxia. In the deepest part of the cave, directly above the dead end, was an oval-shaped ball of meat. It looked like a fleshy egg, but the egg was exceptionally large, over 5 meters tall. The shell of the egg was also flesh and blood, with veins and blood vessels constantly flickering. This giant egg was beating at the same rate as the one that killed the martial saint expert. "What the hell is this?" Xianxia was stunned. The serpent said, "Then, there seems to be a living thing inside." Xianxia moved closer and touched the eggshell with his hand. His hands were soft and sticky, a little disgusting. Looking at it from such a close distance, the eggshell was actually slightly transparent, and one could see that there was a human-shaped object curling up inside. Xianxia lay on the eggshell and looked inside. Little Sparrow also stood on Xiangnian's shoulder and peeked inside. "Ah!" After seeing that thing clearly, Xianxia couldn't help but shout, "Vicious beast! There's a vicious beast inside. But this murderer doesn't seem to have a shell. What a powerful life sign. There is a huge explosion of vitality happening in this eggshell," said the serpent. "Heavens, I know. The fierce beast inside is a silver-blooded fierce beast that has its shell removed. This thing is evolving. I saw it." Xianxia also cried out in alarm. "Look, there's already a new shell on the murderer inside. The patterns on the outer shell seem to be golden. Then this thing seems to be evolving into a higher-level beast." Xianxia looked inside the egg, then looked at the silver armor that the little bird was wearing, and said, "So, like a snake molting its skin, did you take off its outer shell?" The big snake said, "Looks like it should be like this." Right at this moment, the pulsation that burst out from the egg intensified once again. To be exact, it was so powerful that it turned into a pulse. With each jump of the eggshell, a thin layer of spherical light would spread out from the cave. Xianxia sat cross-legged. He had to use more energy to circulate his cultivation technique in order to resist this powerful impulse power. Xianxia said, "This pulse should be a kind of protection mechanism. It protects fierce beasts from being ambushed by other races during their evolution. Such a powerful impulse is an enormous energy shock emitted from the evolution of a ferocious beast. I think the golden blood fierce beast may not be able to possess such a powerful impulse ability after it appears. Yes, but the most important thing right now is not this, but the golden blood vicious beast." The serpent flew out and transformed into a human form. He stood in front of the eggshell and said, "Looks like the silver blood vicious beast has evolved to a critical stage. Once it passes this juncture, it will become a true golden blood vicious beast. That would be an even more terrifying existence. Previously, we tried to kill a silver blood vicious beast and control it, but Bai Huani and the others destroyed our plan. Now, it seems like it's a good thing." Xiangnan's eyes twitched as he said, "Do you mean to directly control this golden blood vicious beast?" This thought was a little crazy, but it should be possible. Xiangnan said, "I think it's a martial saint level 2 fierce beast. With my cultivation, I can only control this level 2 fierce beast at most, right?" As he spoke, Xiangnan pulled out the dead blade and prepared to chop it down. "It's still too early. If you kill it now, it won't be able to complete the final stage of evolution. Look at its shell. It's still soft and hasn't solidified yet." The snake waved its hand hurriedly and said, "It's too early. If you kill it now, it won't be able to complete the final stage of evolution. Let's wait for it to evolve and break out of its egg before killing it. Only then will we be able to obtain a pure golden blood vicious beast." "Yes, I'm too impatient." Xiangnan stabbed the blade of the dead on the ground. This was a golden blood vicious beast, someone even more powerful than a silver blood vicious beast. Thinking that he could control this heaven-defying monster, Xianxia couldn't help but get excited. However, with my strength, can I really kill it in one slash? Don't let it kill me instead of killing it. Xianxia said worriedly. A second-level martial saint golden blood vicious beast was definitely not something that a fifth-level martial saint could handle with a single blade light. That's a problem. Perhaps we can use the annihilation shield. The serpent muttered, the annihilation shield is very powerful, but its movement speed and attack speed are extremely slow, can barely be used to attack anyone. It can only be used to defend itself. But isn't this golden blood vicious beast also in a state of immobility? When it jumps out, immediately use the annihilation shield to deal with it. Xianxia hurriedly said, doesn't that damage its physical integrity? The serpent said, it should be able to recover. As long as we don't completely destroy it, its injuries can be healed. First, use the annihilation shield to kill it half to death. Then use the blade of the dead to break it. That's enough. When Xianxia thought of the tree and the leaves that could not be destroyed, he immediately felt that the serpent's words were very reasonable. Little sparrow, what are you doing? Xianxia was suddenly shocked. The process of discussion between the two of them was so serious that they did not notice the little bird's movements. This fellow had been lying on the giant egg for some time, sucking the blood out of the giant egg in large mouthfuls. Holy shit! Xianxia was shocked and retrieved the bird. There was a mouthful of golden blood in the little bird's mouth. Damn it! Spit it out! Xianxia cried out. The little bird scratched its head and swallowed the blood in one mouthful. This time, Xianxia and Big Snake were dumbfounded. It's over. This little bastard drank the blood of the golden blood vicious beast. It won't die, will it? Xianxia asked in shock. How can I guess? This is the first time I've seen a golden blood vicious beast. I don't know anything about this kind of creature. As he spoke, the little bird yawned and fell asleep in Xianxia's hand. As a result, an even more inconceivable scene appeared. The silver armor on the little bird's body had actually fallen off by itself. Not only did the armor he was wearing fall off, even the outer skin on his body fell off like a snake's skin. An authentic fierce beast's skin was a sturdy shell that contained either flames or silver runic patterns. After eating the fierce beast, the little bird's body did not become like the fierce beast. He still had soft skin, but a layer of flame runes appeared on his skin. But now this layer of skin has fallen off. In just a few seconds, a thin layer of mucous membrane began to appear on the outer layer of the bird's body. This mucous membrane became thicker and thicker. In the end, under the inconceivable witness of Xianxia and the big snake, the little bird turned into a small egg. Is the little bird going to evolve? Is there such a thing? Is he going to evolve into a little golden-blooded bird? Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief and put the little bird into his arms. This little fellow is fine even if he eats the world-exterminating divine lightning. He should be fine now as long as he is still alive, he said. He ate a resurrection pill a few years ago so he wouldn't die here. The big snake said, what a miraculous fellow. After drinking the blood of the golden blood vicious beast, he has to evolve as well. The difference in latitude is that the eggshell he transformed into did not emit that kind of pulse. Xianxia said, that means that the little bird's main life form hasn't completely changed. He only possesses some of the attributes of the golden blood vicious beast, right? Bang, 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 bang. Waves of violent pulses rang out. Xianxia and the big snake hurriedly looked towards the giant egg. They saw that the shell of the giant egg was no longer fleshy mucus, but had turned into a solid eggshell. It's coming out. The big snake hurriedly said, quick! Get ready. The eggshell was beating violently, becoming more and more powerful. Inside the eggshell there was a ball of intense light. When the intense light was cast onto the shadow of the eggshell, one could see that the golden-blooded fierce beast curled up inside was rapidly taking shape. A few stiff edges appeared on the ferocious beast's body. This should be its brand-new golden blood shell that was being molded. Xianxia was nervous. He pulled out the death blade and prepared to release the annihilation shield with his left hand. The eggshell jumped faster and brighter. Finally, Half a minute later, the eggshell stopped and the light disappeared. There was a deathly silence in the cave. Xianxia and Big Snake widened their eyes, even holding their breaths. Kacha. A ghost crack finally appeared on the giant egg. Kaka, kaka. The hard material on the surface of the eggshell began to fall off. The cracks spread out more and more, and a large number of broken shells fell off one after another. From the damaged outer shell, one could see that a pure white beast had appeared. The ferocious beast's outer shell was as smooth as snow and warm as jade. It was as if someone had carved a handsome monster out of the purest white jade in the world. The only difference was that a layer of golden lines gradually appeared on the solid white jade shell, becoming clearer and clearer. Shit! The pulse is gone. Xianxia's pupils shrank. When the golden blood vicious beast appeared, that terrifying pulse also disappeared. This meant that there was nothing that could stop Bai Huan from following them. Damn it! Damn it! Xianxia grabbed the giant saber and was about to chop it down. He wanted to quickly subdue the golden blood vicious beast before Bai Huan and the others rushed in. However, was the current golden blood vicious beast completely evolved? It hasn't fallen out yet. If he chopped it to death now, would he only get the semi-finished product of a golden blood vicious beast? Isn't that a big waste? On the one hand, Xianxia was unable to determine whether the golden blood vicious beast had completely taken shape. On the other hand, he had to face the danger that Bai Huan and the others would charge in at any moment. For a moment, Xianxia was in a dilemma. Right now, what he was fighting for was a psychological quality. Hurry up and make a decision, the big snake hurriedly said. Xianxia held the death blade tightly, but still did not summon the annihilation shield. His forehead was dripping with cold sweat, and his heart was beating wildly. Outside the cave, Bai Huan and the others were slightly stunned. Someone cried out in alarm, "The pulse has disappeared! Charge in and tear that bastard Xianxia apart!" Bai Hao roared and was about to charge forward. At this moment, Bai Huan calmed down. She grabbed Bai Hao's arm and shouted, "What if it was the calm before the storm? What if, after this short period of peace, the next is the largest pulse explosion?" Once these words were spoken, all the martial artists present panicked. This possibility was not impossible. Heavens, quickly retreat! More than 100 martial artists took the lead and flew into the distance. Bai Huan and Bai Shao did not move. The two groups of people looked at the cave with struggling expressions. They were waiting, as was Xianxia in the cave. For the two sides inside and outside the cave, every second was a torment. Xianxia was worried that the people outside would charge in, while the people outside were worried that something would explode in the cave. However, only the giant egg was still falling off one by one. At this moment, it had only shed about 1/3 of its surface area. Another 4 to 5 seconds passed, and the eggshell area of the giant egg had already reached 2/3. Xianxia almost couldn't help it. Bai Huan and the others outside the cave were almost unable to hold back any longer. All of the martial artists who had clearly escaped earlier had returned. "There's no reason for it to take so long," a guild martial artist shouted. "If it was going to explode, it would have exploded just now, but there is still no movement." Bai Huan's eyes twitched as he shouted, "Charge!" More than 150 martial saint experts rushed into the cave at the same time. Hang by a thread. In the cave, only the last third of the eggshell was left, and a snow-white monster jumped out of the eggshell. Wrong judgment. Xianxia thought that the golden blood vicious beast would only come out after the eggshell was completely damaged. However, that monster actually jumped out early. Damn it! Xianxia was shocked. He immediately released the annihilation shield and slammed it onto the golden blood vicious beast. Buzz! The annihilation shield struck the golden blood vicious beast, and a powerful explosion sounded out. Bai Huan and the others had just entered the cave and hadn't had time to go deeper. When they heard the explosion, they didn't even have time to think or react before the group flew out. They were like frightened birds. Any sound could make them mistaken for the arrival of the last great pulse explosion. More than 100 martial artists escaped hundreds of miles away at a life-threatening speed. However, When they suddenly turned around and discovered that the cave was still intact, they all knew that they had escaped early. "That's not an explosion!" Bai Hao shouted loudly. "Which bastard was the first to escape just now? This daddy will personally tear him apart." Bai Huani and Bai Xiao didn't have time to pay attention to Bai Hao. The two of them had already rushed into the cave at the same time. The two of them were competing for speed, and both of them wanted to enter the cave as soon as possible. The silver armor was still in the second place. Perhaps there were even more shocking treasures in the cave. This time, 5 seconds had passed. 5 seconds ago. Why haven't your eyes been extinguished yet? In the cave, Xianxia broke out in cold sweat. The incomparably powerful annihilation shield actually didn't annihilate half of the golden blood vicious beast's body immediately. The annihilation shield crushed the golden blood vicious beast without any hindrance. A large amount of light spread out from the murderer's body and was annihilated within the black shield. The snake quickly said, "This thing is too strong. The stronger the energy, the greater the mass." Using the annihilation shield to consume this golden blood vicious beast is like slapping the annihilation shield on the ground, trying to exterminate the entire planet's eye. It must be a long process. It's not that exaggerated, is it? This thing has the mass of a planet. Xianxia asked in shock. "Nonsense, of course not. I'm just a metaphor," said the serpent. "Shit. The annihilation shield has disappeared." Xianxia suddenly lowered his head. The 3-second annihilation shield had already reached its maximum limit and dissipated on its own. The moment he lowered his head, he saw the golden blood vicious beast, whose body had been annihilated by a third, raise its head. It was a pair of cold and heartless eyes, staring at Xianxia. It was about to launch a counterattack. Annihilation shield. Xianxia released the annihilation shield for the second time. Just as the golden blood vicious beast was about to straighten up, it was suppressed by the new annihilation shield. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds passed. 2/3 of the golden blood vicious beast's body had been annihilated, but it's still alive. There is a strong aura approaching. It has already entered. It's Bai Huani and the others. "Kid Xianxia, attack!" The serpent roared. Xianxia's pupils contracted and he shouted, "But what the hell? This thing still has 1/3 of its body. I'm afraid it won't be able to dry off." "Damn it, we're in. Everyone's in," the serpent roared. At the entrance of the cave, Bai Huani and the others had already rushed into the cave and were running inside. Bai Huani and Bai Xiao were still worried and did not dare to use their fastest speed. They did not know what unknown dangers lay in the cave. However, they were eager to snatch the treasure first, so the two of them did not choose to walk forward. Fast, not fast, slow also can't help just jogging all the way. However, the cave wasn't that long in total. Right in front of him, a bend appeared. Hurry up and do it. Otherwise, it will be too late," the serpent roared. Xianxia gritted his teeth. His gaze at the golden blood vicious beast was still cold and heartless. There was still nearly 1/3 of its body parts left. "Forget it." Xianxia was ruthless and directly slammed onto the Mingyue Haoyan mirror. He wanted to use the blade light to directly hack it. It was a difficult decision. After consuming the saber light of the Tai divine art, Xianxia didn't even have the last trump card. Even if it was able to kill the golden blood vicious beast in time, it might not be able to revive immediately and be used for its own purposes. During this period of time, Bai Huani and the others had time to kill Xianxia. However, it was useless to say anything now. Things had already come to this point, and there was a cliff ahead. There is no possibility of retreating. Xianxia decisively summoned the saber light and used a giant saber to pierce through the saber light, fiercely hacking towards the golden blood vicious beast. Boom! The 5th level Martial Saint's saber light was based on pure nether silver. It completely pierced through the 2nd level Martial Saint's golden blood vicious beast that had less than 1/3 of its body left. At the same time, the fluctuations caused by this slash immediately turned into an astonishing explosion. At the same time, Bai Huani and Bai Xiao walked in from the bend at the same time. The two of them had already poked their heads in. However, the two of them were at the 5th level of the martial saint stage, and they were also top experts of the heavenly word generation. Their reaction abilities were absolutely astonishing. It was also this terrifying ability to react that had actually harmed them. Explode! The two of them hadn't even said those two words when they ran out of the cave at the same time. When they all flew out of the cave and shot several hundred li into the distance, the last sound of the word explosion hadn't fallen yet. The two of them escaped at the same time as they spoke and witnessed with their own eyes. When they flew out, their minds had already calmly analyzed and judged what they saw. They already knew that it wasn't a pulse explosion. The moment they fled, they saw that it was Xianxia using his saber light to hack a strange monster. Go back! Bai Huani was irritated by her repeated excessive caution. She screamed angrily and increased her speed to the fastest. In less than 1/10 of a second, Bai Huani and Bai Xiao both rushed into the cave. At this moment, the 150 martial artists from before were about to enter the cave. However, when they heard the explosion and saw Bai Huani and Bai Xiao flying out at the same time, they had a premonition that something was wrong. However, they did not have such a quick reaction. They were only slightly stunned, but it was already too late to escape. It was precisely the stun time that allowed them to discover that the explosion was not a pulse power, but a Dipper Chi explosion. Charge! More than 100 people rushed into the cave and ran wildly through the tunnel. After that, Bai Huani and Bai Xiao turned into two rays of light, smashing everyone onto the mountain wall. The two of them immediately rushed into the deepest part of the cave. At the same time, he saw Xianxia standing alone with a huge saber in his hand. At this moment, Xianxia had already put on his silver armor. Come on! Come on! Hurry up and condense! Xianxia gritted his teeth and held the huge saber in his hand, feeling extremely anxious. When will that damned golden blood vicious beast be able to recondense? Xianxia had already used the death blade to summon the golden blood vicious beast. However, what awaited him was a stone sinking into the sea, and there was no response. Could it be that the idea of using the blade of the dead to control a ferocious beast was simply impossible to achieve? He had always thought wrong? This thought caused Xianxia to laugh involuntarily. It seemed that it was true. Perhaps it was like this. In other words, he would never be able to dodge this calamity no matter what. Xianxia! Killing intent exploded in Bai Huani's eyes as she hysterically screamed, "You also have today! I'm going to cut you alive!" Several times of anger caused Bai Huani to completely lose her rationality. She charged at Xianxia crazily and slashed her sword fiercely at Xianxia's body. Boom! A huge shadow slammed into Bai Huani's body, sending her shoe flying and smashing into the cave wall. When Bai Huani landed on the ground, she turned around and saw that the person who had struck her was actually Bai Zhao's teammate, Bai Yong. You! Bai Huani roared. Seeing his boss being attacked, Bai Hao also roared angrily. He hugged his shoulders and charged forward, sending Bai Yong flying as well. Bai Xiao shouted, "Bai Huani, let's be clear. I'm not going to pretend anymore. You don't want the Tai divine art, but I still want to learn it. No one can stop me from killing Xianxia. Kill this treacherous bastard who repaid his kindness." Bai Huani's eyes were bloodshot as she rushed towards Xianxia with her red eyes. Isn't this a little ridiculous? Retaliation for kindness was even more absurd. This woman was ridiculous enough. Even now, she still thought that she had protected Xianxia, which was why Xianxia had the chance to live. Bai Xiao rushed up and grabbed Bai Huani's sleeve, shouting, "He can't escape anymore." Bai Huani kicked Bai Xiao out and roared, "Scram! You dare to touch our boss? Do you really think you are the heavens and gods?" One of Bai Zhao's teammates was furious. He rushed forward and kicked Bai Huani's back. Bai Huani was kicked flying away. At the same time, Bai Jing came forward and hugged Bai Huani. Bai Wuchen held the sword in his hand and slashed at Bai Zhao's teammate. That person's arm was actually cut off by Bai Wuchen's sword. In an instant, the scene fell into silence. More than 100 guild members looked at the broken arm of Bai Zhao's teammate with panic on their faces. They hurriedly said, "This place is not suitable for us to stay for long. Quickly pull." More than 100 people fled the cave one after another. Bai Wuqian was stunned. He looked at the sword in his hand. He didn't expect that he would cut off the arm of his teammate Bai Xiao by mistake. Bai Huani was stunned. Bai Hao and the others also got up from the ground and remained silent. Bai Xiao leaned against the cave wall and watched this scene. 2 seconds later, he laughed. All right. Bai Huani, good job. Bai Xiao's expression turned cold. Bai Huani's eyes twitched as he gritted his teeth and said, Bai Xiao, don't act recklessly. However, Bai Xiao only smiled, and the killing intent in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. Bai Yong shook his arms and said, Boss, give me an order. Bai Xiao smiled even more and said, Today, there is only one team in this cave that can walk out alive. The teammate who had his arm cut off roared and his aura exploded. Bai Huani knew that it was useless to say anything else, so she threw away Bai Zi and said, Bai Zi, take Xiangnan away. Bai Hao Wuchun, follow me and hold Bai Xiao back. Bai Xiao. Bai Huani stared at Bai Xiao and shouted, Calm down. Let me calm down. Why don't you calm down? Go to hell. Bai Xiao laughed sinisterly and rushed forward with his sword. A great battle was about to break out between the two sides. Rumble, 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 rumble. 7 or 8 strands of astral chi collided with each other at the same time, causing the huge mountain of flesh to begin to shake violently. Buzz. Suddenly, an invisible oppressive force slammed everyone on the ground. Bai Xiao, Bai Huani, and the others suddenly looked up. At some point, another figure appeared in the cave. The man was 5 meters tall. His head lowered, and a layer of golden patterns appeared on his snow-white shell. Xiangnan smiled and said, Ha ha, ha ha. The blade of the dead was trembling with a buzzing sound. Xiangnan could feel the resurrected golden blood vicious beast. This thing was still only 1/3 of its damaged body, but in the air, there were a large number of elemental particles that had been destroyed by the annihilation shield before. Large amounts of them condensed onto the golden blood vicious beast's body, reconstructing its body. Bai Huani sucked in a breath of cold air. Gold, gold. This woman was also ruthless. The moment she saw the golden blood vicious beast, she lifted her leg and kicked Bai Wuqian towards the golden blood vicious beast. She abandoned her teammates and flew frantically outside the cave. She thought that it was a wild, golden-blooded beast, and that it was the type of beast that would immediately slaughter any human without saying a word. But in reality, this golden blood vicious beast was really controlled by Xiangnan. It didn't move. Bai Wuqian smashed heavily onto the golden blood vicious beast and was bounced back. He roared angrily, Bai Huani, you scum! Bai Xiao was the most ruthless. He immediately made up his mind and rushed towards the golden blood vicious beast. He brandished the large sword in his hand, attempting to split the golden blood vicious beast into 2 before it completely recovered. Pong! A snow-white palm with golden patterns appeared on it, firmly grabbing onto the edge of the sword. The golden blood vicious beast, which had recovered to 2/3 of its original strength, used only one hand to grab onto Bai Zhao's full force attack at the 5th level of the Martial Saint Realm with its 2nd level of the Martial Saint Realm. Bai Xiao was stunned. Run! Bai Hao and the others didn't even have the courage to fight anymore. They shouted and ran out of the cave. That Bai Zhao's attack failed, and he immediately released his sword and turned around to flee. Finally, the golden blood vicious beast had completely recovered. Xiangnan stood up from the ground and pointed his saber at the outside. The golden blood vicious beast's face was covered with a golden diamond mask. Immediately after, it bent down and bowed, instantly disappearing. His speed was too fast. Xiangnan almost didn't see how it got out. He only saw that the golden blood vicious beast suddenly disappear, leaving behind only a spiral vortex. Bring them all back. Xiangnan's voice was cold as he arrived outside the cave with 2 flashes. At the same time he left the entrance of the cave, a shadow quickly attacked. Peng's voice landed on the mountain of flesh, bouncing back and landing on the ground. The moment he landed, he coughed out a mouthful of blood. His bones were shattered and he was unable to move. Xiangnan saw that it was Bai Xiao. 1. Xiangnan said indifferently, Whoosh! Another shadow flew back and smashed into the mountain of flesh, bouncing back and landing on the ground, blood spraying out wildly. White calamity. 2. Xianxia said. Another shadow was thrown back. It was Bai Hao. Once again by Wuxia. Immediately after, one shadow after another flew back, one after another hitting the mountain and landing heavily injured. The next scene was a rain of people. Large amounts of small black dots flew back from afar, smashing into the mountain of meat one after another. 135. 151. 154. Xianxia nodded. Whoosh! Another shadow flew back. It was Bai Shao. In the end, a white figure appeared in the horizon. It carried a person in its hand and slowly flew back, landing beside Xianxia. The golden beast was carrying the half-dead Bai Huani. Full. Xianxia snapped his fingers. More than 100 martial sages lay at the foot of Mount Meat, wailing in pain. Xianxia flew up and looked down at them with no pity on his face. Bai Huani's entire body was covered in blood. She smiled miserably and said, Xianxia, you bastard. You cough. You are. How did you control the golden beast? You cough, you damned bastard. You actually still have this skill. Xianxia slowly descended and landed in front of Bai Huani, 3 inches away from the ground. He bent down and lowered his head. Bai Huani, I said before, I will make you pay the price. The kindness of a drop of water should naturally be repaid by the surging spring. Now is the time for me to repay my kindness. Bai Huani suddenly raised her head. A strong light blossomed in her mouth. She actually puffed out a strong light balloon at Xianxia. 5th Martial Saint stage, one of the best in the heavenly word generation. This dipper balloon smashed into Xianxia's body, enough to smash Xianxia into pieces. But at the same time, the golden blood vicious beast's palm suddenly appeared on the path of the astral balloon's flight, and directly caught the astral balloon with its palm. The astral balloon vibrated violently, continuously pushing forward, but no matter what, it was unable to withstand the golden blood vicious beast's palm. Tisk! Xianxia shook his head. You really have a grudge. I didn't recruit you, but you were so angry. I don't even know where your anger came from. I'm the one who's been bullied by you over and over again. What the hell are you mad at? What right do you have to be fucking mad at me? The one who should be angry is me. Xianxia's eyes were cold as he thought to himself. The golden blood vicious beast completely obeyed Xianxia's orders. The golden blood fierce beast waved its long tail and pierced through Bai Huani's shoulder with a pu sound. Ah! Bai Huani let out a miserable scream and shouted, Supreme Overlord Body! Buzz! Bai Huani's body immediately became stronger. Tyrannical body! Tyrannical body! Tyrannical ancestor! Xianxia shouted. The golden blood vicious beast tore off Bai Huani's left arm. Bai Huani's miserable scream had already pierced through the clouds. Bai Huani, do you know how much I hate you? Xianxia lowered his voice and said, I want everything you gave me back. I, bastard, release Huani. Bai Hao roared and interrupted Xianxia. The golden blood vicious beast instantly disappeared. When it reappeared beside Bai Huani, it was already holding Bai Hao's blood-dripping head in its hand. Bai Shao and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. No one noticed how the golden blood vicious beast had killed Bai Hao. The whole process was so fast that they didn't even react. Xianxia was interrupted and continued, But you know what? I don't intend to kill you. Although both of you are disgusting, it's impossible for me to become a complete scum like you. Everyone knows that I'm from the Bai clan. Although I'm no longer Bai Mukin, we have the same lineage. Today is the day when the righteousness between me and the Bai clan will be severed. The enmity in the little secret realm will be cleared once your arm is torn off. From now on, we will always be enemies. If I see you again, I will definitely kill you mercilessly. Fuck off. The golden blood vicious beast released Bai Huani. Bai Huani glared at Xianxia venomously and covered her severed arm as she flew into the distance. Xianxia let out a long sigh and looked up at the sky, saying, It would be better for the world to bear me than for me to bear the world. After saying this, Xianxia looked down at Bai Xiao and the others and said, "Do you think that I am such a person? If that's the case, then you guys are too flattering me. Go capture him." Under Bai Xiao and the others' dumbfounded gazes, the golden blood vicious beast disappeared on the spot. Later, it grabbed Bai Huani, who was cursing angrily, and flew back, trampling Bai Huani beneath its feet. Bai Huani said angrily, "You bastard who doesn't keep his word. Aren't you going to let me go?" Xianxia said, "Oh? Really, I said that before? All right, I'm going back on my word." "Bastard!" Bai Huani cursed angrily. Xianxia smiled and said, "Are you very angry? Do you feel that you were saved 1 second ago and fall into an endless abyss of despair the next second? Earlier, when I fought for my life and snatched the treasure, you snatched it away. That's how I feel. Can you feel this now?" Xianxia laughed loudly. "You still believe me when I said that I will completely break up with the Bai clan today? Did you believe me? I broke up with the Bai clan at the ancestral sacrifice ceremony, and I still need to wait until today." Bai Huani smiled miserably and said, "You've also become a scum. You've become the last person you want to be." "Xianxia, you're too pathetic." Xianxia nodded and said, "Yes, I said before that I would not become scum like you. I'm not lying. Because against scum like you, I want to be more scum than scum. This is fair to you, isn't it? Why should I be the one who has to be soft-hearted? Why should others slap me? I still have to smile and say, 'It doesn't matter. I don't care.' What the hell are you thinking? Do you think I'm an idiot?" The golden blood vicious beast tore off Bai Huani's right arm with a whoosh. Xianxia hooked his right hand and Bai Huani's storage ring flew into his hand. "The things you stole from me are all in here, right? It's time for them to return to their original owners now." Bai Huani smiled miserably and said, "Xianxia, you failed. You keep saying that you want to deal with the Bai clan, but no matter how unwilling you are to admit it, you are still a member of the Bai clan. What's the difference between your current style and the Bai clans? You're us. Even if you die, you're still us." "Ha! Ha 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 ha! You're wrong." Xianxia shook his head. "Don't think that only evil people have the right to be ruthless. If righteous people like me were to treat you with tolerance, then the world would be finished long ago. Evil people still need to be treated by evil people. If one of you has to be willing to fall in order to punish you, then I am willing to fall, even if it is impossible to recover after death." With that, the golden blood vicious beast waved its upper arm, tearing Bai Huani into countless pieces. "Ha, the storage ring is activated." Xianxia looked inside the storage ring and discovered that the 2 elemental hearts were there, and the 8th grade ginseng was also there. He nodded and turned to look at the others, saying, "Did you enjoy hitting me before? Kicking me around like a leather ball? Isn't that great?" Everyone was so frightened that their faces turned pale that no one dared to speak. Xianxia nodded. "Not speaking? Very well, I don't need you to speak. There's something I haven't finished saying. The kindness of a drop of water should be repaid by a fountain. Similarly, an inch of enmity should be repaid by 10,000 zhang." The golden blood vicious beast pulled over the martial artist who had previously fed Xianxia the poison. Xianxia cut his index finger and dripped 2 drops of blood into his mouth, saying, "Let's go." The martial artist was stunned and said, You can kill me if you want. Give me a good time. Don't think of toying with me like playing with Bai Huani." Xianxia ignored him and went to seek revenge from the other martial artists. Very quickly, waves of miserable cries rang out one after another. The golden blood vicious beast used extremely brutal methods to beat this group of inhumane bastards to the point of wailing all over the place. Seeing this, the martial artist who had eaten Xianxia's blood hesitated. He discovered that Xianxia really ignored him, so he carefully retreated a bit. Seeing that Xianxia still ignored him, he fled in a hurry. After the martial artist escaped, Xianxia turned around and looked into the distance. He smiled and said, "Eating my blood is something even more terrifying than death. You just slowly circulate through the endless pain and torment. No one could withstand Xianxia's complicated blood composition. Those who had eaten it felt like they were struggling in purgatory every day. In the end, that person's mental breakdown would cause chaos in his meridians and eventually self-destruct. Even after enduring endless torture, he still had no chance to survive. Xianxia took a deep breath, looked at Bai Xiao and the others and said, "Bai clan, I am your nightmare." With that, Xianxia turned around and left. The golden blood vicious beast soared into the sky. Half a second later, a beam of light appeared in the sky. The light descended from the sky and directly bombarded at the foot of Mount Meat. More than 100 martial saints dissipated in the explosion. In the distance, Xianxia flew north. He opened his chest and looked. The little bird was still curled up in the egg and fell asleep. "How do you plan to use those 2 elemental hearts?" The serpent said, "The ability of the desert heart is not bad, but it's a bit similar to your black tortoise divine pill and vermilion bird divine pill." Xianxia said, "I know. I'm going to give this desert heart to Yuan Meng. As for the prism heart, it's for Xiao Jun. These 2 bastards have cursed at me countless times. They only care about my own advancement, but they don't care about them. Haha. These 2 items are for them. I think they should be able to shut up now." After trying his best to overcome the disasters, Xianxia couldn't help but laugh when he thought of his 2 good brothers. A warm current still flowed through his heart. Perhaps it was precisely because there were so many people in his hometown who cared about Xianxia and that he did not give up. After seeing all the coldness and warmth of the world, he still had that small peace in his heart, which made him not forget his homeland of humanity. Xianxia glanced at the expressionless golden blood vicious beast and said, "Open, Shua." The mask on the golden blood vicious beast's face split apart, revealing a snow-white and handsome female face. The snake said, "With this thing, it will be easy to find the dragon scale again. In this entire small secret realm, there are probably not many things that can contend against it. Maybe he has already followed me." Xianxia pondered for a moment, then said, "Name it. Just call it." Inside the egg, the little bird rolled over, smashed its mouth and said something in a dream. "Bug made, delicious." Xianxia smiled and said, "Just call me Little Bug." As he said that, Xianxia swung a black robe and gave it to the golden blood vicious beast, Little Bug, and said, "Put it on. Your appearance is too eye-catching." The golden blood fierce beast put on its robe and ended up in its stomach. Xianxia helplessly took out 2 more robes and changed them into one for him to put on. Looking at Bai Huanyi's storage ring, besides the 2 elemental hearts and the 8th grade ginseng, there were also 2 things lying quietly. Those were 2 high-grade Holy Spirit stones. "It's a little less than I thought." Xianxia frowned. "They've been fighting here for so long and only got 2 pieces? What about the others?" Xianxia reversed his hand and a string of storage rings were suspended by lightning energy. These storage rings were snatched from Bai Xiao and the others. He opened all the storage rings one by one and discovered that there were only 3 high-grade Holy Spirit stones in total. Not bad, right? $5 isn't bad anymore. After all, every high-grade Saint Spirit stone can be exchanged for 100 low-grade Saint Spirit stones, said the serpent. Furthermore, the silver blood vicious beasts may not necessarily produce Holy Spirit stones. They are quite lucky to be able to find 5 of them. Xianxia weighed the 5 high-grade sacred spirit stones and said, "These numbers are pretty good, but I still need more." The serpent said, 60 inferior grade Holy Spirit stones are needed to reach the 7th level of the Divine Realm, 128 are needed to reach the 9th level, and 256 are needed to reach the 9th level of the Martial Saint Realm. There are a total of 448. These 5 high-grade Saint Spirit stones of yours can just allow you to advance to Martial Saint Level 1. However, these 5 stones are indeed not enough. From now on, each small realm requires even more Saint Spirit stones. If the Martial Saint Realm doubles again from the 1st to the 2nd realm, then 512 stones will be needed. Yes, Xianxia said. To upgrade to Bai Huanyi's realm, you need too many Holy Spirit stones. Relying on my own abilities, it's a bit difficult to gather so many sacred spirit stones. Others of the heavenly word generation had an entire clan behind them, while Xianxia could only rely on himself. This golden blood vicious beast was quite formidable, but it could not be brought out of the eternal secret realm, so it would not be able to help Xianxia in the outside world. I still have to rely on my own strength. Moreover, after experiencing so much, Xianxia only believed in himself. Only his own strength could make him feel at ease. All the strength he obtained through external forces could be lost at any time. I wonder how many silver blood vicious beasts there are in this small secret realm. Can you feel their existence? If possible, try to hunt as many as possible. Xianxia said. The big snake shook its head and said, I can't feel it. I can only take one step at a time. Let's try our luck. Xianxia nodded. He looked into the distance. According to the analysis of the magnetic field, he was still about a third of the distance from the north. If one were to calculate at their current speed, they would have to fly for at least another 5 to 6 days. However, now that he had the golden blood vicious beast, he didn't have to worry that much. He didn't have to worry about being surrounded by any vicious beasts even if he accelerated directly. Xianxia immediately increased his speed and turned into a beam of light that sped towards the north. He was eager for a ferocious beast to discover him and attack him. The more he came, the happier he would be. As for the golden blood beast, Little Bug, he stayed by Xianxia's side faithfully and acted as a guard at all times. Actually, this little bug was not a guard. He or she was more like a puppet. He no longer had any vitality. All of his movements were executed by Xianxia's orders. The pale green sky lasted for a long time before it gradually disappeared. At this time, half a day had passed and Xianxia had finally arrived at the right north. The speed of sublight and the speed of light flying could be regarded as Xianxia's martial skill. He had to use the speed of light lightning or lightning intent to activate it. When he didn't use this kind of martial skill, Xianxia's normal flight speed and peak speed were actually far inferior to the speed of sublight. After all, he wasn't a speed-type martial artist. And here, due to the long distance, Xianxia encountered a new environment. Right north of the small secret realm was a snowy plain. To be exact, this was like a sea that had been frozen. The ground beneath his feet was not thick snow, but the ice sheet formed by the liquid being frozen. The bone-piercing cold wind, coupled with the heavy snow, made Xianxia's entire body feel cold, and he couldn't help but shiver. The temperature is unbelievably low. Xianxia took a deep breath and rubbed his face. He was a divine martial 7th layer martial artist. Logically speaking, no ice-cold region in the world would affect him in the slightest with the physical fitness of a martial artist of this level. However, the truth was that with his physique, he felt extremely cold. The temperature here was truly astonishing. Wuxia let out a long breath and said, if it was a good fortune warrior, once they arrived here, they would probably be frozen to death in an instant, right? There wasn't even time for them to react. The snake said, the lowest temperature commonly seen in the physical world is called absolute zero. It is about -270 degrees. However, the cold air here has already far exceeded this, theoretically impossible to exceed. I'm afraid the temperature here is at least below -10,000 degrees Celsius. But how is this possible? Absolute zero is the limit of low temperatures, and it should be impossible to break it, Xianxia said. He twisted a snowflake in his hand. The snowflake was ice cold and said, the existence of matter must depend on energy and heat. Absolute zero is the lowest limit for matter to keep moving. That's right, said the serpent. However, that is a world that is different from an ordinary person's. The temperature here has already entered the domain of laws. This place has already broken the laws of nature. Perhaps we can expand our imagination. You mean Xianxia thought for a moment and said, perhaps the natural laws in this small secret realm are different from the natural laws of our world? Yes, it's very possible, said the snake. Xianxia had nothing to say. If the laws were different, then everything was possible. Human imagination was always restricted by known knowledge. As civilization continued to advance, humans constantly discovered facts that were absolutely unbelievable. In fact, they were real, such as hypervelocity space. The reason why humans felt that there was absolutely nothing in this world that could exceed the speed of light was because the limits of detection methods and perceptual abilities were limited to the full speed of light. Above the speed of light, there was an even faster speed, but it could not be proven or sensed, at least at this stage. Xianxia walked on the vast icy plains, continuously circulating his cultivation technique to speed up the circulation of thunder energy in his body, so as to provide his body with enough heat to keep it alive. Yes, walking, not flying. It was because he discovered that under such a damn super low temperature, the frequency of movement of everything was greatly reduced. This included the aura of a martial artist. That meant that if Xianxia wanted to condense a normal blade light, it would take at least 50 times the normal temperature. Flying here consumed 50 times the lightning power of normal flight. However, this was only a factor in calculating the consumption of lightning energy. In fact, the ultra-low temperature environment made it extremely difficult for one to move. If he wanted to float himself up and fly, the difficulty would increase by nearly 100-fold. Including the difficulty of flying and the consumption of flying, his current consumption of flying had already reached an astonishing 5,000 times. This was disastrous for a martial artist. What a hell of a place. Xianxia rubbed his face again. His face was numb from the cold, and it was even difficult to make an expression. It's better to be careful, the snake said. If we encounter an attack here, it will be really troublesome. Xianxia deeply thought so. But whatever you're afraid of, you can come. Xianxia stopped and narrowed his eyes as he looked into the distance. There was something sitting on the ice in front of him. From afar it looked like a snowman. What the hell was that? Was it a natural snowdrift? Or was it really a living thing? However, in this desolate place, the probability of forming a humanoid snowdrift did not seem to be high. Xianxia grasped the giant saber and tried to condense lightning energy to see how much lightning energy it would take to condense a saber light. As a result, the situation was extremely terrible. With such a terrifying amount of consumption, at most 10 slashes, the lightning energy would be completely exhausted. The serpent said, "You should keep this little bit of lightning power for your escape. Leave the battle to Little Bug." Xianxia nodded and continued walking forward. Whether it was luck or misfortune, hiding was definitely impossible. If one wanted to go around on foot, how long would it take to get around it? Perhaps after walking for 10 days and nights, he would only be able to walk a few hundred miles away from the snowman. If the snowman was really a living creature, it could leap hundreds of miles in a tenth of a second and catch up with Xianxia in an instant. Xianxia believed that it must have such an ability. If it could survive in such a low temperature, it wouldn't be a problem for it to fly for hundreds of miles in an instant. It's getting closer, getting closer. The snowman was only a mile or two away from Xianxia. Xianxia stopped and looked up, only to find that the snowman hadn't moved at all. Perhaps it's really a snowdrift. Can you feel its signs of vitality? Xianxia asked. No, the snake said. But strangely enough, I'm not sure if it has any vitality or vitality. It's an imperceptible condition. In short, it's quite strange. Everything here doesn't conform to common sense. It's better to be more careful. Xianxia continued to approach until he was only 50 to 60 meters away from the snowman. At this time, the snowman actually stood up. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. He immediately stopped and controlled the bug, allowing him to silently come to his side, ready to fight at any time. The snowman shook the falling snow on his body and revealed a long robe. A human! Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. The man slowly turned around and smiled at Xianxia. It was an old man. It looked like his appearance was around 70 years old. There was no way to verify his true age. Xianxia quietly circulated his lightning vision, wanting to see through his realm. The old man smiled faintly and said, "Junior, there's no need to waste your energy. Our realms are too different. If I don't want to expose myself, you won't be able to see through me." If a person didn't make any resistance, even if he was at the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation, Xianxia's lightning vision could still see through him. However, it was clear that this old man was deliberately concealing his aura. Xianxia cupped his fists and said, "This junior doesn't know that senior is beautiful here. I hope senior can forgive me for being rash. This junior will take a detour." The old man patted Xianxia on the shoulder and smiled. "The young man is not bad. With such a weak realm, he actually managed to survive on this ice field. It seems like he has some tricks." Xianxia remained motionless. He felt as if he was being pressed down by a huge rock, and he felt an indescribable sense of shock. He was at least 50 meters away from that old man. How did he touch his shoulder? Xianxia felt that he had an illusion. At that moment, it was as if the old man was standing beside him and patting him twice. However, he rubbed his eyes and looked hard again. The old man was still 50 meters away and didn't even walk over. Could it be that he was moving at an extremely fast speed, instantly arriving in front of him and returning in an instant? However, that didn't make sense. Even though he was moving fast enough that he couldn't sense it, the 2 times he patted his shoulder weren't fast. There was at least a second between the first and second descending palms. During this period of time, he must have been standing in front of him. There was no reason why he couldn't see clearly. The old man seemed to understand Xianxia's puzzlement, but he did not plan to answer it. He said, "This is a place where heavenly tribulation realm martial artists would only come. It's better for you, a small divine martial realm martial artist, to leave as soon as possible." Only then did Xianxia realize that the old man was holding a fishing rod in his hand. The most terrifying part was that he had never discovered this before. The old man gave Xianxia a familiar feeling, as if he had faced that cat-faced woman before. He could use some sort of method to deceive Xianxia's perception. Xianxia was unable to focus his attention on him, so much so that he ignored many of his behaviors and characteristics. How do you describe this feeling? It's like when you leave home, go shopping, and when you come back one day, you will remember everyone you saw on the road. You definitely won't be able to remember all of them. You did see them, but you did not remember them because you did not deliberately identify them and remember them in your heart. That old man gave Xianxia this feeling. The only difference was that Xianxia took the initiative to see the old man clearly, but he failed. Xianxia pointed at the fishing rod and asked curiously, "Senior, are you?" Since this old man didn't show any obvious malice, Xianxia wasn't too worried. The old man smiled and shook the fishing rod in his hand. "I'm fishing for the ancient era's ice-kiss fish. I've been guarding this place for 7 days and 7 nights, but I still can't catch it. Time is running out. You have to know that this small secret realm will disappear in 5 days. I wonder when it will appear again." These 2 pieces of news surprised Xianxia. So the little secret realm is about to leave again. According to the old man, when the little secret realm disappears, he won't still be in the little secret realm, but will suddenly appear in the eternal secret realm? And the ancient ice-kissed fish? Humans call the history of 100,000 years as a unit ancient, and the history of 1,000,000 years as a unit is called the ancient era. In other words, the ancient era's ice-kissed fish was at least the same age as the great snake or even older. Xianxia did not know how powerful this fish was, but he estimated that it definitely did not have his share. Thus, he cupped his fists and said, "Then I won't disturb Senior. This junior will leave here to avoid startling the school of fish." The old man smiled and said, "I'm not busy. It's just that you're here. I need your help if I need anything." This old man, Wang Chongfeng, is from the 6th Emperor's world. Xianxia was shocked. He pretended to be calm and said, "With Senior's cultivation, he must be a great figure of a sect." The old man stroked his beard and smiled. "A sect has been established. However, I haven't gone back to take a look for nearly 100 years. Unfortunately, I heard that my sect has disappeared recently." Xianxia's heart skipped a beat as he hurriedly asked, "May I ask which sect Senior created?" The old man smiled faintly. "World-saving sect." The serpent said, "It's over. There is such a coincidence in the world. The path of enemies is really narrow." Xianxia did not expect that his luck would be so bad. He actually met the true sect master of the world-saving sect here. Because of the little bug, Xianxia was no longer afraid of the silver blood vicious beast in this small secret realm. However, what he didn't consider was that he would encounter a heavenly tribulation realm expert here. This was something that little bug couldn't defeat no matter what. Although Wang Chongfeng did not seem to be so angry at the destruction of the world-saving sect, he should be used to such a person. He casually created a sect and became the shopkeeper. If that sect were to be destroyed, he might not be very sad. However, if he discovered the enemy who had annihilated his sect, then it would be another matter. He would still take revenge casually. A junior, the old man said, looking at your absent-minded expression, it seems that you have a strong emotional reaction to the words world-saving sect. Xianxia's disguise was already extremely good. He could be said to be calm, but the old man could still tell. Xianxia cupped his fists and said, to be honest, this junior is also from the Six Emperors world, a subordinate of the Valurium sect. The old man laughed. So it's a neighbor. Xianxia nodded and said, on the day when the relief sect was annihilated, this junior happened to be nearby as well. I saw that terrifying scene, and I still have lingering fear in my heart when I recall it. The old man nodded and said, I've already heard of him. Did he really destroy my world-saving sect? Is he really a divine martial realm youth? Xianxia said, I heard it's like this, but this junior doesn't really believe those rumors. The old man said, I haven't seen him either. It's said that this young man was chased after by He Mingling. It's the first time in history that he has been able to cause such a big fight in by He Do. I presume that Xiang then really has some tricks up his sleeve. This place is not suitable for long stay. Xianxia cupped his fists and said, this junior will not disturb you. The old man patted Xianxia on the shoulder and smiled. Do me a favor. As he spoke, the old man pointed to a small ice hole on the ground. This ice hole was about the thickness of a water tank. If he was really fishing for an ancient-level strange fish, then this ice hole was indeed very small. This junior still doesn't know anything about fishing, Xianxia hurriedly said. The old man smiled and lifted the fishing rod. A silver line was lifted up, but what was shocking was that there were 9 heads connected to the line. Xianxia's pupils shrank as he said, this junior doesn't understand. The old man pointed at the heads of the people and said, I chased the ancient era's ice-kissed fish for 7 days and 7 nights. In the end, I discovered that it was very difficult to lure the ancient era's ice-kissed fish with dead things. But what about living creatures? Xianxia's heart sank. The old man said, if the realm of a living creature is too high, then the ice-kissed fish will probably not dare to approach it. But if its realm is too low, it will immediately freeze to death as soon as it enters the glacier. There are very few people like you who are low enough to survive here. Why don't you be my bait? When the old man said those words, his face was full of smiles. If it weren't for the shocking meaning behind his words, people would have thought that he was an amiable old grandfather. Xianxia clasped his fists and said, Senior, you're joking, Junior. The old man raised his hand slightly and instantly sucked Xianxia in front of him. Immediately after, the old man swung his fishing rod and the string of heads flew far away, revealing a silver barb at the end of the silver line. The old man pressed Xianxia on the ground with his left hand and held the silver hook with his right hand. He forcefully pierced through Xianxia's chin and pierced through the back of Xianxia's neck. He circled around his neck 3 times and tied it into a knot. When this old bastard did these actions, it was as if he was calmly playing with a beast. His technique was cruel and his expression was calm. Looks like the Jishur sect really doesn't live up to its name. The people inside are all the same. The silver barb landed on the back of Xianxia's neck, piercing deeply into his flesh and blood. Xianxia gritted his teeth and said, Senior, we met by chance. Why did you do this? The old man smiled and said, I like making friends the most. If you help me this time, we will be friends. Xianxia said, I'm afraid I won't be able to survive even if I help you. That ancient era's fish monster took a bite of me. I don't think it's going to feel good. The old man smiled and said, It doesn't matter. When we were alive, we were friends. After we died, we could brag on our way to Yellow Springs. As he spoke, the old man glanced at the little bug and said, You have some abilities. You are only at the 7th level of the divine martial arts, but the puppet you created can be at the 2nd level of the martial saint realm. If you die here, it would be a pity. However, for my ice-kissed fish, I can only wrong you." As he spoke, the old man kicked Xianxia into the hole in the ice. Fortunately, he didn't lift the bug's cloak and look at the bug's face. An old bastard like him was disdainful of martial saint-level puppets. Just like Xianxia, who was at the 7th level of divine martial arts, saw a 2nd-level good fortune puppet. Even if the puppet could be picked up by the roadside, Xianxia was too lazy to pick it up. It was meaningless. Within the glacier, it was pitch black. The effective visual range was only about 10 meters at most, and further into the depths was a patch of black water. This unknown fear was secondary. It was the temperature of the glacier that caused Xianxia to feel incredibly painful. He could only continuously circulate his cultivation technique to maintain his body temperature. Otherwise, he would be frozen to death in just a dozen seconds. On the ice cap, the old man nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad. Not bad. Actually able to survive." Xianxia hung upside down in the glacier and said, "Senior, how about letting me live? I have a few high-grade sacred spirit stones in my hand." "I can." The old man smiled and shook his head. "Hoshang, at my level, do you think I still need holy spirit stones?" He stroked his beard and said, "At this moment, what I'm worried about is no longer how to raise my cultivation level, but lightning tribulation." Lightning tribulation? Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this old bastard is already at the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation? It was unlikely. He estimated that he was only at the 8th level of the heavenly tribulation. However, judging from his tone, it seemed that it was only a matter of time before he stepped into the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation. There was no need for him to be anxious. The most urgent thing to deal with was the lightning tribulation. This was a tribulation that every 9th level heavenly tribulation expert would wake up from their dreams. Could it be that the ancient era's ice-kissed fish still has an effect on your resistance to the lightning tribulation? Xianxia hurriedly asked. His voice was extremely weak in the extremely cold river water. Even if it was heard by Xianxia's mouth, he might not be able to hear it clearly. However, the old man's cultivation level was extremely high, yet he could hear it clearly. Perhaps knowing that Xianxia was about to die, the old man no longer worried. He even caressed his beard and looked at the sky. He sighed and said, "You don't have much confidence in dealing with the lightning tribulation? Even a genius like Bai, he doesn't have the confidence to attack the lightning tribulation, let alone me. But there's one thing you're not wrong about. This ancient era's ice-kissed fish is indeed used to deal with heavenly tribulation. It's not used to deal with it, it's used to deal with it." Xianxia had already asked Big Snake in his heart what was the ancient era's ice-kissed fish. The serpent knew nothing about this creature and had never heard of it before. "I think the so-called ancient era's ice-kissed fish should be a unique creature in the little mystery realm," the serpent said. Xianxia's heart was filled with sorrow as he constantly thought of ways to escape. But no matter what he thought, there was no way he could escape from a heavenly tribulation 8th stage expert. This time, it was probably a real loss. The funniest thing was that he wanted to die at the hands of the world-saving sect master. But it wasn't because of hatred. Xianxia felt sorrowful in his heart. But the old man was still talking to himself. The old man stroked his beard and sighed. "Since you are from the 6th Emperor's world, you should have heard of Old Man Mo Ling." Xianxia said, "Of course I've heard of it." The old man said, "Mo Ling was originally my peer, but unfortunately, this person loves the profound Tao too much and is not that interested in martial arts. Even though I have already reached the late 8th heavenly tribulation stage, he is still only at the 5th level of the divine martial stage. What he pursues is eternity, and what I pursue is to rise to another level. The two of us are different. However, this person is indeed a genius. There's no harm in telling you now. In order to obtain an eternal body, he created 2 types of divine pills. One is called the Spirit Void Pill. Initially, he studied this pill for the sake of immortality. However, he later discovered that this pill was unable to make him immortal. but it could produce another peculiar effect. That is the perfection of the realm. Therefore, when he succeeded, he was unable to obtain the ingredients to refine the spirit void pill. On the one hand, what he was pursuing was not perfection in his cultivation realm. Thus, he gave up on this pill formula and began to study a new type of pill called the four-spirit divine pill. He doesn't want the spirit void pill, but I do. In a coincidence, I secretly took away the formula for his spirit void pill and the semi-finished product of the spirit void pill. This semi-finished pill requires 3 other rare ingredients that are rare once every million years. I've been away from all walks of life for more than 100 years, and I've finally gathered 2 of them. I'm only missing this last ice-kissed fish. Xianxia said, "That spirit void pill can complete the realm? What does this mean? Could it allow Senior to directly break through to the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation?" The old man smiled and said, "That's not the case. You should know that every major realm of a martial artist is divided into 9 minor realms." "Yes," Xianxia said. The old man said, "The spirit void pill can allow every major realm to be further perfected, allowing a martial artist to have a 10th level of minor realm." Xiangxia's heart skipped a beat. This heaven-defying pill had never been mentioned by Mo Ling before. The old man said, "This kind of peculiar effect is something that Mo Ling herself did not expect. It must be an unexpected harvest. If I succeed, that's the best. But if I fail, I can still save my life." Xianxia hurriedly said, "You are planning to quickly swallow the spirit void pill when the lightning tribulation fails and lower your cultivation base. Let the lightning tribulation suddenly disappear." The old man laughed loudly. "Children can be taught." During the lightning tribulation, martial artists were unable to decide when it would end. Once the lightning tribulation appeared, there would only be 2 outcomes. Either the martial artist was hacked to death, or the martial artist managed to survive without giving up halfway through, and the lightning tribulation automatically disappeared. However, the spirit void pill was obviously possible. Every major realm of a martial artist was divided into 9 small levels. If one swallowed the spirit void pill, the previous realm would change from 9 levels to 10 levels. This meant that the current realm of a martial artist would rapidly decline to make up for the small realm gap in the previous realm. For Wang Chongfeng, if he swallowed the spirit void pill at the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation, then he would repay the 9th level and directly decline to the 1st level of the heavenly tribulation. Perhaps even the late martial saint realm. This is not a good thing. A martial artist had to work hard to raise his cultivation realm, but it was too late. Who was willing to surrender to his cultivation realm? However, there were also benefits. If one reached the 10th level, then their martial arts foundation would be further strengthened and their strength would be greatly enhanced. However, using one's cultivation realm to exchange for the foundation of martial arts? No matter what, it wasn't worth it. Xianxia, on the other hand, began to think. This spiritual void pill was not worth it when used on Wang Chongfeng, but it was worth it when used on him. He was only at the divine martial realm. Even if he wanted to drop it, he would only lose 7 small layers and return to the divine martial realm. However, he had enough sacred spirit stones. If he were to level up from the 1st level to the 2nd level of the divine martial technique, he would only need to eat one. He had 500 in his hand, so he could easily level up again. However, this was only a fantasy. How could he have the chance to eat the spirit void pill? "Senior, it's been so long. I'm going to freeze to death," Xianxia said with a trembling voice. The old man thought for a moment and then lifted Xianxia up. After warming his body with his dipper chi, he put Xianxia into the glacier again. Xianxia said, "Senior, that ancient era's ice-kissed fish is probably not here. If it was here, it would have already taken the bait. Why don't you let me go?" The old man smiled and said, "No, it must be here. This is the 3rd time that I have entered this small secret realm. I have already clearly touched the situation of the ice-kissed fish." Xianxia had also given up. It seemed that no matter what, he could not persuade this old bastard. The serpent said, "Is there any other way to escape? If you really can't, then escape into the dream world." Xianxia shook his head and thought to himself, no, even if I disappeared, he would not leave even if he thought about the ice-kissed fish in his heart. He would still stay here. An hour later, when I came out of my dream world, wouldn't I be back in front of him again? The big snake said, that's true. Xianxia said, if only I could find an opportunity to get his frozen kiss fish. Throw the frozen kiss fish out at the speed of light. When the time comes, I will quickly enter the dream world. He will definitely not stand guard over me. Instead, he will chase after the ice-kissed fish. At that time, I was thinking of a way to escape. The big snake said, the plan is good. I'm afraid that you won't have the chance to throw that ice-kissed fish away, so he killed you in advance. However, you should be a dead horse and be a living horse doctor. Xianxia was also unsure. With his cultivation base, the possibility of throwing the flying ice-kissed fish in front of this old bastard Wang Chongfeng was infinitely close to zero. It was unknown if it was an illusion, but Xianxia felt that the temperature of the glacier had dropped by a lot. However, his body was frozen to the point of numbness, and his perception of temperature was no longer so accurate. Could be an illusion or it could be real. A powerful creature is approaching. The big snake suddenly lowered its voice, confirming Xianxia's guess. Ice-kissed fish? Xianxia hurriedly asked. The serpent said, I don't know, but the vitality of that creature is extremely rare. This creature has lived for at least 3 million years. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. That was the ice-kissed fish. I didn't expect that such a monster would actually come. Will I be bitten to death by it? Xianxia thought worriedly. That depends on how much it bites. The big snake smiled bitterly. Yeah, just bite your ankle, it won't die no matter what. However, if he were to bite off half of his body in one bite, he would undoubtedly die. Xianxia's body didn't have any fatal weaknesses, but he had to consider the temperature here. If half of his body was gone, he wouldn't die from his injuries, but he would freeze to death because the lightning energy couldn't normally circulate. Just as he was thinking, a huge black silhouette appeared from the deep water. After experiencing life and death countless times, Xianxia's threat to death had become increasingly dim. He didn't have the slightest bit of fear or panic, but he was indeed very anxious. The only thought in his mind was how to avoid the fatal bite of the ice-kissed fish. Seeing that the enormous black silhouette was getting closer and closer, Xianxia began to condense his pitiful thunder energy. In this extreme environment, releasing all of the lightning energy together would probably be enough to sprint for a short distance. Gradually, a strange little fish appeared. It was much smaller than Xianxia had imagined, and even smaller than the outline he had just seen. This small fish was only the size of a palm. Hallucinations. Xianxia was stunned and thought to himself, wasn't this thing as big as a mountain before? Why is it smaller now? Did I see the wrong shadow? The little fish's entire body was snow white, with one eye growing on its head, 2 eyes growing on its face, and 3 eyes appearing to be triangular. It swam around Xianxia, obviously attracted by Xianxia's powerful spiritual energy, but it was very cautious. At this moment, the old bastard on the ice cap was silent. Why haven't you come down yet? Xianxia's heart was burning with anxiety. That old fellow's cultivation level was extremely high. At this moment, he could completely charge in and forcefully catch the ice-kissed fish. I don't believe that with the strength of the 8th level of heavenly tribulation, I can't catch up to this fish. However, the old man did not make any movements. The eyes above the little fish's head suddenly flashed. Holy shit! It's getting bigger? Xianxia suddenly shouted. The ice-kissed fish suddenly began to grow madly. It grew bigger and bigger. It was as big as a mountain. The big snake quickly said, no, it's not that it's getting bigger. It's that it's making you smaller. Get out of the way. The ice-kissed fish opened its heavenly mouth and swallowed towards Xianxia. Xianxia immediately activated all of the remaining lightning power and instantly sprinted at the full speed of light. But then there was a crash. The damned hook had also become smaller, and it still hooked around Xianxia's neck. This time, when the speed of light charged forward, the fish line collapsed and bounced Xianxia back. The ice-kissed fish took a bite and failed to bite Xianxia. The eyes above his head shone once again. Xianxia saw that the ice-kissed fish began to shrink rapidly. He hurriedly glanced at the surface of the ice and discovered that it wasn't the ice-kissed fish shrinking this time, but he was changing. He had grown bigger. Xianxia had risen to a height of 7 to 8 meters. As for the ice-kissed fish, it opened its mouth and swallowed it again. Its body was only the size of a palm, but after opening its mouth, it was actually 7 to 8 meters tall. What the hell? Xianxia's pupils constricted. However, he had used up all of his thunder energy and was unable to dodge it. He could only shake his body quickly. This kind of speed was not enough to dodge the bite of the ice-kissed fish. The fish bit Xianxia's legs in one bite. At the same time, the fishing line suddenly lifted, lifting Xianxia and the ice-kissed fish up from the ice. The ice-kissed fish was exceptionally vigilant. The instant it was pulled out of the ice, it released Xianxia. The eyes above its head were shining as it fell back into the ice hole. Wang Chongfeng was quick-witted as he rushed forward. He grabbed the fish with his left hand and covered the third eye above the ice-kissed fish's head with his right. This time, the ice-kissed fish's ability to make people bigger and smaller was no longer effective. "Ha! I finally caught you." The old man danced happily and said, "After 2 lessons, you still want to use your eyes to deal with me?" Xianxia's legs were broken, but they were not separated. His 2 broken legs were frozen at the port because of the low temperature. "Senior, since you've caught the ice-kissed fish, can you let me go?" he gasped. The old man grabbed the ice-kissed fish and danced happily. "You know my big secret. How can I let you go?" he said. If by he and the others knew that I had the spirit void pill, wouldn't they be chasing after me day and night and robbing me of my pills? "Hoshing, I am very satisfied. From now on, you are my friend." The old man smiled and grabbed the ice-kissed fish in his hand. His left hand held the head of the fish, while his right hand raised and chopped down on Xianxia. "You are lucky to be my friend, Wang Chongfeng. You have died well." "Wait!" Xianxia suddenly shouted. "Senior, don't you want me to see the pills you refined?" Wang Chongfeng was stunned. Xianxia said, "What kind of treasure is the spirit void pill? Since you intend to keep it a secret, then isn't this historic moment unwitnessed?" Wang Chongfeng smiled and said, "Make it up. Continue to make it up. This reason is too clumsy. If you want to buy yourself more time to live, you need to make it up more appropriately. It's not like I'm an alchemist. It doesn't matter to me whether I see it or not." Xianxia hurriedly said, "How about satisfying this junior's long-cherished wish? After all, this junior used his life to catch the ice-kissed fish for you. Didn't you also say that you treated me like a friend? Why not have a look at the spirit void pill before your friend dies? With my meager cultivation, what are you afraid of me doing?" The old man nodded his head and said, "All right, just treat it as if I had accumulated some darkness for myself. In the future, it might be helpful in dealing with the lightning tribulation." The old bastard released 2 silver needles and nailed Xianxia's arms to the ice. Then he took out a few things: a pill furnace, a medicinal pill that emitted golden light, a scarlet spiritual herb, and an eyeball. After the scarlet-red spiritual herb was taken out, a ray of rainbow light shot straight into the sky. Then, the ray of rainbow light turned a corner and descended, remerging into the spiritual herb. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. Such a terrifying pill was probably already at the highest 9th grade. And that eyeball was even more shocking. It was actually a dragon's eye. Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air. "I heard that old man Mo Ling has been searching for dragon blood all his life, but I didn't expect that you would be able to beat him to it." The old man smiled proudly and said, "There may not be dragon blood in this eyeball, but it is indeed a part of the dragon's body. Do you know what kind of dragon this is?" Xianxia shook his head. The old man said, "This represents life force. The green dragon eyeball was stolen from the demon emperor by me after spending 9 oxen and 2 tigers of effort to enter the black sharp demon cave. Throughout the world, only the demon emperor possesses such a precious treasure of the dragon race." After saying that, he threw the spirit herbs, dragon eyes, and ice-kissed fish into the pill furnace one after another. In the end, he threw the golden pill into the furnace as well. Kid, watch carefully. The old man took a deep breath and poured a wisp of flame into the pill furnace. Xianxia sighed. From beginning to end, he had never had the chance to come into contact with the ice-kissed fish, let alone throw it away. But now, this old bastard had already started refining pills. After refining them, he would surely be killed with a single palm strike. Although the ancient era's ice-kissed fish was formidable, its tail flapped back and forth in the flames of a late 8th heavenly tribulation expert, making it look extremely painful. As for this old fellow, he had clearly memorized the formula of the spirit void pill. Although he wasn't a pure Shendao cultivator, his extremely high realm allowed him to control the fire to the peak. There were complete formulas, complete ingredients, and half-finished spirit void pills that Mo Ling had personally refined. This pill concoction was destined to succeed. Xianxia struggled for a moment, but he couldn't move at all. The 2 silver needles were something Xianxia couldn't get rid of no matter what.